Para las personas que prefieren escuchar esta junta en español, pueden pasar con nuestro equipo de intérpretes al fondo de la sala del Concilio de la Ciudad para recibir asistencia. También pueden sintonizar la transmisión de las juntas del Concilio completamente en español usando el sistema SAP a través de los canales que ve en pantalla. Si prefiere ver la transmisión desde un dispositivo móvil o para descargar la agenda de la junta de hoy, visite la página web de la ciudad de San Antonio, sa.gov/TVSA.
Good morning. The time is now 9:02 a.m. on August 21st, 2025, and the meeting of the San Antonio City Council is now called to order. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilman Corr? Councilman Castillo Aguillano? Councilman Villagrán?
Here.
Councilman Munguia?
Here.
Councilman Castillo?
Here.
Councilman Galvan? Here. Councilmember Gavito?
Here.
Councilmember Gonzalez?
Present.
Councilmember Spears?
Here.
Councilmember White? Mayor Jones?
Here, thank you. So, good morning, everyone. I'd like to recognize Councilmember Mesa Gonzalez to introduce today's invocator.
Thank you, Mayor. Father Brian Garcia, if you would like to come up here, thank you. Father Brian Garcia is a Roman Catholic priest serving as the Director of Campus Ministry for the Archdiocese of San Antonio and chaplain at St. Anthony's Catholic Student Center at UTSA. A proud graduate of UTSA and Antonian High School, he's a devoted servant of God and servant of his people. He is passionate about meeting others where they are, regardless of background or status. Father Brian has been a priest for over 8 years and finds joy in ministry, sports, barbecue joints, good books, music, history, and engaging in politics. Welcome. He is honored to lead today's invocation before the City Council. I met Father Brian recently at services held at UTSA for 3 victims of the July 4th Kerrville flood, 2 students and 1 professor from UTSA, Reese Manchaca, an architecture student, Ella Cahill, a management student, and Dr. Catherine Eads, a psychology senior lecturer. We honored them on that day and honor them here today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mayor, City Council, and especially Councilwoman Mesa Gonzalez for allowing me to be here. I am honored. Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you for the gift of this day and for the blessing of our community. We ask for your wisdom to guide this council in its discussion and decisions. Grant each member clarity of mind, patience of heart, and a spirit of service, so that all choices made may promote the common good and the dignity of every person. Bless those who live and work in our city, families, leaders, first responders, educators, and all those who serve in any way. May this meeting reflect cooperation, respect, and a true desire to build a community rooted in justice, peace, and hope for all. We entrust all we do today to your loving care. Amen.
Thank you, Father. Please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. Or please stand. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. This morning I have a proclamation for the 10th Annual World Heritage Festival. Whereas the 10th Annual World Heritage Festival will take place September 3rd through 7th, 2025 within the World Heritage Area and on the grounds of San Antonio's 5 Spanish colonial missions and Mission San Jose, San Juan, Concepcion, Espada, and the world-renowned Alamo, established from 1718 to 1731. And whereas this year's international celebration commemorates the 10th anniversary of the designation of the missions on July 15, 2015, as the only UNESCO World Heritage Site in Texas and one of the just 26 in the United States, and whereas the highlight of the festival is the Tour de las Misiones on September 6, 2025, a one-of-a-kind bike, ride, walk, and run. Participants will experience scenic trails, the historic missions, and celebrate with live music, local artisans, food vendors, and more. Now, therefore, I, Gina Ortiz-Jones, Mayor of the City of San Antonio, in recognition thereof, do hereby proclaim September 3 through 7, 2025, to be the 10th Annual World Heritage Festival Days. Congratulations. I know Councilmember Villagran would like to say a few words.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you. I am very pleased to announce that the 2025 World Heritage Festival will take place September 3rd through the 7th. It's like I blinked and we were at 10 years of this designation, and it's just an annual event that allows the community to come together and tell the story. This year I'm very excited because we on the South Side, and in conjunction with the Alamo and Toribio Lozoya Day, as we are using the World Heritage Festival as kind of the kickoff to celebrating San Antonio, celebrating the stories, and celebrating how we have come. And I want to thank all the families of the missions, specifically Mission San Jose, for their contributions to that beautiful World Heritage Center that we have. So at this time, I'd like to bring up Colleen, the Director of World Heritage Office, to talk a little about this great event that is a citywide event. So I expect all my council members to come and stand on stage with me at Mission Marquee. Thank you.
Good morning, Mayor Gina Ortiz-Jones and council members. Thank you, Councilwoman Phyllis Villagran. We are the first and only World Heritage Site in the state of Texas, and we are celebrating 10 years, and we are doing 10 years of this festival. I'd like to invite the partners. This festival would not happen without all the partners. We have Bexar County, San Antonio River Authority, San Antonio Missions National Historical Park, the Alamo, Las Misiones, and of course, the City of San Antonio Office of Historic Preservation, and my team from the World Heritage Office. So now in its 10th year, the festival has become a signature community celebration with family-friendly events such as several National Park Service tours and Junior Ranger Day, the Alamo's Mission Day at the Alamo, of course, and the City of San Antonio's very own Tour de las Misiones on Saturday, September the 6th. And Tour de las Misiones, in addition to these partners, we have other partners that participate: Storm, SAT Social Ride, AVA America's Walking Club, B-Cycle, IAP, San Antonio, the City of San Antonio's Parks and Recreation, Public Works, and Solid Waste all give their time and resources to make this festival a fantastic event for San Antonio. So I'd like to have everyone recognize all our partners here with maybe a round of applause for them. And we invite everyone to join us for the Tour de las Misiones, a one-of-a-kind leisurely bike ride ranging from 7 to 12 miles, and you get to learn about the missions. There's also a 5K and a 10K. There's something from everyone. We go on our Mission River Reach, and we ride bikes through the Mission San Jose, so it's a wonderful event. After the festival, we'll have local artisans, community organizations, food vendors, and it's not too late to register. If you haven't done that yet, you can still register. The festival promotes the historic San Antonio missions, encourages everyone to celebrate and explore them firsthand while learning about our World Heritage status. So thank you for this unique opportunity to bring us all together to share this celebration. Thank you, Mayor Jones and council members, for your time.
If there is no objection, let's get started with the consent agenda so we may clear the agenda for the discussions regarding this first term sheet, which are listed as items 4 and 5. Okay. Yeah. My apologies. Councilwoman Viagran, I know you'd like to recognize some of our outstanding chefs. We have some special guests in the audience today, the 2025 to 2027 UNESCO Creative City of Gastronomy Chef Ambassador cohorts.
Yes, thank you. And I'm going to invite Colleen back up here. So we have 2 World Heritage designations. One is our World Heritage site. The other is the City of Gastronomy. And for, I guess, the last 3 years, we have been, and Colleen will talk more, is we've had some amazing chefs do some amazing things in being ambassadors to the world and telling the world about San Antonio. So I'd like Colleen to kind of introduce the team this year, and if you have a chance to visit their restaurants or visit their places that they serve at, please do so. So Colleen, go ahead.
Okay. Mayor Gina Ortiz-Jones, City Council members, Councilwoman Phyllis Viagran. So not only are our historic San Antonio missions the first and only UNESCO World Heritage Site in the state of Texas, we are also the only city besides Tucson to be a UNESCO Creative City of Gastronomy. And so with this, we have started a Chef Ambassador program. This is our 3rd cohort. It started in 2021. We got the designation in 2017. So I'd like to introduce this year's Chef Ambassadors. We have 6. 2 of them are traveling. And so I'd like to start off with Chef Geronimo Lopez. He's the executive chef at Hotel Emma. We've got Chef Joel Tatu Herrera. He's executive chef at Desert Spoon and chef owner of Folklores Coffee House. Chef Lisette Martinez, chef owner of Naco and Grayson, and Chef Stephanie Byers, chef owner of Eat Chingon. So these chefs will be representing San Antonio both locally, nationally, and abroad. And it's a great honor to have them and to work with them. And we're super excited about this.
Thank you, Colleen. Let's give a round of applause for our chefs. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilwoman Kaur, if you'd like to say a few words.
Thank you so much, Mayor. I just wanted to say congratulations to the chef ambassadors. I have to do a little humble brag. So many of them have restaurants in District 1. So we're so proud to have you guys in District 1 and can't wait to see all of the future of the airport food ambassador work as well, because you're going to be able to come into San Antonio and truly see that we are a food city of gastronomy. So super excited for the work that you all do. Thank you so much. Can't wait to eat at all the restaurants soon.
I echo my colleagues' congratulations. For us to be only one of 2 is so important, especially as we look at the number of ways in which we can continue to strengthen our connections with communities all over the world in light of what's going on is extremely important, and certainly Through the Stomach has always been a key and a very important way to do so. Okay, all right, so that's all of them. Okay. So you'd like to? Oh, okay. I'd like to call for a motion to approve the minutes from August 6th and 7th.
Second.
Yep. Please vote. Great. The motion passes. At this point, if there's no objection, let's get started with the consent agenda so we make clear the agenda for the discussions regarding the Spurs term sheet, which are listed as items 4 and 5. Regarding the consent agenda items 6 through 33 are on the consent agenda. This means they will be considered as a group, and there will not be a staff presentation unless pulled for individual consideration. Are there any council items council members would like to pull from the consent agenda to be heard individually? No? Okay. Hearing none, Madam Clerk, do we have any members of the public signed up to speak on the consent agenda?
Yes, we have some members signed up to speak on the consent agenda.
Okay.
They're on the back of your list.
Yeah, yep. The first person to speak on the consent agenda item is Veronica Sandoval, followed by Thelma Gonzalez. You'll have 2 minutes to speak.
If they start talking about 4 and 5, they need to wait.
Good morning, Madam Mayor and City Council members. I am speaking in regards to the HVAC for project for Farmers Market. We are grateful to be here today to express our strong support for the long-awaited replacement of the HVAC system in the Farmers Market building at Historic Market Square. This project has been anticipated for many years, and both our customers and business owners are eager to finally see these critical improvements approved and implemented. However, we must also bring to your attention a serious concern regarding the installation process. We were recently informed by the Assistant Director that in order to install the new HVAC units, all businesses will be required to remove their merchandise, equipment, fixtures, and remain closed for the duration of the replacement. This is an estimated 5-month process. At this time, no plan has been presented to support or temporarily locate these small businesses during the closure. There also has not been any consideration for the many employees who will be out of work during the extended period. Simply waiving rent for these months, while appreciated, is not enough to sustain our businesses, our employees, or our families. We respectfully ask that the Mayor and City Council require a comprehensive plan to address these challenges before the replacement process begins. This plan should include options for temporary relocation of affected businesses, financial assistance or grant opportunities to offset the significant loss of income, support for displaced employees during the closure period. Historic Market Square has been a cornerstone of San Antonio culture, economy, and tourism for decades. The businesses here are proud to contribute to its success, but we cannot survive a 5-month shutdown without meaningful support. We urge you to consider the livelihoods of the families, employees, and small business owners who make Market Square thrive.
Ma'am, you may submit the rest if you have comments for the record. Thank you. Thelma Gonzalez, please, 2 minutes, followed by Steve Versteeg. Steve Versteeg. Stephanie Reyes. There's Steve. Okay, I didn't see you, Steve. Please, you have 3 minutes. 2 minutes, excuse me.
I didn't think I signed up for the consent agenda. I signed up for item 4.
Okay, okay. We'll take you off of this list. Thank you. Stephanie Reyes.
Good morning, Mayor, City Council members. My name is Stephanie Reyes, proud President and CEO for the Real Estate Council of San Antonio. Great to be here. You know, you've heard a lot about the long-term economic benefits of this project, so I wanted to focus on...
Ma'am, if this is not about the consent agenda, but items 4 or 5, that's in a separate public comment section.
Yes, I'm here to speak on 5.
Okay, so. We will come back to that item
Thank
then.
you.
Thank you. Jack Finger, you have 2 minutes.
Madam Mayor and other members of our illustrious San Antonio City Council, for the record, my name is Jack M. Finger. Yeah, a few items I wish to bring to your attention on this consent agenda. Basically, items numbers 30, 31, 32, etc. here. And yeah, basically, you call it affordable housing. I call it welfare housing. Why? Because we, the taxpayers, are subsidizing people who are who are applying for housing in various parts of our city here. But not only that, but Item number 30 is especially egregious. Mr. Audiovisual Manager, scroll down to the bottom there. Of the area median income, the average income, what kind of persons are going to be applying? Well, people who make 50% or less. You see the middle circle? And those who make 30% or less. Now, also, something else really disturbing. Flip the page, if you would, Mr. Audiovisual Man, to the next page there. A few things I circled for your introspection there. Scroll up to the top, if you would, there. Yeah, once again, you see for the owner, not just the renters are going to get these benefits, but also the owner is going to get 80% if he's below the average area median income, or 50%. These are what you're doing. But I think the most really bad thing I see on this is look at the horizontal black lines there. It says, for 5-year forgivable loan. 5-year forgivable loan. Yeah, this is an item number 30. And scroll down a little further, you see property owners will receive, not too much, property owners will receive a reimbursement of up to $25,000. $25,000 and $35,000. That's our tax dollars that you're giving away. I really wish y'all would pull these things for some deliberation. Thank you.
All individuals signed up to speak have spoken. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I make a motion to approve.
Okay. It is moved and seconded to approve the consent agenda. Are there any highlights or questions about, excuse me, sorry? Okay. Okay. Council members, are there any highlights or questions about the consent agenda? Please. Councilwoman Castillo.
Thank you, Mayor. This morning I would like to highlight a couple of items. We all know the work starts before the disaster hits, and that's why I'm eager to highlight item number 7. I would like to thank Congressman Castro for earmarking necessary funds through the Community Project Fund Grant, and I would also like to thank our District 5 Infrastructure Director, Stephanie Morales, and Derek, who's now in the District 6 team, for ensuring to have the patience, understanding, and knowledge to explain the need for this project to affected constituents located under the proposed new FEMA flood zone maps. Also, extremely grateful for the work and leadership of Razi, his team, Victoria, and Jessica, and the Stormwater Director for being with my staff every step of the way. This collaboration between my office, our congressman, stormwater staff, and community formed the Neighborhood Communication Advocacy Group to ensure that our constituents have as much information necessary in a transparent manner as possible. So thank you all so much for this. We look forward to the continued work to ensuring that we alleviate risk in our community. And I would also like to highlight item 30, which is approval for the Casita Incentives Pilot Program. This pilot has been part of a big effort through the Strategic Housing Implementation Plan to build more affordable housing throughout the city of San Antonio, while providing stability to existing homeowners by presenting an opportunity to generate additional income with their property. I especially love that the additional incentives homeownership who decided to build at 30% AMI, that they can receive more support. A big thank you to the NHSD staff who work really hard to ensuring that the City of San Antonio and this council stick to the Strategic Housing Implementation Plan. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilwoman Kaur.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a few appointees to highlight today. A lot of them are being reappointed, but only several of them could come. Is Carlos Maestas here? Carlos, if you could please stand. So I'm super excited to reappoint Carlos to the Brook City Board. And he is an amazing community leader, is a storyteller by trade, and is actually the board chair of the SAISD Foundation this year. So if anyone is here that's supporting schools, thank you all for everything that you do for that school district and for your leadership in the community. I know you're an incredible asset, and I appreciate your work there. I also wanted to highlight Audrey Zamora. She's in the line outside. I'm not sure, Audrey, have you made it in yet? Okay, maybe Audrey is not inside yet. Audrey is a student at the Young Women's Leadership Academy in SAISD, but she lives in District 1, and she's going to be our appointee on the Youth Commission. The Youth Commission, for those of you who don't know, work to really advocate for the needs of our youth across the city, and we've had previous leaders in that committee that actually came when there were some challenges with the books last cycle and came and presented to the council, so I know she's going to be a great asset. We actually wrote her an excuse note to be here all day for council today, so she'll get a really good
lesson in local governance today. And then I don't know if Katie Sarakos is here, but she's being appointed to the Small Business Advisory Committee. And so thank you all for all of the folks that are appointees of all of our districts. We appreciate so much the work they do. They're a volunteer. They're meeting on a monthly, quarterly basis to really help move the issues that we find as priorities forward. And the last thing I wanted to highlight was the Market Square item number 6. And I know there's some challenges that are going on at Market Square. I want to thank city staff for extending the rent abatement for those folks through September, through the construction that's going on at Zona Cultural, and continue to know that we'll be working with tenants there as we do these much needed renovations for the HVAC system. Thanks. Thanks, Mayor.
Councilmember Galvan.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to highlight item 20 for my appointees to the District 6 boards and commissions. If Dan Rossiter, Michael Rendon, Fernanda Cardenas, and Jonathan Guerrero could come up to the main podium here, I just want to highlight you all together. We have a bunch of people we're highlighting today, but we won't be able to highlight every single person, so I want to, or they weren't all here, so I want to mention Laura Lopez, Merle Britton, Larissa Martinez, and Kin Wee, all incredible community leaders in District 6 that are doing great work for their neighborhoods and for the entire district, and have been doing it for a while. But the folks that are here today, I'm really excited to also shout out. Dan, of course, has been an active community member in his neighbor association, Thunderbird Hills, which we share with District 7. Always good to be able to work together with my colleague to the left of me to work together for the neighborhood where I went to high school. Dan is an active community advocate focused on bringing investment to underserved communities across San Antonio, and has served as president of neighborhood for Thunderbird Hills Association since 2019, and other numerous civic roles across the community involving the city bond, transit, and green space. Dan has served on the Brooks Development Board of Directors since 2021 and as Board Treasurer since 2024. I'm happy to reappoint him as well. And please remain standing so I can come by really quick to take a picture. LGBTQ Advisory Board, I want to highlight, of course, Michael Rendon from District 6, an incredible community leader, not only here in our city, but nationally as well. Michael Rendon serves as the National Board of Governor for the Human Rights Campaign, which is the largest civil rights organization in the country. Michael was recently awarded the Building Comunidad Award and Pride Leadership Award in Washington, D.C. at the HRC National Leadership Awards ceremony. And when he's not fighting for equality, he loves traveling with his husband, Michael Morales, and spending time with their family and their friends. Fernanda Cardenas, an incredible community leader with Gonzaga and many other groups, especially also serving in the Library Board of Trustees too. She's serving now as well at the Port of Authority San Antonio. Maria Fernanda Cardenas is a nonprofit leader and community advocate dedicated to improving the quality of life for underserved populations in San Antonio with a focus on older adults. Her and I had great conversations about what we can do together for our seniors in our community, not just in the heart of District 6, but across the entire district on the far edges of both Edgewood and Alamo Ranch. And I'll never forget her calling me on a Sunday morning, and it was just a great conversation to get me ready to have these conversations more with seniors for my morning breakfast too. She continues to champion initiatives to reduce health disparities among vulnerable communities, and I'm glad to have her be recognized for numerous awards for her advocacy, and I know she'll be continuing fighting for every single person here in our city and in District 6. Last, but certainly not least, an incredible young leader in District 6, Jonathan Guerrero, being appointed to the Youth Commission. Jonathan is a distinguished student leader from San Antonio, being in the top 5 of his JROTC unit and excelling in the engineering strand at Construction Careers Academy at Northside ISD at Warren High School, where he maintains straight A's, which better than me when I was a student. Business owner and self-taught coder, he has founded initiatives that combine innovation with community impact. He's an aspiring lawyer. Jonathan is dedicated to leveraging his leadership discipline and an entrepreneurial drive to serve his community and change the world for the better. Thank you very much for being here, and if you need an excuse letter too, like Councilman Corbett, I'm more than happy to make sure that Northside ISD knows where you're at today. So I'm gonna come down really quick, take a picture, but thank you all for being here.
Councilwoman Mesa Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mayor. Highlighting items 22, 2 appointees. Sarah Shaquille is Sarah Shaquille here? I do not believe so. Sarah Shaquille is a small business owner operating in the city across all 10 districts for the past 20 years. She holds a bachelor's degree in business management and psychology, a master's in business administration, and a PhD in industrial and organizational psychology. Sarah is being reappointed to the Small Business Advisory Commission for District 8. Also, Javier Tristan, I believe he's here in the back. If you can please stand. Hi, thank you, Javier. Javier is a San Antonio resident for the past 4 decades. He is the Ego Ride, Inc. founder and president, Rosie Tours founder and CEO, and has over 25 years of experience in Hilton Hotel transportation. He has also volunteered at the Church Under the Bridge and Haven for Hope in his spare time. Javier is being reappointed to the Transportation Advisory Board for District 8. Thank you to Javier and Sarah for your continued service in our community and in District 8.
Thank you. Before we continue, it's almost like midnight mass in here today. So, as I would happen if I was there, my mom would say, "You are young and strong. Stand up, so somebody else can sit down." So I know we have some older folks that are maybe on the sidelines or maybe still waiting to come in. If you are able to stand and you see some older folks, please give them your seat. Thank you. All right. There being no further discussion, there's a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda. That is items 6 through 33. Please vote. Okay. The motion carries. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Okay, let's get started with items 4 and 5, which will be discussed at the same time, but voted on individually. Madam Clerk, please read the captions.
Item number 4 is a resolution under which the City Council will not consider a proposed term sheet with the San Antonio Spurs for a proposed arena downtown until A, the City Council receives an independent economic impact study for the arena by a firm with no association with the Spurs organization or ownership, with economic analysis on par with what the City of Philadelphia received in 2024, notably impact on general fund. And 2, each City Council member has hosted at least 2 in-person publicly announced engagements with their constituents to receive feedback on the completed independent economic impact study and any proposed term sheets. Item number 5 is a resolution authorizing the city manager to complete negotiations and execute a non-binding term sheet with San Antonio Spurs Holdings, LLC, related to a downtown arena with substantially similar terms to the posted draft term sheet.
Great. Okay. Great. So in accordance with the agenda, I will present first. Let me also just take a point of privilege. We've got number 32 in the House. 32, can you stand up? Just kidding. As I have shared numerous times, I may or may not still have your card, right? Your trading card. Okay, please present. Please bring up my first slide. Okay. I feel very strongly about this. Because I want us to be successful. I want our community to revitalize our downtown. I want to make sure the Spurs stay in San Antonio for as long as possible. I do want to make sure, and I think that is best accomplished when folks feel like they have all of the data and feel like they have been brought into the process. So I've been very clear about why I think it's important that we take a strategic pause to ensure that is in fact the case, okay? And I think the community can appreciate much of the information that is pertinent to negotiations we've just received in the last 60 days, okay? In the last 60 days, the community has just become aware of the county's contribution, which is $311 million, absent a community benefits agreement, and the Spurs' contribution of $500 million. On July 25th, which is less than 30 days from today, we were first, the City Council was first publicly presented with a range of potential contributions from the city, which would be $350 million to $500 million, less than 30 days ago, assuming the Spurs Arena cost is 1.3 to 1.5. You may be asking, how did we get to this point? If you were watching the news and you thought, well, I thought you all were going to, discuss this in exec session and then potentially act on this next week. In all transparency, over the weekend, I received some information that there may be a push, frankly, to have a public vote on the term sheet as soon as today. And so by submitting my resolution, that the intent of that is to preserve us some decision space. Okay, to preserve us some decision space, because again, the term sheet, we had not, for folks to want to vote on a term sheet as of Sunday night that we had not yet seen by Sunday night, I thought was premature. And so wanted again to preserve that, that decision space, but also ensure my colleagues could weigh in on that proposed term sheet with the benefit of an independent economic study, as well as the benefit of the feedback from their people. Shortly after, on that same evening, 5 council colleagues requested to vote today on the proposed term sheet. Again, a term sheet that we had not yet seen as of Sunday evening. Next slide, please. Due diligence is not anti-progress, it is anti-poverty. It is really important that we take a hard look and get an independent look at the numbers. I would like nothing more than the assessment that has been provided to be 100% accurate. Hope, though, is not a strategy. We have seen in our community the times where we have not necessarily done our due diligence, and we can see the impacts of those each day. And again, this is about making sure that our folks have the data and are brought into the conversation. At this point in time, the only economic data that we have regarding this has been provided by the Spurs. And again, I think an independent look at this would allow us the confidence to go sell this to our community and sell it hard. If that independent economic data comes back and says, you know what, those Spurs numbers, they're right on, go for it, then we'll do that. If that independent economic data, though, shows something different, if it shows something different, then we owe it to the people of San Antonio to help them understand the difference, because they will live with the consequences. We will live with the consequences. The Spurs' consultant completed an economic study in January of 2025. That study was shared with myself and the council in July of 2025. Okay. As we also go through this, let me also just be clear about some of the other considerations that are in the back of my mind, and I know in the back of, or maybe the front of some people's minds, given their economic reality. On the horizon, we are going to see federal cuts in Medicare and Medicaid and SNAP and Social Security, the Children's Health Insurance Plan, tariffs, the impact of this project on our bond capacity, the fact that we are already living with 18% poverty. And as the city staff mentioned, if we don't do anything to help ourselves become structurally sound, our budget gap grows to $220 million by 2030. This is just due diligence. I'm not trying in any way to stop anything, but just make sure we are going into something eyes wide open, given what we know is on the horizon for our community. Next slide, please. Here are a couple of the questions that I think are really important for us to understand and consider, given the complexity of this project. Can we, in fact, support this number of arenas in our community? What is the impact to our general fund, the fund through which we pay for libraries and senior centers and cops and fire and EMS? This is not data that we should be afraid of. This is data that we should welcome and demand. Can we financially support this number of arenas given the size of our corporate base, which is much, much smaller than other cities in the top 10? Can we support this financially given the number of high-income and low-income populations in our community? Again, this is just data that we all should appreciate to help us understand if we can afford this. Next slide, please. I am very concerned, frankly, based on the feedback that I have received, very concerned that if the public does not trust this process, they may not come out and support the vote, the county's vote in November. I'm concerned about that. Because I don't know what would happen if that vote fails. So we help ourselves, we help our community by showing them that we've done our due diligence. We've gone out and got the independent data that corroborates or maybe shows a difference in what we've been presented, but we've done what we needed to do, right? And then we go get their feedback. We go get their feedback. I was just at a town hall regarding the budget, and folks were very interested in providing feedback on a potential $489 million contribution from the city. They were very interested in that. I think they would also be very interested in understanding the significance, the results from the independent economic study, which is why it is my recommendation that this body not vote on a term sheet. Some will say, oh, it's non-binding. Well, I just laid out the process for you, how quickly this has moved. Good luck trying to pull back $489 million. So taking the time to lay this out for our people with independent data and working to get their feedback will only increase the odds the county's November vote is successful. And if independent data is not available by November, we can tell people in good faith it's coming. It's coming, and folks should vote on the merits of the county's $311 million contribution. Next slide, please. Here's my final slide. So we have the time and we have the resources. A $489 million city contribution. I know there have been some estimates regarding what an independent economic impact study would cost. I think what has been thrown around, 250 to 500K, is actually quite high when I looked at the cost of the CSL studies. But let's just take as given the numbers that have been presented or offered. So for a $489 million city contribution, if the study costs $250K, that is the equivalent of 0.05 of our contribution. If the cost is $500K, that comes out to 0.1% of our contribution. That is the equivalent of spending $1 to understand if you should spend 1,000. When you look at the timeline here, this is a timeline that our city manager shared with me yesterday. And if you're asking, yes, this has been approved by the Spurs. So you can see we have all of calendar year 2026 to negotiate and so forth. The earliest that the city would call a vote is for the bond in May 2026, and we would have until February to do that. So we have 5 months to get the data and to receive public input. That is sufficient time to do that. I wasn't planning on doing this, but because I see Mr. Holt, may I ask, Mr. Holt, thank you for joining us today. Would you have an issue with the community taking a little bit more time to get?
Point of order.
Yeah.
Point of order.
Yeah.
One, this presentation should have been made from the front, and second, this was not in the presentation that we were calling up audience members. Okay. I think that should be saved for our discussion, council discussion.
Okay. City Attorney, is there any issue with me asking the question right now?
No issue, Mayor, other than, as the councilwoman pointed out, if there's going to be council discussion, it should be part of that. But
It wasn't meant to be council discussion. It was just one question to the Spurs owner.
Understood.
I feel this is council discussion, and for council discussion, we need a motion and a second.
Yeah, point of order, Andy, I agree with the councilwoman. I think we need a motion and a second on item 4 prior to going into discussion with anyone.
Sorry?
Mayor,
I can hear you. Go ahead.
I would recommend it's a simple thing. Just ask for a motion and a second, and then we can continue.
Okay, I'd like to. I asked one question to Mr. Holt. Is there I'd like to make a motion to hear from him. Is there a motion? Is there a second to do that?
I'm sorry, Mayor. No.
Go ahead, sorry.
A motion to approve, seconded. Then we can get into the discussion. I think
Item number 4.
Yeah.
Apologies. Thank you. Is there a motion to approve item 4 so we may move to discussion? There's a second. Okay. Ask him. Okay. Mr. Holt, if you'd be so kind as to approach the podium, or maybe from there if you'd like to share. Would welcome hearing from you directly. I think there's been a lot of concern about, the Spurs, the potential reaction to us taking a little bit more time to ensure we had an independent study to corroborate what your organization has provided. Is there any, at this point, opposition from the Spurs to us taking some time to do an independent study and then allowing time for us to engage our constituents?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. We believe that there's tremendous data already existing that shows really big economic impact of a new arena in the urban core. And then the independent study by CSL that the city staff used validated those numbers, which is the same group that did the economic impact study in Philadelphia as well. And so we feel like there's tremendous positive data that shows this project, this arena, is going to be great for San Antonio. And that's why we're willing to make a historic investment in our community and a historic investment in our urban core, which we're excited about.
Thank you for that. At a previous session, we had a meeting, and there was some concern about some of the ownership of CSL. And so I think the independent assessment of the numbers would be helpful to our community to say, to show that we have gotten a level of analysis, economic rigor on par with what Philadelphia got, but done by an entity that did not have any ownership ties with the Spurs organization. Would you still? And again, I think this is in the interest of making sure we're successful in November. So in light of that, would there be any opposition from the Spurs organization to us seeking an independent economic assessment and affording us additional time to engage with our constituents, not only on the findings of that independent study, but also the draft term sheet?
I think there's ample information that exists today that shows incredible positive impact, which is why we're willing to invest billions of dollars in this project and commit to a community benefits agreement that has never been done in San Antonio and continue to pour time, energy, love, and money into this city that belongs to the Spurs and that the Spurs belong to it. And I think there's tremendous data that exists. I think there's also a tremendous opportunity that we have between now and the election to create an awareness campaign and go out and talk to our constituents and your constituents and leave it up to them to vote in November if they support this project, which we are very positive about.
So the clapping is unlike midnight mass. But yeah, there you go. There you go. I'm going to try just one more time. Just kind of yes or no, Mr. Holt. Is there an opposition to us seeking an independent economic study and allowing us additional time to engage with our constituents? Just yes or no, please.
I'm going to try one more time again. There's ample information that shows. This city deserves.
Order, please, order.
This city deserves an urban core that we are proud of, that is unifying, that's accessible, and that makes San Antonio world-class, continues San Antonio's progress to be a world-class destination, and we're willing to invest billions of dollars into that. Thank you.
Eric, do you have a presentation you'd like to make?
For the next item, Mayor?
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, we'll go ahead and move to that.
Hold on 1 second. Is that, Madam Clerk, Eric can make his presentation right now?
Since we're having the public speak on both 4 and 5, it would be helpful if the public could see both presentations.
Well, I'm gonna point of order. I'm gonna ask Andy. I don't know that I have an objection to hearing them both now, but we are gonna have separate votes, right? First on 4 and then on 5. Is that right?
That's correct, Councilman. They're separate items, so they require separate votes.
All right. Well, if my colleagues are okay with hearing both, then yeah, let's go ahead then, Eric. Thank you.
Thank you for confirming what I just said, Councilman White. City Manager Walsh, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. As Ben goes up to the presentation, it's a relatively short presentation that recaps the term sheet that was listed on today's agenda. I wanted to, as he gets prepared, kind of reset for the council the objectives that we utilized to negotiate the term sheet. One was to not use any existing city funds to pay for the arena. 2 was to mitigate the city's risk associated with the arena. 3, achieve a guaranteed private development on city property surrounding the arena. 4, negotiate a community benefits agreement over the complete 30-year term. And then lastly, ensure the Spurs remain in San Antonio long-term. The term sheet accomplishes those 5 objectives, and I'll turn it over to Ben to kind of walk through. It's a short presentation. I know there are a lot of folks in the room that want to speak, so we'll get through this quickly. Ben?
Thank you, Eric. Good morning, Mayor and Council members. If you could, thank you. So just as a reminder, again, we've talked about this. This term sheet is a non-binding framework for future definitive negotiations on definitive agreements for the project. It does not constitute an offer, acceptance, or a legally binding agreement. It is an agreement between the city and the Spurs that is conditioned upon the approval of the ballot measure that the Bexar County Commissioners Court has put forth for November 4th on the venue tax funding for this project. Just at a high level, again, we're talking about the arena project specifically. This slide has been updated. You've seen it before, but essentially outlines the funding for the arena itself. The Spurs contribution is on the far left at $500 million plus any cost overruns. The county number is at $311 million with a potential contribution of it's up to 25% of the project cost, up to a maximum of $311 million. Our contribution in the term sheet would be up to 38% of the cost of the arena, up to a maximum of $489 million. If you add up the $500 million, the $311, and the $489, that is the $1.3 billion approximate cost that you see on the bottom of this slide. It is approximate because it can change. The really important feature is over on the left. If it does go above the $1.3 billion, that is solely the Spurs' responsibility. Breaking that down a little bit more, again, the Spurs team will put in $500 million plus any cost overruns. And then on the county side, we've got the venue tax, which is really comprised of 2 things. The county hot tax at 1.75%. They've got an inclusion in there to take that to 2%, which is the maximum allowed under state law. And then we've got the motor vehicle rental tax at 5%. That is what it will be on the November 4th election. That would allow up to a maximum contribution of $311 million. Again, as Eric talked about, the structure of our contribution to the arena was predicated on not using existing city resources or funds. This is that structure. So on the top part here, we've got the arena lease. So when the arena is built, the Spurs will be paying a lease or rent for that building. We have the Hemisphere Tours that has very little development in it today, that they will be providing guaranteed new mixed-use development, hotel, office, housing, and retail that will be constructed over about a 12-year period of time. The property taxes from that will be guaranteed through that TERS, so that's a funding source. And then the ground leases for that private development will be part of the funding structure as well. And then on the far right, we have our project financing zone that we reestablished in May of this year that designated the Convention Center complex as the qualifying project. That includes the arena, the Convention Center, and the Alamo Dome. So these are state revenues that are incremental revenues in a 3-mile zone around the complex. So these are revenues that would normally flow to the state budget. They're going to allow us to capture and use for this project. All of those combined get us to the $489 million contribution that I mentioned, maximum. This slide is new from what you've seen before. I'm going to spend a little bit of time on it and describe what it is. So when we take that $489 million contribution to the arena and we do a bond financing, how does that debt get paid for? This slide outlines that. So on the top, the arena lease, the new development and development within the Hemisphere TERS, the ground lease that will be paid by private developers, when you combine all of that revenue stream and we project that over the life of the debt, it accounts for about 52% of that debt service. The remaining 48% comes from the state's incremental hotel associated revenue that I mentioned in that 3-mile zone. So it's really a combination of using the Spurs and developers, guarantees, contributions, and leases and rents, along with the state's incremental hotel associated revenue that allows us to pay for the debt service on these bonds. Now I'm going to mention, because I'm sure I'll get the question about why it still says preliminary, this bond issue, it would be scheduled for around 2028, probably fall of 2028. That timeline could slide a little bit, But as with any bond issue that we do, it's going to be preliminary until we get closer to the bond sale itself, because we've got to look at where the financial markets are. You got to look at where interest rates are. We will structure the debt based on what we see in the market at that point in time. Debt service reserves, how we structure the debt, how much is callable, all those features will go in. And obviously, we will do everything we can to drive down the cost of borrowing like we would on any bond issue that we do. This next slide just highlights the area that we're talking about. The lighter shaded area is the district that we have been discussing before, highlights the areas of investment. We've got the expansion of the convention center. We've got potential renovation of the Wood Federal Courthouse into a music venue. We've, of course, got the Spurs Arena, renovations of the Alamo Dome, and potentially a hotel later on to the north, kind of where the Sauce Chillwater plant is today. So the light shaded area just is really describing the area that we're talking about from a district perspective, the areas of investment that we have been focused on the projects that we have been working on. The darker blue area is specifically related to the term sheet and outlines two things. One, it outlines the area where the arena would go if this moves forward. And the second is it outlines those areas of private development, where those guaranteed development is going to be coming from the Spurs and their developer or developers. It's about approximately 25 acres. About 7 acres will be used for the arena, about 18 acres for that mixed-use private development. These slides, I'm going to go through pretty quickly. These are really just coming out of the term sheet. I'll just highlight the provisions, but obviously there's more detail within the term sheet that's attached to the item. But again, the Spurs, when we talk about their obligations in the term sheet, they will be responsible for making a contribution of $500 million to the arena project itself, plus covering any cost overrun. So if that number exceeds $1.3 billion, that is solely their responsibility to fund. They will also be required, along with a developer or developers, to commit to $1.4 billion in guaranteed taxable value increment for new mixed-use development over a 12-year period. That will occur on the 18 acres that we just looked at on the previous slide, and will occur and be built out over the 12-year period. It is broken up in the term sheet into two phases. This is really important because that first phase, the $500 million in guaranteed taxable value, has to go in at the same time as the arena. There's language in the term sheet that requires that development be ready to move and be executed at the same time the arena moves forward. If it doesn't, we don't move forward with our financing. So those two are tied. So that development will go in at the same time as the arena. The remaining $900 million or so will go in over the balance of that development period. Community benefits, the Spurs will contribute $2.5 million annually over the arena lease term, which is 30 years, for a total of $75 million. As we had talked about before and had recommended, it is funding coming into this community benefits fund. At the end of the day, that funding will be allocated based on a process that you all decide. They will continue to maintain their historic philanthropic efforts within the community. Many of those are listed in the term sheet. I won't go through all those, but obviously they talk about youth sports, support for small businesses. There's a long list there. The Spurs intend, as they've told us, to continue to do those efforts in the community as well. They also agreed as part of the term sheet to pay the city's entry wage as a minimum for all full-time employees at the arena. Another key point here, as the Spurs will provide, if we have a successful election in November, they will provide up to $30 million in funding that would occur this calendar year that the city will use to buy the federal property from the General Services Administration. That property will be owned by us, the city, and will be leased to private developers, so we'll be getting the ground lease and that private development on that. But this contribution was important from the standpoint that this is something we need to probably execute by the end of this calendar year. This provided a source of funding for us to be able to do that. We had other options, but this is a better option for us to be able to move forward, execute, and buy that property, and we're able to work that out in partnership with the Spurs. The Spurs will also pay initial rent in the arena in year one. When it opens, it'll be $4 million, escalating by 2% year thereafter. Just to put that in context, they pay $1.3 million per year. I think that has been the rent that has been in place in their current deal for 30 years, or will be for 30 years when they go through the end of that lease. That's $39 million. This $4 million escalating at 2% has a value of about $160 million. The Spurs will also solely be responsible for operating and maintaining the arena. All capital, day event operation, repairs and replacements, anything that is an issue with the arena will be solely their responsibility. There is a non-relocation commitment in the term sheet that will require the Spurs to maintain their NBA franchise in San Antonio, play their home games in the arena, and then there were some exceptions noted in the term sheet. Just a couple of other things I'll highlight. The arena will be owned by the city, so by a city-controlled entity, I should say. While the Spurs are going to make a significant investment into the building, the county is going to invest a venue tax. This will be an asset that will be owned inside of a city-controlled entity. The Spurs will have the exclusive naming, advertising, and broadcast rights to the arena. The city is going to retain naming, advertising, and signage rights to the district. The areas excluding the arena, the remaining arena site, kind of the plaza outside of, expected plaza outside of the arena, and those private development areas that I mentioned. As part of the term sheet, obviously, in order to make this deal work, the city is going to have to move forward and acquire the ITC property from the University of Texas system. I mentioned the acquisition of the federal property from the General Services Administration. We'll again be using that $30 million upfront contribution that the Spurs would be making towards this project later on this calendar year in order to acquire that property. And then we do need to extend the term of the Hemisphere TERS. So we need to align that term with the bond financing. So as we issue debt out of that with a source being pledged from the TERS, we need to make sure that aligns with that bond financing. And then a couple things I wanted to mention here. Our contribution of funds, I mentioned what happened in 2028. That timeline could move, but as we planned it out, it's in 2028. In order for us to move forward with an issuance, we've got to hit the financial metrics that we've been modeling in our assumptions. So things like debt service coverage, I won't get into the weeds, but as we talk about kind of what those revenues look like, the PFZ revenues, that'll need a little bit of time to mature. We'll be able to look at those over the next couple of years. But one of the conditions to this is we've got to be able to hit some metrics from a financial perspective before we would recommend issuing bonds for the project. The term sheet does also include a reference to a renovation of the arena between the 13th and 15th year of operation. It is subject to agreement on a funding mechanism, so I think in the definitive agreements, it will outline a requirement that be looked at in the 13th and 15th years, and the parties will review that at that point in time. Important feature, much like we would with our own buildings or what we should be doing with our buildings, is you really want to make sure you refresh, keep them up to date, and do everything you can to extend the life of that building far beyond 30 years. So that's going to be an important feature of it as well. The Spurs, as an NBA basketball team, are obviously subject to the ongoing authority of the rules of the NBA. A couple of things here on collaboration. The parties, we, the city, and the Spurs, agree to collaborate on parking, transportation, and security for arena events and related activities. Keep in mind the arena would be opening based on this timeline in roughly the summer of 2032, so about 7 years from now. We'll continue to work with the Spurs. It would be a shared responsibility. Obviously, we have buildings in the district. We will have to work on what that looks like in terms of that shared responsibility for these activities. The last one I'm excited about as well. This provision really talks about the fact that if our convention center expansion moves forward, it will likely be on a similar path or similar timeline. What the Spurs have talked about, what we have talked about with them, is really looking for areas where we can identify cost savings through efficiencies, everything from how we procure materials. I mean, if we can get a better price for buying steel for both facilities, then we should do that. If we can find ways to be more efficient through the procurement process, then we should do that. Capital, or how we do project management, all of those elements that go around procurement, project management, we want to look at all those activities and see between those facilities, can we capture efficiencies or savings that we could both benefit from? So I'm really excited about that approach. That's something we'll continue to work on with them as well. And with that, Mayor, that kind of sums up the highlights of the term sheet. Staff does recommend approval, and then we are available for questions.
Thank you, Ben. Let's move on to members of the public signed up to speak on items 4 and 5. I will call individuals in order of sign up. The first person is Graciela Sanchez, followed by Haywood Sanders. All individuals will have 2 minutes to speak, and groups of 3 or more will have a total of 6 minutes. We have 108 folks signed up to speak, so I would ask that as I call you and say, hey, you're on deck, please make your way here so we can get through this pretty expeditiously. So Graciela Sanchez, followed by Haywood Sanders, please.
I'm up with Sherry Campos as well. So,
okay, 4 minutes, please.
My name is Graciela Sanchez, and I represent the Esperanza Peace and Justice Center. We support item number 4. For most of its history, San Antonio has been controlled by its business elite, who use government authority to profit off the poor. This exploitation was aided by at-large election of council members. In 1977, under threat of suit by MALDEF, the city agreed to single-member districts. We thought that representation by 10 council members would revolutionize the city government, because council members would represent the interests of their constituents in different parts of the city. But 48 years later, we see that control of this city is still in the hands of the financial elite. And government is still being used to exploit our middle and working class communities. Project Marvel is a vivid example of this. For about 2 years, the city manager and his staff have been negotiating a deal to create the sports and entertainment district in backroom sessions, complete with non-disclosure agreements, which have kept you, our elected representatives, out of the discussions. Finally, on July 25th, our new mayor hosted a special council meeting on Project Marvel. For the first time, the public was given the opportunity to speak to the council about the project. And it wasn't until July 28th that we saw the so-called economic analysis, a 22-page promotional packet that lacks supporting data and analysis. This was less than a month ago, guys. Yet you are ready to agree to an extraordinary expenditure of funds on this project, the details and impact of which you remain ignorant. You all were told, oh, this is a special arrangement with the state. The city could keep the state's portion of the hot tax. But of course, that special arrangement was created by city lobbyists in Austin at the bidding of these same wealthy investors to convince you to approve a commitment of funds in the amount of at least $459 million, that is $549 million, that is $489 million, and the extra $60 million for the purchase of the land for the future arena. And you are willing to accept an unsupported prediction that the hotel tax money will cover this extraordinary commitment without any detailed economic analysis. In May, you were told, this past May, you were told that the sales and hot taxes For this coming budget, we're not meeting budget projections. But now you believe that the hot tax will generate enough to cover the term sheet commitment? And they tell you the term sheet is not binding. But do you really believe that the City Council will have another opportunity to renegotiate contribution? It'll never happen. You are doing this without requiring a detailed independent analysis. Many of you are business people, or you consider yourself caretakers of public funds, but you surely know that a responsible business person would require an independent economic analysis. So apparently you are willing to compromise your own business integrity in order to serve the interests of San Antonio's economic elite. Shame on you. And so much for single-member districts and representative democracy in San Antonio. Muchas gracias.
Haywood Sanders, followed by Lupita Gonzalez.
Could you call Antonio Cabral as well?
Antonio Cabral, 1 second, let's find him on here. Oh, I see him, number 62. Okay. 4 minutes.
Right. Thank you very much. Mayor, council members, city manager, my name is Haywood Sanders. I'm a resident of District 1 and a professor emeritus of public administration at UTSA. I'd like to speak directly to item 4 and the proposal for an independent economic analysis. I've looked at the very modest amount of material that the Spurs organization has made available from the report done by Stone Planning on the economic impact of a new arena. Frankly, there's barely anything there. There are numbers, but it's impossible to find out what the assumptions are that lie behind the numbers, what the methodology is that generated those numbers, and what those numbers, the likelihood that those numbers actually reasonably represent what we can expect with a second arena. Most notably, the Stone report indicates that the number of out-of-town visitors and the number of out-of-town, as a result, the number of hotel room nights generated by those out-of-town visitors will more than double with a new arena. Now, unless our existing Frost Bank Center is going to evaporate into thin air, it's simply not clear how a new arena will generate so many new events that will attract the out-of-town visitor activity that drives the economic impact that that report suggests will happen. You heard from Peter Holt. He is simply unwilling to support an independent analysis. It makes no sense. A second set of eyes, an independent look at the Stone report and the kind of methodology and assumptions built into it is critical. And you have the time and you have the resources to make sure that those numbers are reasonable. Otherwise, we're just talking about whether or not we love the Spurs and whether we have some grand vision and whether, as the 7th largest city in the country, we deserve to have 2 arenas. And I'm sorry, for me, and I trust for you, that's simply not good enough. But let me add something else, particularly when it's been indicated that CSL reviewed those numbers and said they were coincident with other studies that CSL has done. We haven't had much time to take a look at the full report of CSL on the convention center, the Alamo Dome, and the mixed-use district that surround them, because that report was just released a matter of days ago. But I've taken a look at that latest CSL report labeled Final Draft, and there are problems there. There are questions there. There are numbers that simply don't fit. And so not only do we need the time, do we need the independent view of the economic impact and potential benefit of a new Spurs arena, along with the existing Frost Bank Center. We need some really serious analysis and answers from CSL.
Thank you, sir.
That can justify what they found.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Lupita Gonzalez, followed by Father Aguilar.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. I urge you to require an independent economic impact analysis before moving forward with any further negotiations or voting on any term sheet. We, citizens and taxpayers, deserve full transparency about the costs and benefits of this project, including indirect costs. I was very shocked at the 9th hour of our last session that city staff were unaware what a displacement impact assessment was. Also, there was a comment made by city staff saying there will be no displacement. That is terrifying. That city staff are ill-equipped, unaware, or pretending to be. I don't know which it is. I urge you to also require a race and health equity impact assessment, including climate, housing, and environmental impact analysis. Here in San Antonio, the reality is stark. There is a 20-year difference in city expectancy between zip code 78207 and wealthier parts of our city. This gap is not an accident. Redlining and structural racism still shapes who thrives and who struggles. And that's why this council's existing policies matter. On page 42 of San Antonio's Housing Policy Framework, under its stated policy priority labeled Prevent and Mitigate Displacement, its policy priority requires public agencies to conduct a displacement impact assessment for public projects over $15 million and to budget for mitigation. The essay Climate Ready adds on page 48 that we must include anti-displacement measures to help vulnerable residents stay in their homes. So I say let's require the independent economic impact study, require the independent race and health equity impact assessment. San Antonio will not repeat the mistakes of the past, and every child, no matter their zip code, deserves the chance to be healthy and have a thriving future. Thank you.
Father Richard Aguilar, followed by Azul Root.
Good morning, Mayor Jones and members of the council. This is the third time I've ever spoken before the city council, and it's all happened in the last month. But I'm a native of San Antonio, and I'm a Spurs fan since 1973. And I have to tell you, this is the first time that I've sat in front of the ownership, Sean Elliott or R.C. Buford. Nonetheless, I say, go Spurs, go. But I say, no term sheet, no. This would be like the Spurs management drafting a player that the Los Angeles Lakers would recommend, sight unseen. What we're looking for is impartiality. What we're looking for is objectivity. I speak to you as an economics major. I studied micro and macroeconomics, wrote term papers on COPS, on VIA, way back in the 1970s. So I understand how cities work, and that's why I'm back here in my hometown. And in my retirement from the Episcopal Church, I don't go to the Spurs games very much because it's just expensive. And my guess is that what we're looking at is something even more expensive for the city. I've said it before. The ownership of the Golden State Warriors and the ownership of the Los Angeles Lakers paid for their new arenas. Why can't that happen here? So I commend you. I commend you to be impartial. Note mistakes that other cities are in the middle of. Tampa, with their baseball team. Kansas City, where their baseball team and their football team, even though they won Super Bowls, are threatening to leave and holding the cities hostage. You all represent San Antonio. You look like San Antonio. I've said it to you. I hope you act on behalf of the common good of all of San Antonio. Thank you.
Azul Root, followed by Melissa Hudson.
Good morning. Thank you. Thank you all for being here. When I hear $500 million, I can't help but to think of my comadre, mis amigas. 2 jobs they work, one downtown, one on the south side, and still the rent goes up, and still she must choose CPS bill or the groceries, the AC or las tortillas. She told me, ya no puedo más. I don't know how much longer I can keep this up. That, council members, is San Antonio. Not concrete, not contracts, not another arena in the sky. San Antonio is people, la gente, the workers who scrubbed the floors, who teach the children, who carry the city on their backs. And today, esa gente is speaking. We're saying, loud and clear, con calma, slow down. Vote yes to pause. Vote yes for a study not tied to the Spurs. Vote yes for real town halls where la voz del pueblo can rise. Because San Antonio is not for sale. San Antonio is us, and we will remember. Thank you.
In the interest of time, I'm going to ask 3 or 4 folks to line up so we can move a little bit faster. So Melissa Hudson, Araceli Herrera, Tomas Aguilar, and then Jeff Webster. So Melissa Hudson, Araceli Herrera, Tomas Aguilar, Jeff Webster, in that order.
May I give brief instructions for the Spanish speakers? Okay. A las personas que van a hablar en español, les pedimos que hablen en frases cortas.
To the persons that are speaking in Spanish, we ask them to speak in short phrases.
Por favor, haga una pausa entre las frases para interpretación.
And please pause between phrases or sentences for interpretation.
Igualmente como estamos demostrando ahora.
Just like we're demonstrating at the moment.
Melissa Hudson? Okay.
Araceli.
No. Okay, Ms. Herrera, please.
La mayoría de la gente no viene por los Spurs.
The most of the people do not come because of
Viene
the
por
Spurs.
el río, la influencia de la cultura mexicana,
Because they come for the rio,
las misiones,
the Mexican influence, the culture,
la comida,
food, the missions,
por la calidez de su gente trabajadora,
due to the warmth of the working people here.
porque esta ciudad es virgen.
Because this is a virgin
No ha
city.
sido mancillada por edificios.
It has not been violated by all the buildings.
Esta ciudad tiene el encanto del mariachi,
This city, it has the enchantment of
la
mariachis.
vestimenta,
It has its dresses,
su música,
the music,
sus bailables.
the dances.
Pero vienen por el tequila,
But everybody comes for the
por las
tequila,
margaritas,
to drink the margaritas,
no por los Spurs,
not for the Spurs.
que empobrecen a los trabajadores que servimos todo lo que acabamos de mencionar.
They just make everyone that I've worked in whatever I have mentioned, they make them
Prometen
poorer.
que habrán buenos salarios.
They promise good salaries.
Soy testigo de que no.
I'm a witness that it's not so.
Trabajé por muchos años sirviendo banquetes en el este.
I've worked for many years
15
serving
años.
banquets in the east side for 15 years.
Otro grupo de trabajadores excluidos
We were another group of excluded
de las
workers,
leyes laborales.
excluded from labor laws.
Solamente ganaba 7.50 la hora
I was
por
making,
10 años.
for 10 years, I made
Tengo
$7.50 an
65
hour.
años
I'm
y
65
no me
years
puedo
old,
retirar
and I cannot
porque me moriría de
retire
hambre.
because I would starve.
No a la arena de los Spurs, ni un quinto del pueblo trabajador.
No,
ni un
say
quinto
no to
de
that.
nosotras las trabajadores. Que haya justicia para nosotros los pobres y los ricos que den su dinero.
No, say no to the Spurs arena that not, help the poor, do not give money to the rich.
Hay mucha necesidad de nosotros los trabajadores.
The workers
Hay mucha pobreza.
have great need. They're poor. There's a lot of poverty.
Nosotros lo vivimos a diario de la coalición en el West Side.
We live it every day in the West Side
¿Cómo
Coalition.
llega la gente con tanta necesidad y tanta pobreza?
We see so many people arriving with so much
Y lo
need,
más
so much poverty.
vergonzoso de esta ciudad es que tiraron un museo por una arena
And the
de
most
básquetbol. ¡Qué vergüenza!
And the most embarrassing thing is that
¿Dónde
they
está la
destroyed a
cultura?
museum for an arena.
¿Dónde está el respeto a la historia?
Where we're going to
¿Dónde
respect
está el
history,
orgullo de la historia de esta ciudad?
to respect culture.
Gracias.
Where is this city's pride? Thank you.
Tomas Aguilar, followed by Jeff Webster, followed by Maria Victoria de la Cruz.
Thank you, Mayor Jones. And yes, I could, but not that good. My Spanish is all right, but English is better. Thank you for allowing me to speak here. Welcome to all the new members, Mayor Jones. I have a few comments. I'll try not to replicate, but I'll start out by saying I do have an independent economic analysis, a term sheet here. I would love to share with you all, but I'm going to give you some highlights right now. Number one, it's not too hard to do to have an independent economic analysis. It's really absurd that we won't even consider it. In the community, the conversations we have are like, we all love the Spurs, but what's the rush? What are they hiding, right? Independent economic analysis, not commercials like we've been hearing. They're basically PR materials and all that. But if they weren't hiding anything, we would be doing one because the stakes are high. When you look at the projected budget shortfall for the city, and this is for all of you, our leaders, when you look at that, put it in context of that. In addition to that, the budget cuts coming from the big, beautiful bill, it's an economic catastrophe about to happen. Perhaps that's why this is trying to be rushed through, right? Just like you're rushing it through, like when we created the COVID vaccine, warp speed and all that. Imagine if we did this to fund our needs, our existing needs, and the needs that are coming up that we know. What if we did it for our budget shortfalls? The fact that we can't even agree to have an independent analysis, that's problematic, and that's the talk of the town, right? Instead, we have we're cheerleading for the Spurs. We all love the Spurs. These studies, they're not really studies, they're commercials. But imagine if we put all that energy into really looking at all the needs that exist and that are coming up. But we can't even answer whether we would support an economic independent analysis, right? The Spurs owner, he won't answer the question. The playbook is old, to be quite honest. So I'm willing to share this.
Jeff Webster, followed by Maria Victoria de la Cruz, followed by Carolina Calderon, and then Jesse Cáceres.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I'd also like to, Carolina's offered me her 2 minutes also, if you don't mind. Mayor and Council, my name is Jeff Webster. I'm the President and CEO of the Greater San Antonio Chamber. As I've said before, I've also had the opportunity to sit in the very seats you sit in and to look at these kind of decisions. I was in this a long time ago. I was around right after the Alamo. I was involved in the new arena. There are things that separate those two projects from what you're looking at today. Yes, we built arenas. Yes, we built an Alamo Dome. But what followed those at times and lessons we've learned from is we offered promises. Well, we promise this will come. We promise that will come. The difference is what we're seeing today, what you saw on those slides presented by the city on item 5, talks about commitment. Mr. Holt, I thank you and the Spurs for offering up not only the $500 million for the arena, but the additional money to invest. And it's not a promise, it's a commitment. It's not build it and they will come. It's build it and we will build it. There is a big difference in that. In the construction and engineering world, we call that the cost of indecision. The cost of indecision will drive up the cost. The cost of indecision will make projects go away. The cost of indecision will kill economic development. The earlier slides talked about poverty. Do you know what cures poverty? Economic development, jobs, opportunity, new businesses. I've talked about, Mayor, I've talked about before, I'm a firm believer this will create several thousand jobs in construction. But this project is just a part of what runs from what I know we've talked about on the west side, the economic development we're trying to create over there, flowing up through downtown to the Alamo, where $750 million of state money is investing into San Antonio, to our Riverwalk, where we're seeing businesses close. We've got to create economic development. Into Hemisphere Plaza, which is amazing, to the new arena, all the way over to our friends at the rodeo and the economic development on the east side. You want to cure poverty? Help us create economic development. Thank people that want to come town and put $2 billion into the community. We believe in winning. The Spurs are the winningest franchise around. Let's get on board with this. Let's move forward. There's plenty of transparency and conversation we continue to have. But Mayor, I thank you for the opportunity to speak today. This is about democracy. I'm going to close with this, and I said it yesterday at the press conference. Let's vote. The vote will land one way or the other. And I commit to you, Council, whichever way this lands on, we're going to rally behind that decision. Mayor, if it supports your amendment, we'll be there. If it goes the other way, we're going to be there. We recommend support moving forward, but it's time for unity and unification in this community, not community, but not division. Division needs to come to an end. Thank you, Mayor, for your time. Appreciate it very much.
Maria Victoria de la Cruz, Jessica Cáceres, Leticia Sanchez will be next. Ma'am, do you have a group with you? Okay. Did the others sign up? Or?
Okay. Maria Victoria is giving me her place.
Ma'am, what is your name?
Liz Davila. Liz Davila.
Elizabeth Davila, number 55. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. 4 minutes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning, Madam Mayor and City Council members. My name is Liz Davila, and I'm a leader with Texas Organizing Project. I was born and raised in the West Side, and I know my San Antonio. My mother used to bring my siblings along with myself to shop for shoes and clothes. As I got older, when I went to high school in Fox Tech, I also went and bought my senior prom dress and shoes and so on. So I seen San Antonio change. Those stores, all those stores are gone. Many other stores have come and gone. So my question is, you won 3 expensive stores in this project, Marvel. How are they going to survive when they're going to be located way out in Durango and 37, out in the corner? How are they going to make money? You know, they're going to be away from commerce and Houston and the river. They're going to make money. And another thing, San Antonio has more than 60 beautiful hotels, and you want another hotel? And for us to pay? No, hombre. And the last Spurs sold out was January 13, 2023. And you want another dome for us to pay? Come on, get real. I'm asking you to support the mayors to do an independent analysis. You were voted here for your people. You're not voted here to be a yes man. So do what's right and listen to your voters. We need good paying jobs, not minimum wage. So what's the rush? Thank you.
Jesse Cáceres, Leticia Sanchez, Stanley Van. Actually, I'm going to ask the speakers to literally line up behind the other speakers so we can move. Thank you.
Good morning, Mayor. Good morning, Council. Thank you again for hearing us out today. First off, thank you, Mr. Holt and the Spurs team here that are really giving us a gift, right? Today is a day in history. It is not the Spurs versus the city. It is the city partnering with the Spurs. Once again, it is not the city versus the Spurs. It is the city partnering with the Spurs. What other company is going to come to San Antonio and literally hand us billions of economic development? Please, go ahead and let me know who is. The San Antonio Spurs, they're our identity, they're our culture, they are community. They are offering billions to San Antonio's education, development, and growth. Now, I guarantee you that majority of our citizens here today didn't get a hotel to be here today, didn't rent a car here for today. So they should not be worried about the hot tax. They should not be worried about the motor vehicle rentals because they are citizens of San Antonio. Now, mind you, they are providing over $2 billion in investment. This is not going to be a part of a non-binding, this is not non-binding, and we need to move forward with this. This is not a contract. And I can guarantee you, we need to start acting like a world-class city. We have a UNESCO designation. We are a city of gastronomy, and we need to start providing for that as well. From our neighbors from the east side to the south side and everywhere in between, I guarantee and I'm confident as a council that you all will solve housing crisis. You all will solve food insecurities because you guys are passionate about our city as we are as well. And I guarantee you, with this stadium, it is going to be a staple for everyone that comes through our new airports, our new terminals. They are going to see San Antonio as the gem that we are. So stop holding San Antonio hostage from opportunity. Help us move forward for opportunities to come. Thank you.
Leticia Sanchez, Stanley Van, Allison Kustoff, and Joe Diaz.
Good morning. My name is Leticia Sanchez, and I'm speaking on behalf of the residents who live in the historic West Side boundaries, many of whom can't be here because they do actually have to go to work during meeting times, and who have consistently stated at our meetings their objections to diverting our city resources to subsidize the construction of a new arena. We can't understand why city staff has spent so much time planning for development in our downtown, which doesn't benefit most of us, while there are so many more serious issues that need to be addressed. Why does San Antonio continue to make the same economic mistakes over and over at the expense of the residents and our city's economic well-being? We will soon be experiencing budget cuts and the loss of city staff, yet you're rushing to make a deal with billionaires who can certainly afford to pay for the arena. Our people have been struggling for years, as rents and property appraisals and cost of food and medications increase, and as at the same time health care assistance and food benefits are being taken away. In the eyes of our community, this city continues to play by the good old boy system, where the people with money, developers and big business owners, tell the people with power, city staff and certain council members, what they want, while so many residents continue to earn low wages, requiring them to work more than one job just to get by. We've consistently asked that you take the time to research other similar projects, and we support the mayor's request for an independent economic impact study. If you don't do this, that will confirm that this city is run by the people with money and power, and that those of us with little wealth and power are of no concern to you. Thank you for your time.
Stanley Van, Allison Kustoff, Joe Diaz, and then Cops Metro, Father Drennan.
Yes, good morning. I am a senior citizen, a taxpayer, and a voter in San Antonio. And I'm also a San Antonio Spurs fan. This is the first time that I've set foot in this chamber. And judging by the attendance here today, I would say this is probably atypical. As a Spurs fan, I trust that the Spurs will be an excellent partner in the execution of Project Marvel, which I support. But I also want to say that as a taxpayer, I think that an independent cost-benefit analysis should be done. And I think that as you, our city council, elected by people like me, you need to stop and consider the fact that we need to verify the cost benefits of this project, because a lot of people are going to be paying for them for years to come. I think we should trust, but I think we should also verify. Thank you.
Mayor, council members, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm Allie Kustoff, and I'm here in strong support of approving the term sheet for Project Marvel and the Spurs' new arena. For me, like so many San Antonians, the Spurs are more than just a team. They represent family memories, community pride, and the very best of our city's values: teamwork, resilience, and excellence. The Spurs have given so much to San Antonio, and this project is a chance for us to build on the legacy together. We often say education is the best investment we can make, not because classrooms pay dividends themselves, but because they open doors to opportunity and growth. This arena is the same, an investment in San Antonio's future prosperity. And the numbers show it's also a great deal for the city. The Spurs are committing over $2 billion to this project, even covering the cost of overruns. And importantly, no general funds or local tax dollars will be spent on the arena. This is a true public-private partnership, one that drives economic growth without burdening taxpayers. Right now, cities like New Orleans are winning major conventions and events that could and should be here. San Antonio is equally unique, equally easy to reach, and one of the best host cities in the nation. San Antonio can compete, but only if we invest boldly. This project will create a vibrant destination district that enhances everyday life for residents, attracts visitors, and fuels long-term economic activity. We must have facilities and experiences that match our reputation. San Antonio stands at a crossroads. I urge you to approve this term sheet so we don't risk falling behind, but instead seize this once-in-a-generation opportunity. Let's give ourselves the opportunity to do more of what we are really good at: being great hosts. Let's invest in this arena, in our Spurs, and in San Antonio's future. Thank you.
Joe Diaz. Is Joe Diaz here? Okay. Father Drennan with Cops Metro. And then Brett Finley, Stephanie Reyes, and Jenny Carnes.
Thank you, Mayor. We do have 4 people signed up to speak. Myself, Father Dennis Schaefer, Lupita Valdez, and Pastor Ricky Georgetown, and we'll be speaking as a group.
Okay, go ahead, Father.
My name is Lupita Valdez. I'm a parishioner of Sacred Heart Church and a leader of Cops Metro. I'm tired of life that will not impact the general fund of the city. Terrorist money is public money, property tax money that is captured often for luxury development. It's money that could go to the general fund. I know because I live in the terrace. On the west side, on the zip code 78207, where people make only $19,000 a year. We want more money in the general fund. Don't tell us that this arena will not impact the general fund. It will. Don't let us, the project finance zone can be used for anything but the arena. The tax code says it can be used for streets, sidewalks, supported infrastructure around currently existing venues. It can be used for watersheds projects, clean water for our communities. Don't tell us the money cannot be used for anything but the arena. It can be used for much more. As a church, we believe that every person created with God-given dignity to our people deserve to see their homes, their taxes dollars invest in better neighborhoods that strengthens their homes, the schools, and the people. We're not asking for luxuries. We're asking for justice, equity, and the dignity for our families deserve.
Good morning. Good morning. My name is Reverend Dr. Ricky Georgetown, and I am the new pastor at St. Paul Methodist Church, which is the oldest black church in San Antonio. I'm new to San Antonio, and I just got here less than 2 months ago in the middle of all this, but I'm certainly not new to fighting for oppressed, marginalized, and vulnerable communities. My church and the neighborhood around it is living under the shadow of 2 arenas that promise to revitalize the community. And I tell you, I don't see revitalization in where the church is. All I see is gentrification. My congregation now travels from all over Bexar County. Now I am a newcomer here, but I'm shocked. I'm literally shocked at how this process has transpired. And the question I have is, how many public meetings have each of you had with your people to digest this term sheet? Is this really how San Antonio does politics? In the dark? In the back room? Rushing votes to push a deal through? Friends, please hear me. I think all of us are called to resist evil, injustice, and oppression in any form it may present itself.
Again, I'm Father Jimmy Drennan, the pastor of St. Margaret Mary, and with Cops Metro. I want to lift up the Judeo-Christian understanding of Jeremiah 29, which reminds us that a city is built up not in its buildings, but in its people. And we have, as an organization, continued to work with the city council and the city to lift up each and every working class family and each and every person in our city. We believe that economic development begins and ends with our people. COPS Metro Alliance, in its very origin, came up against some of the most unconscionable actions by City Council and city leadership, denying representation of our people on the City Council and completely omitting our communities from access to services that would better our communities. Born from that, COPS Metro has led the City of San Antonio as the conscience of our city, to make sure that we no longer do the unconscionable, but we continue to strive forward. We are an organization that says yes. We are not a no organization. We say yes to economic development. We say yes to just wages. We say yes to housing that is affordable. We say yes to job training that lifts people up and out of poverty. We say yes over and over to the city of San Antonio and to our people. And so we are asking all of you to hear us very clearly. What the mayor is recommending is not stopping anything from happening. It is instead saying yes to transparency, yes to an independent economic analysis that will keep our people in the know, that will educate and then allow our people to engage in meaningful dialogue with you, our leaders. We want to be able to talk to you, and we want to know that you represent the citizens of San Antonio, our needs, our hopes, our aspirations, our wants, and that you will bring that to this chamber. Thank you very much.
Brett Finley, Stephanie Reyes, Jenny Carnes, Derek Fox, and then Adam Eisenhower.
Good morning, Mayor and members of San Antonio City Council. My name is Brett Finley. I'm the President and CEO of the Metro SA Chamber. We're here to speak in full support of the negotiated term agreement here in front of you today. Our organization, which is comprised of hundreds of businesses across San Antonio, most of them locally owned and operated, and within those are tens of thousands of employees. Our board has had 10 long months to look at this information. We've asked the tough questions. We've been critical at times. Where's the money coming from? How is it going to be funded? What's the timeline? At every checkpoint, every benchmark along the way, they have met our expectations. And in fact, this term sheet here today, which has been negotiated in great faith, has met every one of those expectations to the infinite degree. Look, this is not rocket science. You're not having to put a blindfold on and take a leap of faith. You all have the requisite information in front of you to make a smart, strategic decision that's in the best interest of the city of San Antonio and its taxpayers for the next at least 30 years. But this is just beyond the game of basketball. This term sheet, it means a great deal to our community. It protects the taxpayers, $2 billion worth of private investment. It's unheard of across the NBA landscape. $75 million in a community benefits agreement, also unheard of here for the city of San Antonio. If you want cost coverages on overruns, they've got that too. And let's put this in simple terms with their arch rival in the Southwest Division of the NBA, the Oklahoma City Thunder. They just approved a 95% publicly funded agreement. I think I'd take this one in front of you today. But it's more than just numbers on a term sheet. This is about the city of San Antonio's identity. The same characteristics that the San Antonio Spurs have had over the last 50 years, they're interwoven into our city's DNA. They are competitive, yet humble. They will kick your ass on the court, but then they'll just say nothing off the court, right? This is what this deal is about. We cannot afford to miss our moment here today. Running that risk, we may lose that inevitably forever. Please, to use a basketball term, we have to shoot our shot, and you got to shoot to score, folks. And San Antonio stands to score big over the next 30 years and beyond. Please move this forward today and let the voters decide on November 4th. Thank you so much.
Stephanie Reyes, Jenny Carnes, Derek Fox, Adam Eisenhower, Sandra Martinez.
Good morning, Mayor, City Council members. My name is Stephanie Reyes, proud President and CEO for the Real Estate Council. You've heard quite a bit about the long-term economic benefits of this project, so I want to talk today about the immediate local impact. And by that I mean the thousands of jobs that are going to be created here locally in San Antonio just to make a project like this come to life. A project of this scale involves all corners of our industry: architects, builders, trades, suppliers, developers. All of those are well-paying jobs that help San Antonians support their families and support the businesses in our community. And that impact begins when we break ground, some beforehand. But timing matters. Any delay will only increase the cost of construction and make a project like this even more challenging to deliver on budget. I also want to let you guys know, if you pass this term sheet, it will give the voters the information they need when they hit the polls in November, and they can make an informed decision. And while it has not been said outright, the reality is, if we do not move forward, we are at risk of losing the Spurs. There are other communities ready to roll the red carpet out for them. We believe this is a fair deal and that there is enough information to move forward, and we urge you to pass the term sheet today. Thank you very much.
Jenny Carnes, Derek Fox, Adam Eisenhower, Sandra Martinez, Matthew Meza.
Good morning. Looks like my shot clock has started. Thanks to Brett for that great sports lingo he used. Mayor Jones, members of City Council, City leadership, thank you for having me back today. As a reminder, I'm Jenny Carnes, President and CEO of San Antonio Sports, your 41-year-old nonprofit sports commission, whose mission is to transform this community through the power of sport with a vision of healthy kids and families, places to play, and events that impact. And I stand here proudly with my colleagues, members of our board of directors, in support of agenda item number 5, but to reiterate how strongly we support the entire San Antonio Sports and Entertainment District. I appreciate the thoroughness sought by Mayor Jones around this major decision for the future of our city and the months, if not years, of planning and preparation that have gone into this point, with the new arena as the first step forward toward the overall Project Marvel plan. So why today, and why is this the big question? I truly believe a delay in this process and progress not only jeopardizes our relationship with the Spurs, but it will also delay the momentum we have going and that our city needs right now. I will never forget trying to explain to my young daughters why our WNBA Silver Stars left us for Las Vegas. And I understand that's not an apples-to-apples comparison, but can you even imagine how we would all feel if our Spurs, after over 50 years, left the city that we all love? We need to continue to push forward with growth and development around the transformational power of sport that spurs so many other things for our community. See what I did right there? As you've heard many others say, the cost of indecision will only cost our city more and put us further behind our competition, not only in the state of Texas, but across the country. We need to come together as one team community to move this forward and to ensure that the Sports and Entertainment District and the Spurs stay. So I would like to thank you all for being here and investing your time and passion so much. Thank you.
Derek Fox.
Ready? Mayor Jones and council members, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm Derek Fox, and I've served as the president and CEO of the Valero Alamo Bowl and worked in District 2 since 1992. In that role, I have the pleasure of serving as an ambassador for San Antonio, and I can tell you firsthand, great cities have great downtowns. The proposed Sports and Entertainment District, anchored by a new Spurs arena, a renovated Alamo Dome, and an expanded convention center, will energize our downtown and make San Antonio even stronger and more competitive on a national landscape. When I talk to leaders across the country, they're envious of what San Antonio has to offer, and they recognize how much better positioned we'll be with these additional assets. This district, if done properly, will help attract marquee events like the Final Four, college football playoff, NBA All-Star Weekend, while ensuring San Antonio remains a destination for business, talent, and tourism. We now have three key stakeholders, the Spurs, the city, and the county, aligned on a non-binding term sheet. That alignment is rare, and the Spurs' $2 billion commitment makes this one of the strongest arena proposals in the nation. This is a transformational opportunity. I respectfully urge you to vote for Resolution 5 to make this first step toward the vibrant, world-class downtown San Antonio deserves. Thank you.
Adam Eisenhower, Sandra Martinez, Matthew Meza, Jasmine Herrera.
Good morning. My son turned 17 this November. Soon he will likely leave San Antonio to attend a university and pursue a degree. One of the many questions that I've had on my mind over the past nearly 17 years is, will San Antonio be a place he can call home again? Not just a place where he can live, but where he can thrive, where there are abundant opportunities for him and for his generation to be proud to call this city home. Will we stay vibrant? Will we be competitive with the cities of Texas, our nation, and our globe? These are the questions that extend well beyond my son. They extend to every child living here today about their future. To me, this isn't about an arena or a district, but about our city. It is a commitment to economic growth for our city. Sure, this means more conventions, it means more concerts, and hopefully some national attention. Yeah, there's a revenue aspect to this, but the real return goes far deeper. It is, I'm so sorry, lost my spot. It goes far deeper. It's the company that moves here because somebody visited. It's the small business that start because we are thriving. It is the college graduates and our young kids returning back to San Antonio because it is vibrant, because they have opportunity, compared to going somewhere else. I've got 30 seconds, I'll be quick, but I'll give you a story. My wife came here for an interview about 23 years ago. She was surprised to learn that the Alamo is here. No one had to tell her where the Spurs were from. In a sense, they are our modern-day Alamo. It is one of the reasons we are remembered all around the world. And so for that reason, I encourage the City Council to move forward and authorize our city manager to approve this term sheet or enter into this term sheet. Thank you.
Sandra Martinez.
Hi, Mayor. I'm Sandra Martinez and Matthew Meza. We're granting our time to Leticia Vela.
I'm also on the list as well, Mayor. And
Number
I do-
40, yes. Go ahead.
And I do need this put on the screen, please.
Yes.
How many minutes do I have, Mayor?
You have 6.
Okay, thank you. Hi, so I am here to support the mayor's request for item number 4. I have made this known to my city council representative in D7, Representative Gavito. I have emailed her my concerns, and I have told her that I do not agree with her support for pushing this item, this Spurs Arena through today. I emailed her a request to meet in person with several people that wanted to meet. I sent that on August 11th. I called, I emailed after that, and finally I have a meeting on we have a meeting on August 25th, 14 days later. I support your ask that these council members meet with their constituents, because I don't know who she's representing if she doesn't want to hear from us. I have brought you a newspaper picture of the Woods Arena. This is a part I don't understand. Why are the Spurs approving this part of the plan? It just doesn't make any sense to me. But this is from 2013. On 11/12/13, the KWEX Channel 41 building fell. That was at the corner of Market and St. Mary's. We asked for its preservation, and to no avail. None of the entities were able to help us, the Conservation Society, the City of San Antonio Office of Historic Preservation. Now I see that you do want to keep this. But I want to alert you, we've been talking a lot about economics, but I'm talking about historic preservation because I was part of that group that tried to save that key WEX Channel 41 building. We were told it didn't matter, it wasn't really important, it didn't have, that's what we're always told when it's something with our culture. But it fell, and I don't want that to happen again at Hemisphere. And I'm not talking about the Woods building. I'm talking about Plaza Mexico, UNAM San Antonio, and the Mexican Cultural Institute of San Antonio. Those are 3 properties that the City of San Antonio owns and has housed those entities for years. Those 3 places have been in continuous use. And what I see by this Sports and Entertainment District plan is that it's going to be leveled, because all you want to do is build. That is the economy that we have here in San Antonio. We have a development economy, and nothing else matters. I brought copies, 13 copies, cost me $3.50 out of my money to get you all copies of a letter that I'm going to begin distributing, asking. I don't want that vote to happen today, but my mom, who was 91, kept reading the news all her life. She passed, but she saved, every time there was an article that came out that she knew I was working on, she would save those articles. So that's an article my mom saved. Sometimes she would write Leticia on it so that I could have it. But that's an article that she saved for me, and those articles came out one after another when KWEX fell. They were talking about the lack of preservation. And we're not talking about any of those things because we're trying to push this through now. My mom used to call people like that eager beavers. So for you eager beavers that need to vote today and get this done, please review this letter and know that if you decide to touch these buildings in any kind of way, you will go ahead and be known as a council who destroyed the last piece of Mexican American culture in the downtown area of San Antonio. So that's what I came for today, to tell you that, and to tell you that you really need to look at all aspects of this project, and you need to listen to your constituents. We have that meeting on the 25th. I don't know what good it's going to do because we're trying to vote for it. Those eager beavers are trying to vote for it today. So, when we say no Project Marvel under these conditions that you've set up, this lack of transparency, this lack of feedback from your constituents, this decision to push through right now, that's what we're saying no to. Thank you, Council. And I got to say, thank you, Mayor. In all the time I've been doing this work, I've never had a mayor who stood up for us. Thank you.
Jasmine Herrera, Kayla Miranda, Nadia Miranda Colgrove, followed by Frey Reyes.
Hello. I'm going to give Luciana Santibáñez my time.
Should I speak,
Number 29.
Should I speak now or wait?
Go ahead. Yep. 4 minutes. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm here today to support our mayor's call to pause further negotiations for Project Marvel. Thank you, Mayor, for acknowledging the federal cuts that for those of us who work in inner city and historically redlined and racially dated communities, we are already witnessing. In fact, I'll remind the council that as soon as Donald J. Trump took office, the city began to suffer a substantial loss of federal employees, a majority of whom were civilian veterans. This action caused such concern that our very own mayor at the time issued a memo on March 6 stating, and I quote, "While we know that non-military federal employees comprise a considerable portion of our local workforce, an even greater portion of our region's community is being impacted by the downstream disruption of critical services and funding. This memo was a call to city government to help federal employees find new jobs." My question to the council and to those federal employees, including the dozens of this city's community health promotoras, WIC, and immunization workers who have been recently fired, if not soon to be fired, due to the expected cuts of CDBG monies, will the service industry and construction sector jobs being offered here today be the kind of jobs that pay you the honorable wages and comparable benefits like the ones you recently lost? For the record, these promotoras are passionate, experienced, educated, community experts, persons with lived expertise, rooted in the community that raised them, who know the needs of this community better than many people in this room. Has there been a substantial effort to replace the loss of the jobs that our city has experienced since these layoffs en masse have started taking place? I also want to mention that the last time we heard Centro employees speak so eloquently in support of this district, I've met and spoken to Centro employees in the past who were complaining of unpaid overtime and lack of worker protections for the arduous work that they perform. What will the accountability mechanisms for worker protections and livable wage guarantees be for existing and future workforces? As a young working class student myself, I remember being hired by ADECO, a temporary agency that still exists today, that deployed us to work at the Henry B. Gonzalez Center, the Marriott, including the AT&T Center. And it was only an average of $7.25 that I earned, but it was the long shifts that helped me make up for the low wages. I think back and question why I never seemed to get hired directly by the companies themselves. And it was only after being consistently denied a job in the downtown area that I sought the employment of these temp agencies, which hired me on the spot. I say all this to remind us that there continues to be workplace and hiring bias and discrimination in our local hotel and service industries. These companies continue to hire temporary, seasonal, part-time workers to meet the growing demand of tourism in our city. While I have a deep respect and gratitude for those workers and their service, those jobs are not the jobs that will lift our families out of poverty. Please vote no to this term sheet. And thank you, Mayor, for all that you're doing for us.
Kayla Miranda, Nadia Miranda Colgrove, Ray Reyes, Steve Versteeg.
Hello. My name is Kayla Miranda, and I'm a housing justice organizer on the west side of San Antonio. The first thing I want to say is that I don't need this sports entertainment district to be proud of my city and my downtown. All I have to do is drive across the Guadalupe Bridge. The historic west side, our beautiful community, and our beautiful culture. Everybody that I know that visits San Antonio as a tourist loves San Antonio because we don't have all the skyscrapers downtown, and we have preserved our culture and our history. We don't need a stadium for that. While I do love the Spurs, they can purchase their own stadium. Also, on the sheets I saw, I had a problem with the livable wage for full-time employees. We all know that arena workers, the majority, are not full-time employees. Where's the guarantee for them? The majority of those short-term jobs are hired by temp agencies that pay $8 to $12 an hour. Right now, a livable wage is $25, but our federal minimum wage is $7.25. I find it disgusting that people actually believe by giving money to the rich that the poor will be brought up with them instead of giving us livable wages, good health care, good public school system, stop defunding the things that we need, and we won't have a problem earning our own incomes. I do support item 4. I do not support item 5. Thank you.
Nadia Miranda Colgrove, Frey Reyes, Steve Versteeg, Luis Rodriguez.
So Nadia, Mayor, was going to give my time to me, so,
Okay.
and there's a gentleman, Frey Xavier Reyes,
Okay.
on the list. He just had a health issue, so he had to go get some water and air.
Oh, okay. And then Elena Guajardo is number, let's see, where is it? 80, I've got 82.
Thank
So,
you.
4 minutes, thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor, Council, and the City Manager. Well, there are many power dynamics happening right now. The first one is I don't get to share my vote or my voice before November, and you get to vote today. The second one for me is knowledge is power. You will always remember your campaigns, the time and your personal energy that you put in to persuade your voters that you were the best candidate. You did websites, door hangers, candidate forums, you walked. So let me fast forward to today. For those of you ready to vote on this term sheet, I ask, first, the 29-page economic analysis, did you post that to your constituents? It's on the website, that's how I found it. Only 29 pages. And I went looking at it, and my yellow pen was going like crazy. It's like there's so many questions, and I couldn't, stunned still, that there was not an independent analysis. It didn't even go out to bid. The June 7th, your June 7th B session, did you put that out to your constituents? It's on the website, and I found that a very interesting document. And still, even today in the presentation, there has never been anything that I've read or heard about the construction timeline for this whole project. Page 13 of the B session says it will be between 1 to 16 years to complete the whole footprint. Think about that. I could have a child go to pre-K and graduate, and we're still building. And everyone in this room, add your age plus 16 years. That's when it may be built out. The term sheet that you have that you got Monday, let's say, was that put out on the website? It's only like 7 or 8 pages. Did you put it out to your constituents? Well, mine didn't. And she goes on Facebook, email, and TV saying that this is my best deal. That's a power grab right there. Teach me, don't tell me. The Express News did a breakdown of the term sheet, and there it says, now, the construction timeline is 12 years. Again, age plus 12. That's how old you may be when this thing is totally completed. For those of you asking questions in one public engagement, thank you. Thank you. My November vote is no. And let me tell everyone here that for the Spurs, I love the Spurs. I will cheer you in my heart and in my home because I cannot afford a ticket. But my no vote is not voting no for the Spurs. It's because this process has been compromised for me. My councilwoman has not asked myself, my neighbors, or her constituency, let's have a public discourse, not to persuade me, but to ask what are my questions, my concerns, and even praises. So, I love the Spurs. Each one of you, I've told you my vote is no. Each one of you in your seats and your constituency, you have no votes right now. So, when the vote comes in November, if there's even one additional no vote, what is going to happen? So I asked you before you vote right now, an examination of conscience to say, what time and energy have I done to my constituency to move a no to a yes? Thank you.
Frey Reyes, are you back in the room? Okay. Steve Versteeg, Luis Rodriguez, Alex Cruz.
you might see a little bit of resurgence in the area right around the stadium, but it comes at a cost to less commerce in the outlying area, which is exactly what we'd expect, says John Charles Bradbury, president of North American Association of Sports Economists. He says this is just a transfer of wealth within the community. So what will this mean to District 1? What will they lose while under construction? We know it won't benefit D2. How will this benefit District 5? How will this benefit District 6? How will this benefit District 7? How will this benefit District 9? We don't just need an independent analysis, we need a comprehensive one. This is an entertainment district, period. If more people go downtown and eat and shop before and after games like they say they're going to do now, what they don't do on East Houston Street, that means D4 local businesses are going to go out of business. That means D8 local restaurants go out of business. When the Spurs spend $90 million on development downtown, how many local businesses go under? How many people are on the clock and at work today speaking in favor? How many people are against that are instead at their low-income job today? No Project Marble means don't do it the way you've been doing this. Don't ask us what we think of backdoor deals after they are done. Don't make us regret four-year terms this early. Please hold your campaign promises of listening to constituents and fiscal conservatism. World-class means what others want, not what we want. Please vote for item 4. Thank you.
Luis Rodriguez, Alex Cruz, Patrick Stolmeyer, Gemma Kennedy.
Mayor, I have Jessica Palacios with me.
Okay. 56. Okay, thank you.
Hi, good morning, Mayor Jones and council members. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comment today. I want to begin by recognizing the importance of the thoughtful planning done by city staff, this body, and many others when it comes to planning projects like the Sports and Entertainment District. On behalf of our over 900 members at the San Antonio Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, many of them with small, local, and women-owned businesses who tell us how important it is for the city to foster an environment where growth and innovation are possible. We appreciate the leadership of this council in engaging in these important conversations and working towards solutions that serve the best interests of San Antonians. The Spurs are a part of the culture and fabric of San Antonio. Moving forward with this project is more than just basketball, it's about opportunity. As other speakers have said, San Antonio should not be held hostage from opportunities that bring both pride and prosperity to our community. Timely action ensures voters have the information they need in November and businesses can plan with confidence. We urge you to continue leading with vision and ensuring that projects of this scale not only bring entertainment and civic pride, but also deliver real and tangible benefits to the small businesses and families that are the backbone to the economy of San Antonio. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mayor and City Council, I want to thank you on behalf of the San Antonio Hispanic Chamber of Commerce. I want to remind you we're the first Hispanic Chamber of Commerce established in 1929, and we're the chamber that advocates on small businesses. I want to thank the Spurs Sports and Entertainment for being a great steward in San Antonio, but most importantly to the city of San Antonio, even Bexar County, for listening to our small business members, because they asked to be carved out. A portion for this project to help small business is being carved out. They're going to go through Supply SA. So this is not just good for San Antonio. This is tremendous for the 90% of our small businesses in San Antonio. This is a go, small business go for San Antonio, Texas. Thank you.
Alex Cruz, Patrick Stolmeyer, Gemma Kennedy, Josh Polak. Alex Cruz. Okay. Patrick Stolmeyer.
Morning, folks. My name is Patrick Stolmeyer. I'm managing member of Terrestrial Outer Space. I'm also an attorney. I'm a trial attorney. We need a solution, not all this fighting. My family brings a solution. We have an academic pedigree from MIT. We know what we're doing. We use that to create businesses and economic development. Ask what we did in 2005. Ask what we did in 2016. Specifically, I wrote the plans for the Air Force to get the Military Futures Command. It was diverted to Austin, and it's $30 billion. I wrote the plan. What we bring is a partnership and a team relationship with the Spurs family, my family and their family, both from the private sector. You're going to get more than one private sector company. We're going to transform all of downtown into an innovation park. And part of that is going to be in the hemisphere. So we're going to need space in there for the following. Or if you vote today for the term sheet, you lose this. That's why I am focusing on supporting number 4. We'll have a collegiate alliance as the anchor, not an arena. We'll have the participation internet that I've developed. We'll have remote virtual streaming video production studios, brand new technology that's turning Hollywood on its toes. Quantum computing, quantum communication. My family's probably the only people in San Antonio that knows where that is in San Antonio. We can create one of the largest labs in the world. It's right in our grasp because we know how to do it. We know what we're looking for. Advanced manufacture and assembly of wireless network system artificial intelligence enabled internet of everything for terrestrial to outer space applications and uses.
Thank you, sir. You can submit the rest of your comments for the record. Thank you.
They're just in handwriting. What I prefer is a B session. We'll be happy to come
Thank you,
down
sir.
and share it all.
Gemma Kennedy, Josh Pollock, Philip Adcock.
Hi, I'm Susan Strawn, and Gemma Kennedy and Molly are going to cede their time to me.
Number 80 and 87. Number 87.
Okay, thank you. 6 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. And I want to express my support and our support for your proposal to have a pause to get an independent economic analysis and to engage in real public engagement, which we have not yet had. And I have slides. Here we go. Okay, so this is something that I have not seen anywhere, and I think it's really important. This is the cost per capita of this project for San Antonio adults and children. So if you take the $489 million and you divide it by the population of San Antonio, it's $341 for every adult and child in San Antonio just to pay the city's cost. And that's without interest on the bonds over 30 years. If you add in the county, it's $155. If you add in the cost of land, which we still have no idea apparently where that's coming from or how much it is, it's another $41. The cost of the infrastructure bond, $174. We get to $711 plus the interest. This is why this needs our due diligence and meaningful city input. And I know what you guys are going to say. You supporters are all going to say, well, you know, you didn't drive a rental car here today. But you know what I did do? I did pay property taxes. I do pay sales taxes. And some of that went to the World Heritage Office. Some of that went to aquifer protection, some of that went to sports fields, and a lot of that went to cops and firemen who are providing protection in the TERS. And that is all coming out of the general fund, and that could all be paid by different pieces of this tourist taxes that you guys are going to spend on this. And we need to know how much that is, and we need to know where it's going, and how much is the total cost to people in the city. Slide 2. So 711 per capita. I know you guys can't actually see this, but that's actually a lot. That's a lot more than any of the recent stadiums, with the exception of Oklahoma City, which is 100%. So all of the public-private splits are less than what we are paying per capita. They're also less than what we're paying as a percentage of the public subsidy, as a percentage of the total cost, and they're less on other metrics like team value. and the team investment and the stadium cost. So, you know what would help us figure out whether we're getting a good deal? An independent economic analysis, which we do not have. So, slide 3. So, again, we do not know the actual cost to residents because we don't know yet what we're going to pay to buy that land or where that money is going to come from. Haven't seen anything about that in any of the presentations. We don't know what the benefits are because there's been no independent analysis. But we do know that even under the Spurs' own analysis by Stone and the CSL projections, the increases in tax revenues are not even close to the tax expenditures for this project. Not even close. So aside from the intangibles, and I get it, for most of you, you would sell your own house to fund the stadium. And that's true of a lot of people in this city, and that's fine. But what we're really looking at here is that the benefit to the city is from this so-called billion-dollar investment. That's what we need. That's what would distinguish us from the Frost Center, right? If we don't get that, all we have is, slide 3, next slide, another big white elephant, just like the other two that we already have, right? And so what we know is studies don't show that arenas produce any economic growth. The CSL study assumed that this development would happen. They did no market study at all. They say that. They assumed that there would be 2 to 3 hotels, a large office building, 2,000 residential units, restaurants, all this stuff. They didn't look at competing development. This is also guaranteed at the Mission Stadium. They didn't look at the new convention hotel. They didn't look at the fact that we have 25% office vacancy rate downtown right now. So my question is, what do we have in the way of a, next slide, please? What do we have in the way of a Spurs guarantee, really? What does this guarantee mean? Because, you know, there were promises made about the Frost Center. There were promises made about bringing Major League Soccer to the Toyota Center after the city bailed out that stadium. And, you know, none of that came true. And ultimately, the city said, oh, well, you know, too bad. I'm sorry. You know, Major League Soccer did us a bad one. And so here, Spurs, get your $5 million back that you were going to pay us if you didn't do it. If you didn't bring Major League Soccer to the city, the county forgave that debt because situations had changed. So what's going to happen here? Potentially. And I'm not saying the Spurs are acting in bad faith. I'm sure they want to do $1 billion development. But what do they have to pay really if they don't? So if you look at what the bond rate is, on $500 million of assessed value increase, that's only $2.7 million in additional city tax revenue. Is that the guaranteed revenue amount? We don't know. We haven't seen the numbers. But if it is, that's not very much money. If they can walk away and pay $2.7 million a year to avoid investing, you know, in a down market, you know, that they may do that because no one wants, and we don't want them to build empty office space either or vacant residential, and they sure don't want to do it. So is this the only penalty? We need to know what is going to happen if this development doesn't happen. So next. So, you know, you need to look very closely at the financing addendum and when
Ms.
they
Strong,
can
thank
get
you.
out of this.
You can submit the rest of your comments for the record. Thank you.
Thank you.
Josh Pollock, Philip Adcock, Lupita Valdez.
Hi, my name is Josh Pollock. I'm a resident of District 1. I grew up in San Antonio, have lived in Austin, New York, and done work across the country as a developer. I have been at a lot of contentious city council meetings trying to articulate a point that's not necessarily desired by certain subsections. And Mayor, specifically wanted to talk about your item 4. When you go into negotiation as a developer, you know you're going to get people that don't like aspects of what you're going to do because they haven't been at the table for all the behind-the-scene meetings that do happen, that you've been a part of. Your public comments have said repeatedly that you want to get a deal done with the Spurs, and I think as someone that hasn't been able to see all of those comments, What you haven't offered, other than an ask for more time and a delay, is what would be a good outcome for you, what you think would be a winning arrangement. You've referenced revenue sharing, I think, in an interview with someone from the Current. That's the most that I've seen. I think painting a solution to what you think could be, I think painting something that you think would be a good deal is, as a citizen, something that I would really respect and appreciate on behalf of people that say, hey, we don't, this has been rushed. Well, it seems like there's been a lot of conversation behind the scenes that haven't been rushed, that a lot of people have been privy to. But I think as a leader, and you're certainly trying to make a bold impact, and I respect that, I think having something more than we need more time is something the citizens deserve. I appreciate and I appreciate where it's coming from. So, thanks.
Philip Adcock, Lupita Valdez, Chris Holden, Jody Bailey Newman.
Hello, Council. It was really interesting today to see your consent agenda. There was one member of a council I wasn't sure who knew about consent because I saw him putting his hands on our mayor at the town hall the other day, putting his hands and pushing her arms down, and I believe he should be removed from the dais for that. It's also interesting to me to see essential workers here being allowed to be here during their work time when I worked last year and was fired for attending council meetings and other meetings fighting against deals, and they're allowed to be here today. So that's another interesting thing to me today. I'm in full support of item 4 and getting more information before any deal is done. I really used to love the Spurs, and now all I think about is the sour taste they leave in my mouth. So now, from now on, I'll call them the San Antonio Sours, because that's how they make me feel. Let's see. I can't even speak to my own city council member because she voted for me to be removed as a constituent, and when I have spoken to her, she's been nothing but callous and cold. So I don't believe that she represents me or anybody in District 1 fully except corporate interests. Let's see. Me and my neighbors had our homes erased. This was again on a non-binding term sheet just like this one, and nothing changed except to benefit the missions last time, the same as will happen with the Spurs for this one. We have parasites like Holt and Frost and DeBerry in our city who are doing everything they can to take from us and not benefiting the city at all, just stealing from us. This deal has a busted Achilles, a ruptured elbow, and a bum knee. We wouldn't draft this if it was a player, but yet they want us to sign this term sheet. I want to see, if this is the way it works, I have a proposal for you guys as well. I would like $700 million for a plaque, a state-of-the-art plaque downtown. I did my own independent study, and it'll earn $68 trillion in the next 48 minutes. I promise if you vote for this, I'll submit a term sheet next month. That's how this works, right? This is how government is done here in San Antonio. Thank you.
Chris Holden, Jody Bailey Newman, Bill Brendel. It was my mistake. Lupita Valdez had already spoken. Chris Holden, Jody Bailey Newman. Okay. Jody Bailey Newman, Bill Brendel, George Cisneros.
I have to look at notes these days because I have brain fog. I'm Jody Bailey Newman, and I was just back there hearing jock jams in my head. Dun, 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 dun. It didn't though. Hi, Mayor Jones. Hi, Council. Thanks for listening to me. I'm going to give you my stats. Usually I'm here talking about local, independent, small business. Y'all are probably tired of me talking about that. But actually, I'm here today just as myself, representing my family to talk about the Spurs Arena. I own a few bars in town, and 2 decades I've lived in Southtown. I live within 2 blocks of the arena site. I can see it, I can hear the ITC falling at 7 o'clock in the morning. I work just a few blocks further, and both my children were born and raised in downtown San Antonio. I live next door to my mom. She's 81 years old. She also lives in Southtown. Her claim to fame is that she spotted the coyote up on the tower when they were filming the Spurs game intro, and she spotted it before anybody else. That's her claim to fame. My husband and I are Spurs season ticket holders. I've gone honking more times than you can imagine for the Spurs, including when we drafted Wemby. I am pro-arena. I think the Spurs being downtown is a gimme. I mean, I think we all want them here. But we need our community to vote, not just one time, but twice, in favor of this project. Twice. I do have feedback, and I have concerns about that. I feel like this project, this initiative to date, has not really been about community. And I don't see how we get there in November without it.
Is there somebody else that would like to give you time? Did you have more, or?
No, I mean, I just think I'd like to see more community feedback.
Thank you.
All right, thanks.
Bill Brendel, George Cisneros, Michelle Madsen.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. On behalf of the tourism industry of 150,000 people in our community, and on behalf of the San Antonio Visitor Alliance, I'm here to voice strong support for the proposed sports and entertainment district in downtown San Antonio, and in favor of passing item 5. One of the most visible and committed corporate citizens in our community is ready to invest $2 billion into the heart of our city. This is more than just a development. It's a transformative opportunity to boost economic growth, expand entertainment and cultural offerings, and revitalize a key area of downtown. And importantly, it will benefit both residents and visitors alike. With San Antonio's rich cultural heritage and passionate sports community, this district, combining family-friendly space, live music, sports, convention facilities, and more, will position our city as a national leader for events, innovation, and tourism. Other cities in our country have shown that projects like this become economic engines and community landmarks. San Antonio should expect no less. Good jobs, stronger tourism revenue, and fresh opportunities for local artists, entrepreneurs, and small businesses. This investment will be funded through restricted use occupancy tax dollars and private capital, a smart and sustainable approach that delivers value without placing a burden on our citizens. And finally, we are especially encouraged by the inclusive vision behind the project. We applaud your leadership and collaboration, and we are proud to support the term sheet being passed in item 5. Thank you very much. Please do not delay.
George Cisneros, Michelle Madsen, Ariana Floyd, Robert Shelby.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Michelle Madsen. I'm the President and CEO of the San Antonio Hotel and Lodging Association. Our nearly 300 members stand in strong support for the advancement of the Sports and Entertainment District and would ask you to move forward today with a positive vote to execute this extremely fair and non-binding term sheet with the San Antonio Spurs. As a cornerstone industry, San Antonio's continued growth and economic strength are fundamentally linked to our ability to attract new visitors. And we are certain that the Spurs Arena, alongside the expansion of our convention facilities and an updated and enhanced Alamo Dome, will generate millions in economic impact that will ripple out into every facet of our community. We believe additional analysis of the district can be done in conjunction with an agreed-upon term sheet, and that the interruption of forward motion delays our ability to bid on and secure meetings and events that help pay for the livelihood of 1 in 8 San Antonio citizens. Preliminary PACE reports already show a loss of market share for years when Austin, Dallas, and Houston reopen their newly renovated or expanded convention centers. Seizing this moment to make a timely investment in the project is essential to realizing this vision before we lose additional market share to other cities that are making improvements to their visitor offerings. If we do not begin this investment in our future now, we'll be starting from a larger deficit and doing a disservice to the dedicated hospitality workforce that represents our city to millions of visitors every year. This is a complicated project, and we applaud the work of the city manager and city staff for their thorough and thoughtful planning, and we believe the information and structure both they and the Spurs have presented creates the maximum return on investment for our workforce and our residents through private investment and the clever application of very restricted visitor dollars. The Spurs are a critical and beloved part of our hospitality community, and on behalf of our members, I urge you to move forward with the negotiated term sheet so that we can start work now to ensure our city remains a thriving destination for decades to come. Thank you.
Ariana Floyd, Robert Shelby, James Norty.
Thank you, Mayor and Council members. I'm here on behalf of the Esperanza Peace and Justice Center as part of their Buena Gente. I could wax poetically about the hard facts of this case, from the investment of public funds being funneled into private interests to the people who'd be directly impacted, desperately trying to protect their homes and their communities. Fortunately for you, I am short on time, and people have done that work of explaining all of that already. What I want to draw your attention to is two values that my parents, including my father, who funnily enough was a Spurs ball boy in the 90s, have drilled into my head since I was a very young child. Love is patient and always prioritize data collection. Currently, due to the impatience on behalf of certain parties, we are trying to be deprived of vital information about the health and wellness of this city as it pertains to Project Marvel. I ask you, if you love this city, vote for patience. Vote for taking extra care of the corners instead of cutting them. And let us gather data to truly analyze the impact this arena will have on our city. Ask about what is being hidden, what is being obfuscated, and who is set to gain from your ignorance. No one can blame you for needing answers to questions, but you will be held accountable if you do not ask the questions in the first place. In the meantime, I would like to ask you a few questions. In all the stories of the archetypal, fast-talking businessman and the rancher doing the hard and honest work of cultivating the land that sits under us currently today, what have you learned? Do you truly know the value of what you're trying to sell? How will you let the spirit of San Antonio shape you as you are making decisions about how to shape San Antonio? Thank you.
Robert Shelby, James Norty, Renee Dominguez.
Mayor and City Council, I am Robert Shelby. I live in Councilwoman Kerr's District 1. I am that basketball fan originally from Indiana that has season tickets for the San Antonio Spurs. Since the last meeting on the Sports and Entertainment District, Project Marvel, there continues to be misunderstanding as to what Project Marvel is and what it is not. The local media has done nothing to correct misinformation being presented. Project Marvel is more than the new arena. The media continues to say the city contributions to the arena is almost $500 million. In actuality, the city contributions is to sell municipal bonds to finance the city's portion of the new arena, which at this time is $489 million. No city property tax revenue will be used for the arena. Those bonds will be repaid using the lease payments from the Spurs make, ground leases to the other property in Project Marvel area, revenue from the Hemisphere Tax Increment Reinvestment Zone, revenue from the Project Finance Zone number 2. None of this $489 million of bond money will be available and repaid if Project Marvel does not move forward. The city's contributions is that City Manager Eric Walsh has guided the city to the highest possible bond rating, which means the lowest possible interest on the bonds. That means it will be easier to repay the funds needed. Mayor Jones is acting like a former mayor that did not want a new arena downtown 25 years ago. If it had not been for a forward-thinking county judge, the Spurs may have moved out of town 20 years ago. Mayor Jones has been less than professional, interrupting public meetings, arguing for more information and transparency. Yet she refused to answer the question from Spurs Jesus, which is appropriate in being transparent. What is the economic impact on the city if Project Marvel and the arena are not completed and the Spurs leave San Antonio? That economic impact would be huge. I urge the City Council to authorize City Manager Walsh to continue the process with the term sheet and move forward on Project Marvel.
James Norty, Renee Dominguez, Aram Miraz, and Aiden Stiles.
Good morning, Mayor James Norte. Just as a preliminary matter, we'll be speaking with the group. I have Leela Powell with me and Renee Dominguez.
Oh, okay. So James, okay, so Renee, and then how many other?
Leela
Powell, 77. Thank you. Okay, 6 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, and good morning, Mayor, good morning, council members. My name is James Norte, and I have the joy and honor of serving as CEO for San Antonio for Growth of the East Side, where our mission is to promote the economic development and coach vitality of the East Side. I am so honored to be joined by the president of the Dignity Hills Neighborhood Association, Phyllis McNair, a fifth-generation East San Antonian. I absolutely am honored by this conversation. I love the Spurs as a partner, but most of the conversation today has focused on downtown, the Alamo Dome, the convention center. What is missing is the community component. What is missing is how this proposal could benefit or harm those who are most affected, our residents and small businesses. For that reason, I rise because this is concerning that although the Spurs bring so much, this move to downtown represents another divestment from the East Side, especially for a community that has seen decades of divestment. And we know the East Side is not the only one. There is no need for history to repeat itself. We could learn and we could move forward. And it's for this reason, SAGE has joined forces with the List San Antonio and with Velocity to propose a East Side district plan that can help ensure that these benefits are spread broadly, promoting economic development, housing, infrastructure, small business support. This is what's missing from our conversation today. Our community may be divided on whether or not to support Project Marvel, but where we are united is the need for community-based economic development. Where we are united is a model that supports a win-win dynamic that brings people together. And that's for this reason, both Dignity Hills and Denver Heights support our plan. It's for this reason that we believe this model can be replicated on the west side or the south side or all over San Antonio. And it's for this reason we urge you to heal old wounds. Harness this moment to move forward and together think through how we can help build community trust with the East Side District. I'll go ahead and move on to my partner.
Thanks, James. Council, Mayor, my name is Renee Dominguez. I'm the president and CEO of the Texas Research and Technology Foundation, better known as Velocity Texas. Velocity Texas is a 40-year-old nonprofit here in San Antonio. For 30 of those years, we were establishing a research park on the far west side of San Antonio outside of our city limits. And around 10 years ago, our board decided to change its strategy to develop a mixed-use, vibrant community. As we researched where we wanted to place this huge impact investment, the Near East Side, blocks in front of the Alamo Dome became that preferred site, primarily because of its revitalization potential, but also with the big and huge, profound opportunity to impact the nearby residents. Since we've started, we've redeveloped the entire Merchants Ice city block, secured 3 anchor tenants, and we bought the historic and culturally significant G.J. Sutton property right next door. We've been working hard with our partners to establish this East Side Innovation District that James mentioned. We were starting to integrate and sincerely incorporate the neighborhoods into our process. But now with the VIA ART Silverline, that's not being discussed enough, that's going to have a profound impact. And of course, the Sports, Spurs, and Entertainment District, we have a real opportunity to leverage these investments to drive economic development to the Near East Side, to really create an economic and community development plan. By including this plan in the discussions around this incredible investment, we can turn game day excitement into everyday economic opportunity. I'll conclude by saying we've presented this plan to the Spurs, and they fully support the framework of this plan. We've presented it to the Chamber, to Centro, to various city council members, to East Side leaders, to East Side business owners, and most importantly, we've received the endorsement from Dignity Hill Neighborhood Association and the Denver Heights Neighborhood Association.
Thank you, Renee. I'll just conclude by speaking on behalf of LISC San Antonio. We're a nonprofit organization, and our mission is to work with and in community to build health, wealth, and power for under-resourced and underinvested families and neighborhoods. And I think everyone who's spoken today has agreed that benefits that come from development should flow to existing residents and existing businesses, and should also be targeted to areas where there may be negative impacts. So what I want to remind everyone of, and I don't need to remind Councilwoman Castillo because she's already addressed this, the city has invested many years. Hundreds of volunteers have spent thousands of hours developing plans, and those plans may be specific, like the Strategic Housing Implementation Plan or neighborhood-based plans or other economic development plans, and those plans form a very solid basis for deciding where resources and where investment should go as the benefit of future growth. For example, the Strategic Housing Implementation Plan includes many actionable strategies, a lot of them already underway, things like creating community land trusts and having hyper-local development strategies for affordable and accessible housing. So the Eastside District provides a perfect model, a replicable model for investing new resources that come with growth and development. And I urge the council, as you move forward with deciding about community benefits, to take into account the work that has already been done by residents and by neighborhoods to create a framework for this future investment. We don't need to recreate that wheel. Please use the existing plans and commitments as a starting point. Thank you.
Aram Meraz, Aram Meraz, I hope that's right. Aiden Stiles, Ramiro Cavazos, and then Melina Espiritu Azocar.
Good afternoon. Good morning, Mayor, Council, City Manager. My name is Aram Meraz. I was born and raised here in this beautiful city of San Antonio. I love the culture, the people, the history of the city. I'm not representing anyone, it's just myself. Here to speak in favor of this term sheet. Project Marvel is more than just a new arena, shiny new buildings. It's a project that propels San Antonio into the 21st century and stabilizes the Spurs as the economic engine that we need in this city. If we keep pausing, if we keep delaying, this will become a vicious cycle. One study becomes another, one opinion becomes two, one project proposal becomes five. Ask Seattle, ask Oakland how that worked out. The winners will only be consulting firms. And I believe, that we need to act now. Not out of fear that the Spurs might leave in 2032 when they get a Godfather offer, but the time is now because this is our moment. This is a historic moment for a historic city and a historic franchise. Ask Dallas how hard it was to be relevant in the NBA. Ask Houston if they have a team to be proud of. The time to act is now. The Spurs have represented us so well on and off the court. It's time that we give them the same commitment as a city. And in turn, we can build something that we're all proud of. And Mayor Ortiz-Jones, you ran on there is no time to waste. Why is there suddenly time? I yield.
Aiden Stiles. All right, Aiden Stiles, Ramiro Cavazos, Melina Espiritu Azocar, please line up. Ramiro Cavazos, are you in the building? Okay, go ahead.
How you doing? My name's Aiden Stiles. I'm a CPA and a realtor, and primarily my business is done in the Southtown, Lavaca, Digniwity area. I'm intimately familiar with that area. And all of that area is poised for massive expansion with a capital infusion like this. There are tons of developers and housing opportunities available if we move forward with Project Marvel. I represent one residential community that, once built out, will generate over $1 million in property taxes each year. Anybody in contract negotiations will tell you that time kills all deals. And especially in construction, we know that labor is going up, material costs are going up, time kills all deals. This project is more expensive today than it was yesterday. And so delaying any more makes it less and less likely to happen and more expensive. So I encourage you to move forward quickly because it will bring insane amounts of development and vibrancy to the downtown area.
Ramiro Cavazos, Melina Espiritu Azocar, and then Shayna Avery and Rachel Melendez.
Good afternoon now. Good afternoon. My name is Melina Espiritu Azocar, and I am the proud president of Northside AFT, the union representing the working people of Northside ISD. I am here today in strong support of Mayor Jones's request for an independent economic analysis before any commitments are made regarding our San Antonio Spurs. We love our Spurs. They are part of our identity, our culture, and our pride. We want them to stay in San Antonio, but before public money is spent, working families deserve transparency and accountability. Too often, promises are made to corporations while our classrooms are underfunded, our neighborhoods need investments, and working people struggle to make ends meet. An independent economic analysis ensures that public dollars that could strengthen our schools, expand healthcare, and support union jobs are used responsibly and benefit our entire community. This is not anti-Spurs, it's pro-community, pro-worker, and pro-transparency. We want the Spurs to thrive here, but our families, children, and our neighborhoods must thrive too. That's why we stand in full support of Mayor Jones's call for an independent economic analysis, because San Antonio deserves nothing less. And I will say that there are multiple unions here this afternoon, this morning. Some have had to leave because they have to work today, but we want to support Mayor Jones's request. Thank you.
Shayna Avery, Rachel Melendez, Mary Salcedo. Shayna Avery. Rachel Melendez. Mary Salcedo and Max Meza. Please line up. Thanks.
They're with me, Mayor. Yeah.
There's 6 total.
There's 3 speakers. Yes.
Okay.
But we all wanted to come up.
So Rachel, you've got Mary.
Yes,
Salcedo
and
Max Meza. Okay, so
yes.
it's the 3 in order.
Cool. Thank you. Good morning or good afternoon now. Thank you for giving us the time here. We are a union that represents hotel and hospitality workers across the city, across the state, across the country. We actually have 300,000 members across the country in hotels, casinos, stadiums, etc. So we are here to say we support the mayor's call for an economic analysis, and also want to say we are the expert on these jobs, right? Our members here are the expert on how these jobs can be good jobs. And right now, it doesn't look like good jobs. I did see in the term sheet that there is a city's minimum wage for full-time employees at the stadium. How many of those employees at the stadium are going to be full-time? What are those job classifications? Is full-time 40 hours? Is it 35? Is it 32? Right? We have these questions about what we're going to get there. So I think I'll also add that it's really wild that asking for more information is coming off as, or is being turned into being against the project. We think this could be a good project if it's done right. We just need the information. So I'm going to pass it over to, I think Max was going to go next.
Mayor, City Councils, my name is Max, and I work for Grand Hyatt.
Sir, please speak into the mic. Thank you.
My name is Max. I work for Grand Hyatt as a banquet server. For over the 35 years, I've worked at the hotels all over the country. I have the hotels' hospitality jobs can be the good jobs. To say that this project will bring jobs doesn't mean anything. People all over the city are working 2, 3, or more jobs to make ends and to meet. Also, tourists are not coming here for the sports. It's us as San Antonians to have shown the sports love for generations. It's time that the sport shows us the same love back. We need more information about how this will impact our city. Please do your due diligence and represent us and the future generations of San Antonio. We need the best deal for us, not a quick deal. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Mary Salcedo. I live in District 4, and I have worked in the Hyatt for 16 years since it opened. We were here for 2 weeks ago, and I spoke then about my experience working in the hospitality industry here. Like I said before, I am proud of my work welcoming visitors. Me and my coworkers cook, serve, and clean for guests to our city. We are the backbone of the whole hospitality industry, and I love the Spurs. But I need the Spurs to show us the love that they love us too. Why does asking for an impact report mean that anyone is against the stadium or the Spurs? City Council needs to find the best deal for us, the people of San Antonio. I support the mayor, ask for more data, and we are calling each of your office to set up a meeting. You have each met with the Spurs, and we're asking for the same courtesy. Thank you.
We have a little bit more time. I just wanted to say a couple of weeks back, we heard somebody compare Las Vegas wages to San Antonio wages. And I don't know what numbers they were looking at or what jobs they were looking at, but if we want to talk about Las Vegas wages and hospitality workers, we could bring those workers down. Those workers are members of our union. There's 60,000 hospitality workers that are members of our union in Las Vegas, and they would be more than happy to come down here and share with you the difference in their jobs and our jobs here. So like Mary said, we're going to be calling. We would love to meet with all of you. If that's helpful, we will bring those members down from Las Vegas along with our members from here in San Antonio. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Stephen Price, Richard Oppenheim, Mary Cabral. And then after Mary, it's going to be Celia Mendoza, Joe Earl Linson, Clint below. Please line up. Okay, so Stephen Price.
Bear with me. Sorry. Councilwoman, Mayor, honored guests, greetings, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Stephen Price. I'm a former U.S. Army non-commissioned officer and foreign special operations analyst. I learned success depends on good information, responsibility, your people, courage, honesty, integrity, loyalty, and leadership. I call it the chill factor. While in uniform, we called it military intelligence, human intelligence collection. In public leadership, we call it policy. And policy, not political warfare, is what San Antonio needs right now. As I've sat here, I've watched. Project Marvel has stirred good public debate over what is a lack of public knowledge and engagement. Some see an arena that could energize downtown and grow jobs. Others, like Mayor Gina Ortiz, are asking the hard questions. Will it be transparent? Will it protect taxpayers? Will it truly benefit our citizens? That's not standing in the way. That's standing for us. Let's be honest. Our people are tired of dysfunction, tired of politicians fighting the headlines while families struggle with anxiety, emotional stress, and uncertainty about the future. All of this has consequences. Next month is Suicide Awareness Month. Every day in America, 18 to 22 veterans take their lives. I heard not one mention of a veteran here today. Mayor Ortiz is providing the progress that doesn't come from rushing a deal, that comes from protecting the people and building a future rooted in accountability and compassion. When leaders choose political warfare over problem solving, the message is clear. Power is more important than people. People already struggling with isolation feel even more abandoned. The call to leadership. The leadership is service before self, integrity above ambition, and unity above division. This is the chill factor.
So you can provide the rest of your comments for the record. Thank you.
Is that it, sir? Ma'am?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Richard Oppenheim, Mary Cabral, Celia Mendoza, Joe Earl Linson.
Thank you, Mayor Jones. Thank you, members of the council. I'll be right up front and say I have a couple of questions I'd like to ask. But before I do, I'm just going to address this to the person who represents me in the City Council. I'm a District 1 resident, and I am urging Dr. Kaur to stand behind the mayor and back item number 4 on the agenda and demand a full, reasonable, and independent accounting here. Nobody enters into a 30-year mortgage and has the person who they're buying the house from furnish the house inspection, okay? Well, my questions are these, and the first one is not actually directly about the Spurs arena. It's actually about another element of Project Marvel that I'm not hearing discussed very much. I'd like to know, can you assure us, and I say you collectively, can you assure us that the costs entailed in taking a perfectly functional SAWS treatment plant, uprooting it, moving it, building access roads, and all the other attendant costs that go with that, is that going to come out of my monthly SAWS bill? How is that actually going to be paid? That seems to be very unclear to me. Now I'll go on to the arena. This Project Marvel arena plan, this is nothing particularly new. This has been done over several decades and in several different cities. And as you might expect, there have also been a number of studies, and those studies uniformly conclude that there are no economic benefits that accrue to the working people of these communities after public funds have been used to subsidize a privately owned sports facility.
Thank you. Maria Cabral, Celia Mendoza, Joe Earl Linson, Clint Below.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council people. My name is Mary Cabral. I was born and raised here in San Antonio and raised my children here, and I'm a retired school teacher. I am in District 7, and I'm here to support the mayor. In fact, Mayor, I didn't vote for you, but I will in the future. You are the only mayor, and I'm 80 years old, and I've been here all my life, that has stood up for the people. And I really support you, and I will from now on. And I also want to give kudos to Mr. Edward Munguia. He called me last night about 8:30 at night. Apologized for calling me so late. I was so happy to hear his voice. I said, thank you for calling me, because I called all of my council people. Well, not all, they're not all mine, but actually they are, because I love all the people of San Antonio. So all of you are part of me. But Mr. Munguia explained a lot of stuff to me. I am a regular person. I'm a very concerned person. And I was very thrilled that one of the council people took the time to talk to me. I come here before you as a concerned, very concerned taxpayer, and to ask you to pause the negotiations. The mayor is correct on this issue. We are not on any deadline here. Why are you anxious to sign a is that it?
Yes, ma'am, unless there's somebody that would like to give you time.
No, please pause the negotiation. That's all I can say.
You can submit your comments for the record, ma'am.
No, that's fine. Thank you, Daniel.
Celia Mendoza, Joe Earl Linson, Clint Below, Charles A. Fuentes.
Hi, my name is Celia Mendoza, and I'm a voter in District 1.
Sorry, Mary Cabral. Did she already speak?
That
Oh, I'm
was
sorry.
her.
Sorry, ma'am. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Sure enough. For the record, due diligence is not delay. It is a foundation for progress and success. I support delaying the term sheet consideration, and I would like to add a few requirements to the already two. That the independent study include economic, environmental, and quality of life studies as well. And that there is an independent study of the same caliber to look at the actual impact for the former AT&T Center. We were promised a great deal with that, and the neighborhoods were promised a great deal with that. So we need to look at those promises and the actual impact. I also do agree that the City Council should have 2 in-person engagements, but where the concerns and questions are actually considered and listened to and answered. I also think that we need to pause this, and while the economic revitalization that was promised again at the AT&T Center has not materialized, and we should not move forward and leave that abandoned until it has materialized. We need to draft, while we're waiting for this new proposal or the new study, we need to draft a new city system process that is transparent and honest, and is for the benefit of the entire city, not the select few, not the 1%. Ultimately, that's why we're here today, because there is a systemic failure in how we do business in San Antonio. Thank you.
Joe Earl Linson, Clint Below, Charles A. Fuentes.
Mayor and City Council, I'm Joe Lenson. I'm representing Tony G's Soul Food and Hospitality Collective, and I'm a proud resident of District 7. Appreciate all the work you're doing, Marina. Look, this is a good deal. It's about jobs, jobs, jobs. Think of the concrete that's going to be poured in this whole process. Not just the arena, just the infrastructure and all of that. This is important. And these are high-wage jobs. I was talking about the low wages. They're not all low wages. You want to solve this poverty problem. These are the kind of projects that we've got to step up to. Last time I was up here, I talked about the impact that the Alamo Dome had. Think of the Final Four, that impact. Think of the Valero Alamo Bowl, what happens every year late in December, 65,000 folk are in that building, Derek Fox and his team working on. That's huge economics. I also want to point out to you all that, how to say this, OJT opportunities, paid apprenticeships, and getting more young people involved in the building trades. This is how you raise the poverty rate in this, lower it rather in this town. So let's don't miss that. And I'm afraid that we may be in a situation where there's a paralysis of analysis. The info is out there. This is a project that can transform San Antonio, just as the Dome did. It's a big deal. Let's don't pass on that. So I'm expecting or hoping, rather, that at least 6 of you say yes today on the term sheet, and let's continue to move forward. I know in San Antonio we make it difficult sometimes to do things, but that's the nature of it. I have no problem with people's opposition. They have a right to speak. This is America. But this is a good project for this city. It's going to put us on the map in a different way. And lastly, I don't know of any professional organization that has committed what the San Antonio Spurs have done just on this. I'm not talking about the historically, but just on this is, think of cost overruns. They're going to pick that up. And on construction jobs, there are overruns. Thank you. Appreciate your help.
Clint Below. Clint Below. Okay. Charles A. Fuentes. followed by Lupita Gonzalez and Mary Aponte. Please line up.
Good afternoon, folks. I'm Charles Alexander Fuentes of CWA Local 6143 and a delegate to the San Antonio Central Labor Council. I'm speaking not just on behalf of the union members, which we represent, but on behalf of the working people of San Antonio. I stand here to advocate for the heart of any grand project that this city oversees. It's the workers who build it. We all know that a project like this is not just about the concrete and the steel. It's about the folks whose hands will shape it. And it's essential that those workers have solid concrete protections. That's why our commitments cannot live in press releases or speeches. They must live in contractual language. We need clear, enforceable language with real teeth that guarantees livable wages, strong benefits, and safe job sites for every person who sets foot on the project, from the first day of site prep and vertical construction through commissioning, daily operations, and ongoing maintenance. No ambiguity, no loopholes, no empty promises. This means writing into the agreement the standards our community expects, wages that actually cover the cost of living, comprehensive health care, and retirement security, as well as, and I'm glad it was brought up before me, verified training and apprenticeship pathways, and safety provisions that empower workers to speak up and stop unsafe work without fear of retaliation. When these protections are spelled out in black and white, we don't just build a project, we build stability for families, we strengthen our local economy, and we honor the dignity of their labor. So let's commit to a project that reflects the best of San Antonio, that's built a future that honors the value of our workers with real enforceable commitments. Thank you.
Lupita Gonzalez. Okay. Mary Aponte.
Thank you, Mayor. I wasn't sure I was speaking a second time, but
You're a duplicate on that?
Okay,
Okay.
I already did.
Thank you. Mary Aponte, followed by Peter Holt, Sean Elliott, and Danny Fortenberry. Mary Aponte.
Somebody before us?
She's before you, Mr. Holt. 1 second. Is she here? No? Okay. All right. Peter Holt, Sean Elliott, Danny Fortenberry.
Mayor, I've got speakers Sean Elliott, Peter Holt, Danny Fortenberry. Sorry, I'm going fast. Tyler Caldwell, Joe Donnelly. Do you have that? Okay.
You have 6 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, great. Mayor and members of City Council, thank you for the opportunity to be here. My name is Peter Holt, and I'm with the San Antonio Spurs, but I guess most people know that. First of all, I just want to say that although we may disagree, I'm very proud of and respect all the people that have come up today. I think that our city really deserves civic engagement and caring, proud, passionate members of our community, and so that makes my heart full to hear that, even if we disagree. I'm going to pass it to Sean real quick and then come back up.
Thank you. The cleaning lady was cleaning the bathroom, so it took me a little time. Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council members. I'm Sean Elliott, obviously. I've been a proud member of the San Antonio community and a Spurs employee for over 35 years. I was drafted here in 1989 by the San Antonio Spurs, and I was a young man who knew nothing about the city. And I quickly learned when I got here how much the people of San Antonio meant to the San Antonio Spurs and how much the Spurs meant to the people. I was constantly sent out by the Spurs to countless schools across this city to encourage kids to excel in the classroom, to respect your teachers, to stay away from drugs and gangs, and to stay in school. The Spurs have always been an instrument for bigger things, to build up San Antonio. And that spirit continues today, whether it's visiting wounded warriors, fixing playgrounds, speaking to students in school, leading charitable functions and events for the less fortunate, especially during the holiday season. Spurs players past and present have never been more active in the community than they are today. I have friends and colleagues across the NBA, the NFL, and Major League Baseball, and I can say without hesitation that no other professional sports franchise engages the community like the San Antonio Spurs do. The impact is immeasurable. And there's a reason that so many of us stay here. David Robinson, Tim Duncan, Manu Ginobili, Tony Parker, George the Iceman Gervin. They're all legends. They could live anywhere they want, but they laid down roots right here in San Antonio. And I did too, because there's a special bond here between the team, the city, and its people. It's special. But it's not just about basketball. Over the last 3 decades, I've watched San Antonio grow into one of the most dynamic, diverse, and welcoming cities in the entire nation. From our military presence, to our thriving small businesses, to our incredibly rich cultural traditions like Fiesta that make us so unique. We are a city on the rise. We saw that earlier with our culinary chefs. This gives us a chance to really soar. And that's why Project Marvel matters. It's more than just a new arena. It's an investment in our city's future. It will help San Antonio step out of the shadows of other Texas cities and assume its rightful place as the #1 city in Texas. It's obvious that I love this city. I'm sorry for taking so much of your time, boss. But I built my life here. I want to see it continue to grow and thrive for many generations to come. Project Marvel can make that happen. So thank you for all of your time, and thank you for believing in San Antonio.
Let me be clear about what the Spurs are putting on the table. $500 million direct contribution toward the arena costs. Spurs cover 100% of cost overruns. City's commitment is capped. $1.4 billion in private development to create jobs and grow downtown in the district. $75 million in community benefits. That's over $2 billion committed from the Spurs, one of the largest private investments in the history of San Antonio. The Spurs will invest alongside the city and the county, a true partnership. The public will own the arena. There will be no impact on local residents' taxes and no money diverted from the city's general fund. So this world-class arena will be owned by the public, paid by tourists, and operated by the Spurs, a successful formula that has provided 5 championships to this city and will bring many more. For clarity, the state rules limit these funds to venue projects like this. But this project isn't just about dollars. It's about what those dollars mean for San Antonio. This will make sure the heart of San Antonio is thriving. Thank you for your time. We urge your support for item number 5.
Eric Leidecker, Christian Beidenhorn, Matthew Pike Solomon, Ray Morales.
What up? Great to see everybody here today. I was here last night, but my council member wasn't here, so I had to return today. Thank you, Mark, for being here with us. Now, Project Marvel is pretty controversial. I've gotten pretty riled up over it. It's pretty funny to see Mayor go full Kanye West against Spurs Jesus yesterday. It was really interesting. I am in favor of her pause, a strategic pause, not a stop, but a pause, so we can make sure that this deal is good for everybody in San Antonio, not just District 1, not just District 2, which is why I've become confused why you, Mark, have become the poster boy for this project. What is District 10 getting out of this? What jobs are coming to District 10 from this? What are you getting out of this deal? I looked over the proposed term sheets, and I was really shocked to find that Spider-Man, Captain America, none of the Avengers are part of Project Marvel. How'd y'all come up with this name? I really don't understand. We could really use some Tony Stark money to fund this project, instead of taking it just from 3 entities, because it's going to be more than 3 entities that benefit from this. It'll be more than just the city of San Antonio, Bexar County, and the Spurs. So maybe we could entice a big company like Disney or the like to invest in our city and invest in this project. There's going to be other players that benefit from this. We need to find them, and they should pay their fair share. Thank you.
Christian Bidenhorn, Matthew Mike Solomon, Ray Morales.
Thank you, Mayor, council members. My name is Christian Biedenhorn. I was born and raised here in San Antonio, and I currently live in District 5. I'm a rancher who works in the sustainability space with our company officing here in downtown. I split my time between the city and the ranch. I've come to believe that ruralism and urbanism aren't opposites, but actually depend on each other. Urban density is key to building strong cities where people want to live. When we invest in vibrant, walkable city centers, we not only improve the quality of life in San Antonio, but also create real economic and sustainability benefits. And most importantly, urban density helps stop the sprawl and protects the rural lands and watersheds that future generations depend on. That's why I'm excited about Project Marvel. It completes the vision San Antonio laid out with Hemisphere in 1968. It can finally be the catalyst for a downtown that San Antonians will be proud of. For decades, we've heard about the efforts to revitalize downtown, but they've never worked as hoped. Project Marvel is the best chance we've had to finally make it happen. It's not lost on me that many of the people calling for pausing and more analyses are also wearing no Project Marvel stickers. It's important the public understands the proposal isn't funded from the city's general fund or essential services. The county's share comes from the voter-approved hotel and rental car taxes. The city's share is bond financed and repaid through Spurs lease payments, ground rents, and revenue from downtown tax zones, not local taxpayers. This is also a great deal for San Antonio. Oklahoma City, a comparable market, just built an arena with only $50 million in owner contribution. And when people say make Austin billionaires like Michael Dell or Joe Gebbia pay for it, I'd ask, where do you think they'd build it if they did? Baltimore once thought, and the Colts never stated they would ever leave until they became the Indianapolis Colts in the middle of the night. This framework has been nearly 3 years in the making, and further delay only increases both real and opportunity costs and Wemby's timeline. As one councilman asked, do we really need another economic analysis to know what the Spurs mean to San Antonio? People are saying this is already a done deal, and some of this feels like theater because this is such an obvious win for our city. But in today's uncertainties, we need everyone to ensure that what's supposed to happen does.
Thank you. You can submit the rest of your comments for the record. Matthew Pike Solomon, Ray Morales, Susana Segura.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Matthew Pike Solomon. I live on the west side in District 5. I'm here to speak on item number 4 on the proposed term sheet as it pertains to accessibility, infrastructure, and community benefit. Today I'm wearing the Spurs Pride jersey from this year's Pride Night game that our organization was invited to by the Spurs, a game that we got ready for and traveled to, only to be turned away after we got there because the Frost Center ran out of ADA seating to accommodate my husband, who is quadriplegic. I was initially opposed to this project because of the existing Alamo Dome and Frost Bank Center. However, if those venues were truly acceptable, my family would be able to attend any game or concert that we want. This project is being sold as a symbol of a world-class city. A truly world-class city doesn't just build gleaming new arenas. It builds a community where everyone is welcome. It ensures that a family isn't asked to compromise their safety or their dignity to be a part of the experience. A truly world-class venue would guarantee that any able-bodied person, any person with a disability, any person or child in a wheelchair, any person with a walking device, with low vision, visually impaired, the deaf, or a family with a stroller have the opportunity to attend any event, Spurs game, or concert that they want. This is an opportunity to show that when San Antonio builds for our community, we build for all of our community, not just a select few. I oppose the way this term came together, but if you move forward, I please ask that you make accessibility a priority for Project Marvel now. In the term agreement with the Spurs, 57 months were given with respect to the design of the arena. I implore the Spurs, City Council, and all participating parties to make sure that all stakeholders, including the disabled community, are part of that process. Equitable seating and accommodations that include removable seating, accessible and affordable parking, and mandatory evacuation plans. Thank you.
Ray Morales, Susana Segura, Gabriel Lynch, please line up.
Buenas tardes. I'm Ray Morales, resident of District 10, and how appropriate that my representative's not here to listen. Let's be very clear. We want the Spurs to stay in San Antonio, and we want San Antonio to do even better than it has done before. R.C. Buford has been quoted on Project Marvel. It's about building a place that fosters opportunity, creates lasting memories, and ensures San Antonio continues to thrive for generations to come. That should be, and hopefully is, our shared value when we ask for an independent due diligence report before we commit to the so-called non-binding term sheet. I fully support item number 4. San Antonio residents deserve due diligence. The Spurs deserve it so that we can continue our strong relationship. Keys to that relationship are a combination of trust, transparent communication, respect, and shared values. Fearful comments about the Spurs leaving has no place in this relationship. So is the point that we do not have time to look at this any further. Let us also be clear on that. I'm a retired architect, and I know a little bit about development projects, budgets, schedules, cost overruns. How many times are we going to throw money down the drain, for example, all the convention centers and arenas that we have built without asking the right questions? When I hear two past mayors in support of this development project, I look at the record of achievement in development. Not very good in general. When you consider $80 million for a Fiesta Plaza Mall, a pink elephant that had to be torn down, $50 to $60 million in upgrades to the Alamo Dome in 2018, or the $29 million recently spent on upgrades again on the Alamo Dome. All this while we will remain the third poorest city in the nation. If the business community is so keen on this project, okay, sorry.
Sir, go ahead. You can finish.
Oh, thank you. Why don't they put up $250 million or the full $500 million they are asking the city for?
Thank you, sir. You can submit the rest for the record. Susana Segura, Gabriel Lynch, Cindy Munch.
I would like to give my time to Ms. Segura.
Your name, sir?
Frey Reyes.
Oh, from earlier. Yes, okay.
Hello, my name is Susana Segura. I represent 30 folks in District 4, easily, friends and family, and I work in D5 and D1. I have noticed that the council people who have publicly stated they're going to vote for the term sheet have largely missed this meeting. And whether they can hear me in the back or not doesn't really matter. You know, it's the optics that they're just not present and they continue to leave the room, but that's disheartening all the time. I want to thank Sean Elliott for being here. Thank you, Jesus, for your brother Noel's kidney. You do a lot of advocacy for folks in the community that are struggling and that need transplants, and my aunt is one of them, so it's very near and dear to my heart. I was a kid and I played basketball all through elementary and middle school. And I was a 5-year-old sinking three-pointers. I got to a point where I just stayed short and everybody got the better positions than I did. And when high school came around, I wasn't on the team anymore, but I did run track. But I just wanted to also show you this bandana from when Sean Elliott was in the playoffs in 1990. This is a vintage bandana that I've been taking care of, for over 37 years. This is mine. So it's not about how much we love the Spurs. I think I remember being at the Utah Jazz game when they retired your jersey. I remember all of those moments when we were parked on 87 and y'all had won the world championship, and it was a parking lot and people were outside of their cars on the freeway. It was wild. This is really about fiscal responsibility. It is about doing your due diligence. Thank you, Mayor, for representing people in the community. Thank you for standing up for what's right. We do need an independent economic analysis. Ms. D. Spears, I saw you on TV last night at your budget meeting saying that you were undecided. I hope that you vote in favor of the community. You asked for a pause, you asked for more information, and you encourage more community engagement in your district when that study is done. And if you don't do that, I hope that your community recalls you, because I know that right now people are regretting that 4-year vote extension. You're going to make a big decision at the beginning of your 4-year term. That's going to cost us for generations to come. I agree that the city of San Antonio needs to maintain their buildings. I work at the Esperanza Center, and we have several buildings that we have to maintain. I agree that the city needs to put some money into the Alamo Dome and keep it viable. I do want to see the Spurs back in Center City. That'd be wonderful. But I also want to see the people who were undecided, vote for the community, not to line the pockets of people, not for corporate welfare, not for the big billionaires. Mayor, you asked for a portion of concessions and ticket sales. That's correct. They're going to say no because they don't want us to know how much money they really make.
Gabriel Lynch, Cindy Munch, Ken Shaver.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council. My name is Gabriel Lynch. I was born and raised right here in San Antonio. I currently live in District 8. I'm just a citizen. I'm not here on behalf of anybody else. And I would like to voice my support for item number 5. And that's because in 75 days, regardless of what we vote here, there will be a vote to move forward with a county increase on the HOT tax in order to provide funding for that Spurs Stadium. Mayor, by your own presentation earlier today, that independent economic impact statement that you want won't be prepared by then. That means we won't have a finalized term sheet by then, and that means that all the voters of the county, who are all, of course, your citizens as well, will go into that election without the information that they need. Now, if that election fails as a result, that could result in the Spurs relocating. I know you may think I'm fear-mongering, but really I'm just relying on history. In the mid-2000s, or the early 2000s, the state of Washington and the city of Seattle faced a situation similar to what we face today, as the Supersonics looked to secure funds for renovation to their stadium. When those funds didn't come through, the owner of that team, who was from Seattle and who wanted to keep them there, was forced to sell. In that sale, he included a provision that required a quote-unquote good faith attempt for the new owners to attempt to remain in that Seattle area and keep a stadium there. That attempt didn't really go through. The owners immediately turned around and looked at Oklahoma City, where they were from. They said, we're going to go to the stadium that already exists in Oklahoma City. They got more funding from Oklahoma City, and they moved there. But Seattle, still now, 20 years later, doesn't have a team. So yes, Mayor, there's been no public comment from the Spurs that they're looking to relocate. But even if all 11 people sitting up here, even if Peter Holt, even if everyone in the city doesn't want the Spurs to relocate, if that vote fails in November, it's out of our hands. Billionaires can swoop in, billionaires who are not currently associated with the Spurs, they can move that team to greener pastures, to better economic markets in Seattle, in Las Vegas, in Austin, and it won't be our decision anymore.
Cindy Munch, Ken Shaver, Tori Sledge, Chance Moreno.
Does this move? Okay. Cindy Munch, District 9, and I'm speaking in favor of Resolution 4, delaying all negotiations until the Council receives an unbiased impact study. This is important to me because I feel we're getting a sales pitch, not information. For example, we have been pitched and pitched about San Antonio can do Project Marvel because we are the 7th largest city in the nation. The importance of this distinction that we are really the 27th largest metropolitan area in population was brought out by Peter Holt's answer to a question asked in an Express News interview. The interviewer stated that the last 2 NBA arenas were financed privately and asked why the Spurs weren't doing the same. And he said, because we're still 26th or 27th of the 30 teams in market size. I just heard, though, that the Spurs are willing to commit $2 billion, and I'm confused because that would buy an arena. And I'm confused that if the Spurs made the decision to put their money where their team is, we're all done here. So this is really about private funding and public funding of Project Marvel. What I have for a number for Project Marvel is $3.5 billion. Bonds would have to be issued. They are currently AAA general obligation bonds, 4.55%. If fully funded, that has a liability to the community of $17,838,100 every month. We have the arena rent, $4 million, that's $333,000 something a month. The CSL analysis, $351 million over 30 years.
Ma'am, you can submit the rest of your comments for the record, unless there's somebody that would like to give you time. Okay. Ken Shaver, Tori Sledge, Chance Moreno, William Ripto.
There, I'd like to relinquish my time to my wife, Nita.
So what was your wife's name?
Nita. She's numbered 90 or 91.
We weren't able to, he didn't know he would be able to be here or whatever, so we didn't sign in together. But I'm on the list, a bit further down.
Okay, thank you. 4 minutes, ma'am.
Yes, thank you so much. Whew, so much to say. I want to address some things that have been said today, and I hope I can do it succinctly, which I'm not known for. But people talking about the white elephant, where the Spurs are playing now, or the Mission Stadium, it really does not make sense to plop something down like that way out of a city center and expect businesses to flourish around it. Same thing for the baseball stadium. Most cities, successful, thriving cities, have strong downtowns. Their downtowns have their medical centers. Their downtowns have their major universities. Their downtowns have parks, which we have, libraries, and so forth. So we need this for the Spurs, because I see downtown as a neighborhood, or we do, as a neighborhood that belongs to everyone in San Antonio, right? People come here and do all kinds of things, but they don't drive to someone else's neighborhood, go through a gate and say, oh, here, we're going to have fun today. It's here. So it should be here. And I can only imagine, we've been to Jazz Fest and beautiful Civic Park and so forth. I can only imagine the stadium filled. We're retired educators. We don't have tickets either. Just saying, although I don't miss a Roadrunners football game. We can imagine that stadium being filled, big screens out in Civic Park, people pour out, and everybody is downtown celebrating and spending money in the hospitality business, in restaurants, you name it. And who's going to do that where they are now? Oh, let's go run around on the pavement. I mean, there's nothing to do. Cities who are truly successful, and just imagine corporations coming in and they want to check out San Antonio. They're going to want to see the downtown. They're going to want to see, I think, a thriving downtown. We have a beautiful city, and people who do come admire it very much. A rich tradition, known for hospitality. But Austin is building this huge new conference center. Their university, their hospitals, everything downtown. You look at Houston, the oil industry, or the space industry, and so forth. Yes, they built the Alamo Dome way out in the country at that time, but it was a much larger market. The Spurs are dealing with a much smaller market, and they have remained loyal to us. And we have a responsibility to be loyal to them. I feel that very strongly. I think about the young people in our city, technology all the time, right? Yeah, they're not sitting at home watching 3 channels on TV like we did when we were growing up. Was that 4?
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
Tory Sledge, Chance Moreno, William Ripto, Ginger Trainer.
Yes, George Cincineros relinquish his time to me.
It's on 4 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Is everybody up now? Cool. Good afternoon, council. I want to say thank you for everything that y'all have done. Thank you for everybody who has shown up. It looks like we have a really proud people. A lot of proud San Antonians are here today because we are a very proud city, are we not? Yeah, damn right we are. We are proud to be the 7th largest city in the United States. We are proud to be the top 10 fastest growing city in the nation. Top 3 in growing tourism. We are top 5 in renewable energy capacity. And we are also proud to hold the title of Military City USA, as well as now Cyber City USA. So let's go ahead and clap it up for San Antonio, because that's amazing. Because we are proud. But I ask, are we also proud of the failing and underperforming school system, K through 12 here? Are we proud of the child and the household poverty rates that we hold? And the 84,000 households that do not have internet access still? Are we proud? Are we proud of the overstressed water systems, of the growing traffic congestion that we are facing, and as we know, it is getting worse? Are we still proud? Are we proud that we do not have a plan for the future of San Antonio? Because again, we are the 7th largest city by population, but we are 33rd when it comes to gross metropolitan product, which is our local GDP for the city. We're 33rd. Why? How? Haven't we had these projects over and over again that are supposed to say that everybody in San Antonio can eat from these pies, these plates that we have made, these marvelous projects that we have created? Wasn't the city supposed to eat then? So, I ask, let's put all of this aside real quick. Let's just talk San Antonio to San Antonio. What reason does anybody here have on why we cannot be better as a city? On why we cannot do better as a city together? You have a good reason? Does anybody here have a reason? Is there a good reason why, I don't know, why can we not be, how can we not learn? That's really what I want to say. What is stopping us from learning about our past mistakes and to be better right now, at this moment? What is stopping us? What is stopping from caring about the people from District 2 and 5 that come to these districts like yours, Mark, and they serve your constituents? Why can't we care about those people and their livelihood? Why? Look, all I have and what I'll leave is this. We are putting up taxpayer money that is going to give over 50% of the initial startup cost. But what we are receiving, based on the term sheet and based on these agreements on the CBA, is not what any partner that gives 50% or more to a business, that is not what they should receive. That is not what they would accept. So why are we accepting that? Why is it wrong for us to say, hey, let's just slow down?
Thank you. You can submit the rest of your comments for the record. Thank you. Chance Moreno, William Repito, Ginger Trainer, Ricardo Rivera.
Hello to the City Council and everyone who took the time out to come to this meeting today. I only have 2 minutes, so I'm going to make it quick, but this is a thought experiment that I ask everyone in the crowd and all of the City Council members to participate in because I think it'll be relevant. Raise your hand if you've ever heard of Peter Holt. Okay, only one person participated. Disappointing. Now, I don't anticipate as many people have heard of Michael Hamilton or Janelle Harris. Just 2 of the 364 homeless people who died in San Antonio last year, both of whom were veterans. I find it shameful thank you. I find it shameful that we sit here discussing a $1.2 billion proposal. Meanwhile, the public infrastructure in San Antonio is laughable. Our buses are routinely late, our infrastructure and our roads. I mean, there's potholes that are about as old as I am on Rigsby and Fair and many parts of the east side. The parking situation downtown and the construction situation is laughable. Half of the roads to get to this facility are under construction. Half of the buildings are constantly under construction. But I'd like to address the latter part of my comments about the public ROI and the nature of this project in general. We're hearing a lot about how there's been a lot of transparency. Then why have parties been signing non-disclosure agreements and been conducting these meetings in backdoor rooms, away from public comment, away from public scrutiny? Mayor Jones proposed revenue sharing as a mechanism to fund this proposal, and yet that has been declined and shut down. Lastly, as work as a teacher and educator, and so I don't go based on conjecture, I go based on facts and analysis. And facts and analysis show that despite robust evidence, stadiums are not economic development catalysts and do not confer limited social benefits. Economic research continues to demonstrate that stadiums remain poor public investments. This is nothing more than a reverse Robin Hood, a transfer from the poor and the economically disadvantaged to the rich of this city, which is frankly, quite frankly, the last thing that the city needs. We need investment in public infrastructure and in the actual economic diversity of the city. Thank you.
William Repito, Ginger Trainer, Ricardo Rivera, Gabriel Castro.
Good afternoon, y'all. My name is William Repito. I live in District 10 under Mark White, but I am a newcomer up from North Texas, specifically Mesquite. So I don't have a strong opinion on this Project Marvel as of yet, but what I do have a strong opinion in is trying to jump into a potentially hundreds of millions of dollars investment without crossing our T's or dotting our I's. we say this is going to give us a heck of a lot of new jobs, minimum wage paying jobs. I can't live off of $7.25. I can't go to school off of $7.25. And this is a $1 billion project for the stadium itself. What about for the rest of Project Marble? How are we going to fund that? Y'all say the hotel occupancy tax, the county venue tax, and the state hotel yada 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 tax. All that is around $3 billion. From what I'm finding, when I'm looking up online, I can't find any ideas for the cost, potential cost for the land bridge or the Alamo Dome Revives project. Where's that money going to come from? And in regards to the Alamo Dome, wasn't that supposed to invest in the area around it? I've been hearing from plenty of people before and today that they have not seen the return on investment. So are we expecting the same situation to happen here with this new stadium? I say we must double check our numbers, make sure everything is going to happen the way we think it should be, and make sure our money is actually heading to the right places.
Ginger Trainer. Ricardo Rivera. Gabriel Castro. Adesua Ilahu. Followed by Diana Urigas, Dawn Ann Larios, and Phyllis McNair. Please line up.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. My name is Adesua Eliho. I moved to San Antonio here from Paris, France 14 years ago. Since moving here, I've had lots of opportunities to go to more hospitality-focused cities, but I chose to stay here because I believe that San Antonio has potential and I wanted to be a part of shaping its future. In 2020, I relaunched my company as Sukar right here in San Antonio. It was a small pastry company, has now won over 140 publications. We've won 40 international awards, and I've been on Food Network representing our proud city. Most importantly, I've created jobs, mentored the community, and am helping the youth. At a recent brunch I went to with you Madam Mayor, during the campaign season, you talked about a story of your mother working in hospitality and how that kind of laid a foundation for you to be sitting in that very seat. And I think that projects like Project Marble is what allows us to do this for our community. This project is not just about the Spurs, although we all love our Spurs. This project is about economic development, and specifically my project of economic development. Because of this project, I have been working on a 2-year plan, and I will be investing my own $2 million here in San Antonio to start a restaurant, hopefully next year. And I think that a lot of other young, talented chefs from around the world are going to be attracted to a city like this. My concerns are we having the right staff? Are people able to come here? Are we able to attract talent here? Do we have housing for them? And in this project, with the hotel occupancy tax that you guys are talking about, we can increase our tourism and thus increase our wages and make this a better place for all of San Antonio. So in closing, I just want to say, if there's a chance to improve our future, we should do everything in our power to seize it. Project Marble is about how we begin to course correct and to build a San Antonio that our children deserve. And decades from now, I hope that we will be able to say that this was a moment where San Antonio chose to invest in its people and its future. And so I thank you for your time. Hope you have a wonderful day.
Diana Urigas, Dawn Ann Larios, Phyllis McNair, Rose Hill. Please line up.
Good afternoon. I'm here to speak on this project, and I'm for item 4 with you, and I hope all of your council will support you. And I'm against item 5. Don't sign anything. And I'm asking for you to hold off on that vote today. Leave it for us for November. Because we've already given the Spurs two arenas. This will be the third. How many does it take? This money needs to be used on the city. We've used it on you, the Spurs, because we love you. It doesn't mean that we don't. We're for you. But how many arenas does it take? We need this money to be put on drainage and housing and nourishment, education, and everything else. We've given you so much. Y'all need to put in your part. Now that we've given it to you already, twice. I haven't even been to a Spurs game. Can't afford it. I was without a job for a long time because nobody wanted to give me a job.
Thank you. Dawn Ann Larios, Phyllis McNair, Rose Hill, Antonio Diaz.
Yes, Phyllis McNair, Dignity Hill. I am giving my time to Rose Hill from Government Hill.
Dawn Ann Larios is first, followed by Phyllis McNair and Rose Hill.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. My name is Dawn Ann Larios, and I am the Executive Director for the Texas Restaurant Association, San Antonio chapter, as well as the El Paso chapter. Thank you all for having us today. I stand before you today proudly representing the Board of Directors for our Texas Restaurant Association, San Antonio chapter, and with me today is one of our fabulous board members, Adeswa Aliho, who you just heard from. She is a chef, a local chef. We urge you to vote yes on item number 5. This sports and entertainment district, this arena is too important for our community, our business, your constituency. The economic impact it will have on our city, the tourism boost it will provide, where money is spent on our restaurants, our hotels, our bars, and entertainment. The jobs it will create. In 2023, our hospitality industry brought in $21.5 billion. 51% of that number came from restaurants and catering alone. The contribution to our city of San Antonio was over $277 million. Today, over 149,000 employees, your constituents, work in hospitality. That's 1 in every 8 residents. Imagine what all of these numbers could be, will be, with the new arena downtown. The return on investment will be great. This will be a historic investment in our community, our residents, our downtown, the crown jewel of our city. We are a first-class city because of our uniqueness, our cultural identity, our hospitality, and because of our Spurs, or as my grandmother Larios used to say, Los Spurs. And people like Sean Elliott and the Holt family. I applaud the city manager and assistant city manager for
Phyllis
the public
McNair,
meetings.
Rose
Let's
Hill.
do the right thing and vote for this.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council.
Ma'am, just to clarify, did Phyllis McNair give you her time?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, thanks. It's 4 minutes, thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Rose Marie Hill, and I am, good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. My name is Rose Marie Hill, and I am the president of Government Hill Alliance Neighborhood Association, which is outside Fort Sam. I am also the co-founder of 30 neighborhood associations in District 2 called the D2 President's Roundtable, which is a group of strong leaders on the east side that educate, communicate, educate ourselves on city government, meet once a month. we bring our problems to the table and we find solutions. Today I'm here because I'm just a little disappointed because I hear a lot of negativity and I hear positive also regarding the Spurs. But main thing I wanted to relate is that on August the 9th, we had a very important District 2 roundtable meeting of all our presidents under one roof. And I contacted the District 2 office to come, and I invited Mr. Castillo to come to our meeting, and nobody showed up. Apparently there was another event going on, but it's very important that there be a lack of open line communication, especially right now that we don't have our councilman in hand. And I know that Mr. Castillo, you are new, and I wholeheartedly, but I did text you and I did email you because you missed a golden opportunity to come talk to us about Project Marvel. Right now, there's a lot of confusion, a lot of division, and we should be coming together to find solutions, because today I do hear there's a lot of negativity about the Spurs. I do love the Spurs. I've gone to many games, and the Spurs have actually helped us when we have our neighborhood association National Night Out. They actually give us money that we don't get from the District 2 office to do our functions in District 2. So what we have to do today is come together to understand the Spurs and then understand that the people that are talking here. There were some issues regarding the District 2 on commerce, and a lot of promises that were made around the Alamo Dome that we were hoping that maybe could come to our meetings to be able to explain, because knowledge is golden to many of us. A lot of us are educated, but at the same time, we're community leaders. I've been on the east side for almost 40 years working with our communities and being an advocate for infrastructure and for housing, for all kinds of different things that it poses. But if we don't have our District 2 Council office informing us and being able to get us that golden information, we can't take it back to our communities. So I'm here personally asking you, sir, today on our meeting September 13th at 2025 at 10 o'clock at Second Baptist Church, that you please come and meet with all the presidents. Tell us a little bit more about Project Marvel. Get us informed so that we can be educated enough to know what the project's about. The term sheets, what y'all are talking about today, a lot of the presidents in our neighborhood, again, we're volunteers, but we'd like to have more information. Information is important. So I'm neutral here today because I don't got that information. But what I do wholeheartedly hear is a lot of negativity against our Spurs, and I think that we need to have I'll put everything on the table and be able to relate that information so we can disseminate that information onto the community. Community outreach is very important, very important. Open line of communication is very important. We actually, the presidents, I don't think that some of the council people know how important our jobs are. Our jobs are just as important as yours are, because we're out there, we hold meetings once a month. We're out there dealing with the same problems y'all are dealing with. The only difference between y'all and us is that we don't get a paycheck. So I wholeheartedly, please come to our meetings, give us that information so we can make the rational decisions. Thank you very much.
Antonio Diaz, Priscilla Lipez, Veronica Sandoval, Trish DeBerry, please line up.
Nilsi and Kualitonali. I'm here supporting item 4. I believe that getting an independent financial report for this over $1 billion project is reasonable and should be done. I don't know why some of the city council members want to move forward without getting one. It's already been noted that CSL is affiliated with Spurs. So again, it's like saying, hey, just trust me, here's the report, instead of getting an independent one for all of us, because we're all going to be paying for it, not just District 2 or the private investors, but we are, the whole city. And so I ask all of you here that are still here, do your due diligence. Support the mayor's request. Now, we know we have a city manager and city council type government, and our city manager has a lot on his shoulders and responsibilities, but it's not solely on him. You all are elected officials, all of you. You're the ones that put forward that he get a raise that we just approved this past year. So, respectfully, I believe the mayor should be listened to and should not be treated the way she's been treated by city council members. Mr. White, especially, he's not there. So, I am here basically to support item 4 and to say respectfully to City Manager Walsh, a little preemptive, because we're going to vote November. And so, thank you very much. Support the mayor.
Priscilla Lipez, Veronica Sandoval, Trish DeBerry.
Hello, Mayor. I'd like to give my time to Trish DeBerry.
Okay.
Okay, 4 minutes, correct?
That is 4 minutes, correct. Go
Thank
ahead.
you. Good afternoon, Mayor, members of the City Council. Mayor, we appreciate the fact that you were at our press conference yesterday, because at the end of the day, your voice is a critically important one, whether we agree or whether we disagree. Because at the end of the day, at some point, we're going to be in lockstep with each other on the issues that are important to San Antonio, whether it's homelessness, whether it's affordable housing, whether it's workforce development, or whether it's pre-K for SA. So I am here, Trish DeBerry, President and CEO of Centro San Antonio, and on behalf of the Board of Directors that lead the organization along with myself, our staff, our 500 members who represent downtown, and our amazing 130 ambassador organization, who, by the way, thank you. Let me just say, these folks that are here today are here on their off day because they believe it is that important for them to be here. So we're grateful for their contributions. So we stand united in support for the members of the council that are moving forward with a positive vote for a term sheet today, because it is that important to downtown, not from just a downtown trajectory standpoint, but the entire community will benefit from this. I stood before you a week ago and I told you the monies that come into downtown do not stay in downtown. They will go into the general fund and they will benefit districts across this city, streets, sidewalks, parks. And that is critically important. I'm going to lay out the facts of the deal and why we are standing here in support. Number one, $311 million from the county. That is a visitor tax. I worked on a past venue tax. Those are visitors that come into San Antonio, rent cars, stay in hotel rooms. That does not come from taxpayer pocketbooks, by and large. I would tell you 95 to 98% are out-of-towners. Then we look at the $489 million that the city has brought forward in a term sheet, and thank you to Eric Walsh, to Ben Gorzel, to Andy Segovia, to the council for digging in deep and working on this for the past 2 years. This has not been a rushed decision by any stretch of the imagination, but let me be clear. That $489 million, again, will be repaid by the San Antonio Spurs who sit behind me today. So in ground leases, in increased property taxes in downtown, it will come back to the city. Not to mention the $2.1 or $2.3 billion that the Spurs have committed, allegedly, or in fact, for the arena and for the sports and entertainment district. And Mayor, good on you for striking a community benefits agreement that is unprecedented. And by the way, $75 million over 30 years is nothing to sneeze at, because it will help this community in spades. So I'll end this conversation with the fact that we need to be united together. And though we agree to disagree on this issue, many of you that are here, some are in lockstep with us, but we will work on other projects that we need to get accomplished here. In Cops Metro, we appreciate your voice here. We have worked together on SAISD bond elections, on fluoride elections, on VIA elections, and on pre-K for SA elections. It does not mean an either-or conversation. We can lift this city up with a sports and entertainment district, but we can also bring people out of poverty at the very, very same time. 5 championships here, Spurs Jesus here, right? From the San Antonio Spurs. This is a small market team. The dynamics are very, very different than they are in Seattle, Vegas, or anywhere else in the country. We're proud of your support. We're proud of what you're contributing to the equation. We look forward to a positive vote today, And in 5 championships, guess what? People were not honking around the AT&T Center. They were honking and waving flags where? In downtown San Antonio. Thank you very much.
Veronica Sandoval. Veronica Sandoval. Jack Finger, followed by Thelma Gonzalez. Jack Finger. Thelma Gonzalez. Kathleen Trenchard. This is the final speaker.
Good afternoon, Councilman, Honorable Mayor. Thank you, Mayor, for this day, for this opportunity. I would like to express my opposition to the proposed entertainment district, which has finally merged with the Marvel district. One of our competitors for the almighty tourist dollar is a city which built a stadium for their beloved Saints. That building survived Hurricane Katrina and then housed the homeless for weeks. It wasn't built in downtown, and it wasn't built near the French Quarter. It wasn't built in a residential area. It was built in an area that needed development and attention. But it seems to be doing quite well, and nobody in New Orleans is asking for another stadium or demanding it. And they all eat well. Meanwhile, we've already demolished an historic landmark in a downtown that is thriving with residential apartments and condos, hotels. Why? Because it seems we have a bad case of stadium-itis now, an addiction to building new stadiums. We love our Spurs, but do they love us? May they move to Austin? Maybe they love Austin more, but I would love to see them try to build another stadium in downtown Austin. We've lost our way, San Antonio. We have so much to offer our residents and our visitors already without the glitz. Don't mess with San Antonio. Thank you.
Jack Finger, you have 2 minutes.
Well, Madam Mayor, other members of the City Council, my name is Jack M. Finger, and, I guess the best comes last here. Yes, I wish to alert you to some questions that have yet really to be answered here. But I was doing some research on this whole thing and looking at the San Antonio Current, and as woke as it is, it's sometimes even a broken clock is right twice a day. And I saw this article by Mr. Sanders here. Mr. Audiovisual, look at that enclosed circle there. Blow that up if you would a bit. About your consultant, it says in 2003, the CSL forecast that an expansion of Philadelphia's Principal Convention Center would boost hotel room by generation by an annual average of 503,000 to 786,000 in 2024. The expanded facility generated only 411,315 hotel rooms. It never even came close to the 503,000 number again. Other projections by the consulting firm have also missed the mark. Return the camera if you would. Yeah, also, I noticed that the agreement you have there. Let's see, Mr. Audiovisual Man, put that up there, page 1 of the terms there. what does it say there? Scroll up a bit there. Yeah, Sports Entertainment District term sheet. Okay, that's page 1. And then go to this one, if you would, Mr. Audiovisual Man. What does it say there? See, that's page 1. Buried deep in page 7 are these remarks here. Yes, number 16. Term sheet is non-binding. Non-binding. The term sheet is not binding or enforceable agreement. Return the camera, if you would. So essentially what you have is a sham agreement. And if you vote for this thing, what does that make you? A bunch of sham politicians? You tell me.
Okay, that was the final speaker. So next is council discussion on item 4. If there's no objection, we will also discuss item 5.
We need a motion and a second to discuss item 5. And I would prefer that objection.
Okay. 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 We're going to recess for a bio break for 15 minutes. Let's reconvene. Thank you. We will now do council discussion on item 4. Just because we often have technical difficulties. Is there anybody that has queued for this item, item 4? Thank you again to everybody that took the time to be here and to provide their comments wherever they are on this issue. As mentioned, we have the time and we have the resources to do this. There was a question that came up. As I mentioned, there's lots of economic factors that are contributing to my desire to be very cautious on this. There was a question about whether the chilled water plant, for example, had been considered as part of this. As a member of the SAWS board, the SAWS and CPS, in fact, will come to the City Council next year requesting a rate increase. At our last SAWS board meeting, they confirmed that that rate increase was not reflective of the costs needed to move the chilled water plant. I want to agree with the sentiment that this discussion is about much more than an arena. It truly is. I think we can all appreciate the ways in which we as a community have invested in the Spurs and are thankful for also the ways in which the Spurs have invested in us. I think this discussion is also about how our community understands our worth and how we understand who we take into account and how we take things into account when we make significant decisions like this. As mentioned, my concern about the process thus far is that it has not necessarily allowed for an informed discussion, as independent data continues to be absent from this discussion, nor has there been sufficient time for public engagement on even the draft term sheet that we have had for all of 96 hours. I do thank Peter Holt for coming in person and requesting the public dollars himself for this project. I think this discussion, though, is also about how we advocate for ourselves when we're asked for major financial contributions like this, and when we have requested additional information and additional time to do our due diligence. I am surprised by the pushback upon that. As the timeline indicates, we have the time and certainly the resources to do this appropriately. Now it is time to take a vote on item 4. City Clerk, please read the caption so the council will know what they are voting on.
Item number 4 is a resolution under which the City Council will not consider a proposed term sheet with the San Antonio Spurs for a proposed arena downtown until A, the City Council receives an independent economic impact study for the arena by a firm with no association with the Spurs organization or ownership, with economic analysis on par with what the City of Philadelphia received in 2024, notably impact on general fund. And 2, each City Council member has hosted at least 2 in-person publicly announced engagements with our constituents to receive feedback on the completed independent economic impact study and any proposed term sheet.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All public comment and council discussion has occurred on this item. There is a motion and a second for approval of item number 4. Please vote. The motion has failed. Now we will take public comment on item number 5. I'm sorry, excuse me. Sorry. Now it is time to take a vote on item number 5. Madam Clerk, please read the caption so the council will know what they are voting on.
Item number 5 is a resolution authorizing the city manager to complete negotiations and execute a non-binding term sheet with San Antonio Spurs Holding LLC relating to a downtown arena with substantially similar terms to the posted draft term sheet.
Second.
That will move to council discussion. People lined up, or has anyone lined? Just Core? Okay. Sorry, we're having technical difficulties here. So, Councilwoman Core, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to first start off by saying thank you to everyone that came today and spoke, and all of the previous council meetings as well, and the community engagement sessions that were previously held. Whether you're an organizer, whether you're a city employee, whether you're a small business leader, we are all members of the same community, the community we love and want to thrive. So we thank you for your energy and advocacy in this issue. I want to start off by giving context for what I believe our job as a council is up here today, and that's to make sure we have limited financial risk in this deal and that we have enough information to allow the voters to take vote on the upcoming election in November and one potentially in the future in May as well. So I'm going to tell you a few frequently asked questions that I've heard and responses that I believe might help clear up some of that confusion. So the first question that gets asked a lot is, what is this going to cost and who's going to pay for it? So this arena deal, specifically just the arena in the larger sports and entertainment district, is going to cost $1.3 billion, potentially a little bit more than that. Of that, the city is contributing $489 million in debt. The county is contributing $311, and then the Spurs are taking on the rest, including any additional overage that may occur. So let's break down our portion of that funding. What does that actually include? The $489 million is actually split up and being paid 52% by the Spurs and the development that is occurring themselves. 48% is being paid by state-generated PFC dollars, which are an increment on hotel taxes at the state level. Not the local, the state. And that's a legislation that some of our local leaders worked so hard to pass. Senator Jose Menendez was critical in making that legislation go through, and I just saw a tweet from our Representative Diego Bernal, who was also mentioning that he hopes that these PFC dollars are being used to support this deal today. So that being said, we didn't stop there. We negotiated and we got even just a little bit more. We didn't want to use Midtown TERS funding for this, so we asked the Spurs to help step up and spend a little bit of additional funding in acquisition for land, and so they're providing $30 million on the front end for that. And on top of that, Ben, you did a great job. We're actually going to get a renovation to the arena within 15 years of operation, something I wish we had negotiated for ourselves in the Alamo Dome as well. But this is a great way to have the arena fully being operated by the Spurs. So that's how it's being funded and paid for. So let's talk about the next question. How does the community benefit? This is something that we have talked so much about, that the community has to benefit from this deal. So we went back and said, Eric, please go negotiate and see what we can get out of the community benefits agreement, and we got $75 million, more than what was initially offered. That's $2.5 million a year, and I tried to find another arena deal where that was the amount that was actually pledged, and I couldn't find it. I found a community benefits agreement that didn't have dollars attached to them, but goals, and this one has specific dollars attached to them. In addition, there's two things in the term sheet that I wanted to call out. One is there's going to be public input on the actual design of the arena. Some of the folks came and said it's super important that this area represents our cultural heritage. And so allowing for that public input is going to make it not just look like another building that could be in Vegas. The next part of the term sheet is they're committing to a peer-to-peer mentorship program for contractors and bonding assistance. For those contractors that are smaller, this is actually really important and is a signifying effect of how they care about our small businesses and our small contractors locally. And lastly, and more importantly, the biggest benefit is $1.4 billion of mixed-use development that would not occur if not for this deal. There was an article that was cited about the Hemisphere deal, and I'm sorry to say it took us so long at Hemisphere to get one hotel off the ground over there. And this is going to guarantee that this development occurs without us having to negotiate deals with individual developers one at a time. That's $276 million of revenue for sales and hot tax. Those dollars help fund our public arts. They help fund all of the entities that are doing such great work for our youth in the arts component that's so important, and sales tax dollars for us. So the next question that comes up is, how do we know that this mixed-use development will actually occur? In a lot of previous deals, that's been the biggest issue, is there's these grand development deals that never happen. Well, this is the kicker. The Spurs are actually going to guarantee that $500 million is constructed at the same time that the arena is built. And if that is not into play, then we don't actually issue the debt, and this deal doesn't go through. So it is a strong contingency upon getting this deal off the ground. In addition, there's another thing that was highlighted from one of the speakers today to me, that there's a force majeure clause that's actually stronger than a force majeure clause in the term sheet. So what that means is, we all know too much. If there's a pandemic and there's delays, what happens? Well, they still have to make the payment. They don't get an out if there is a delay. There is an option where if they're making the payments on time and then afterwards the development occurs because of a delay and there's a surplus, a reimbursement could occur. But even if there is a recession, even if these tariffs go up, they're still responsible for guaranteeing that payment, which is super critical and not seen in any other deal. When I asked some of the folks if they'd seen this kind of deal being structured by a sports team around the country, and it hasn't been. And the reason why we don't want just that $2 billion to go straight to the arena is because then we don't have that mixed-use development, and we know how critical that is to this deal. So the next question is, what would a new independent analysis show that's different than what we already have seen? And I spent a lot of time on this. My colleagues know this week I was debating back and forth on what is it that we could learn from a new independent economic analysis. I recently stole an employee, a staffer from the Economic Development Department in our city. So we spent the week and we did a side-by-side analysis of what CSL did for the 76ers and then what Stone did for the Spurs. Aside from the Stone plan needing to up their visual game, there's some similarities in the deal, including the benefits of a two-arena, if the city can actually handle two arenas. And so when I looked at the market comparison and I looked at some of the differences in the studies, what I realized was if a new study was done and the Stone analysis says we'll get 5,400 new jobs for construction in this arena, if a new analysis says 4,500, does that impact whether or not this is a good financial deal for our community? It doesn't. And that's why we have the data that we need to move forward on the term sheet today. The next question that we heard a lot is, we're heading into a general fund deficit, so why aren't the Spurs helping with that? And I grappled with this idea too. If we ask every single business that's coming to San Antonio to help pay for all of our general fund needs, we'll never get businesses coming and knocking to our door. In fact, we have an economic incentive policy so we can actually incentivize folks to do that. That's why that's not possible in this. And we have to make sure we don't creep what a public-private partnership looks like. We can't blur the lines there. We can't start dipping into our companies' pockets. The next question is, what about our streets and sidewalks? Trust me, I'm the Orange Cone Council person. I care about our streets and sidewalks. I care about making sure we have safe passageway to schools. But just because this deal doesn't happen doesn't mean all of a sudden every single one of my neighborhoods is going to get a sidewalk. I commit to continuing to working towards that, and I know my council colleagues do too. But this deal does not change whether or not we can get streets or sidewalks for all of our single neighborhoods. I'm almost out of time, and I'm going to try to quickly go through the last three questions. So who are the teammates on this project? So our three, the winningest trio in NBA history is Tim Duncan, Manu Ginobili, and Tony Parker. And not saying which one is which, but we got a winningest trio here too. We've got the city, we've got the county, and we've got our local Spurs. And each of us has committed to this community the possibility for what this could create, including in the Spurs team, all of our amazing players that continue to give back, like Sean. If you ever want to go to the SAISD Foundation Golf Tournament, you'll catch him there supporting our kiddos, because that's the kind of leaders that we have. So what does the community think is important? We did do some community engagement. I agree. Community engagement is not over yet, and that's why Able City has actually been contracted to do more work for the Community Benefits Agreement in particular, because that was not the focus of this last session. So we have to continue the community engagement effort, particularly with the city-county task force that could actually provide input not only onto the Community Benefits Agreement, but also the redevelopment in areas of the east side where the county is going to be funding. However, what the community has said, over 50% of people that responded to the survey, which represents people that can't necessarily show up to council as well, said they would support public financing for this arena. 80% said the Spurs are integral to our culture, and residents reiterated that affordable housing and transportation is really important. So does a vote today actually make this deal a done deal? And yes, that is not true. This is a non-binding term sheet that at any point we could walk out of. And what's most important, it's the most democratic way to have our community vote on this by voting in November on a term sheet that we feel has limited city's financial risk. Thanks, Mayor.
Councilwoman Viagran.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for all those who came out to speak, all those who understand where we sit, understand that this council and the council before worked really hard on this in the conversation that we do. One thing as a city council member that we look towards, that I have looked towards as a resident of San Antonio for over 50 years. I've been here in San Antonio as long as the Spurs have been here. Is the one thing that I've learned through this is base closures and losing companies and their headquarters. And while we're talking about an arena, I am talking about a business that has a headquarters here, and that is the San Antonio Sports and Entertainment Holdings, LLC. And I'm trying to keep a headquarters here in San Antonio, in addition to grow this city. So we're at a crossroads, and we have come where we have a proposed partnership with the San Antonio Spurs that could add to the transformation of our downtown and strengthening our local economy without burdening the local taxpayers or diverting resources from city services. For months, we asked the question, what will it cost to move forward? Now we have the answers, and it's time to ask some more important questions. What will we lose if we don't? The Spurs have contributed deeply over the decades and have become intertwined with the culture and community. The other question is, how do we explain the loss to our community, culture, and local economy if the Spurs leave and relocate? In 1993, a group of investors got together because there was a chance we could lose the Spurs. They got together. Peter's dad sat on that group of investors, and they worked to keep the San Antonio Spurs here in San Antonio. In 1996, the whole family would work to get a bigger investment in the San Antonio Spurs to continue to ensure that. Yesterday in an interview with Ernie Zuniga, he asked me if ever, he couldn't remember the last time we were there. And I said, I remember the last time. It was 1993. And I worry it every time the NBA comes and talks about expansion or moving teams. I worry about it every time some city that doesn't have an NBA team builds a new arena. So these are the things that we worry about. And right now, very similar to what my council colleague said, is we have this historic opportunity for the Bexar County Commissioners, the Spurs, and the City of San Antonio to come to the table and move forward. Let me make it clear, we are not at the table. This term sheet would get us at the table. We are looking at the table. We know there's a table. There's a seat at the table for us, but we are not there yet. The things that have been requested today, the ultra accessibility, the union jobs, the fair deals, the hashing out of the CBA, the community benefits agreement, that happens with this vote today when we direct Eric and Ben to go ahead and move forward and actually start negotiations after we get votes done in November by Bexar County and the citizens of San Antonio. We are at the beginning. This deal, it still has a process and still needs to go to the voters. We can talk analysis all day, but analysis, you know what analysis doesn't do? It doesn't predict for a COVID. It doesn't predict for a natural disaster. So what I'm looking forward with what I have here, the information that I have here, the belief that I have, the trust that I have in my city manager, in the city team, and in Ben Gorzel with over 30, I'll just say 30 plus years of experience, and the fact that he can get us to really good ratings here in San Antonio, that he is going to bring me a term sheet that is in the best interest of the city of San Antonio and in the best interest of moving us forward. Again, we've done this speech 3 times. We can agree to disagree. You either trust this team sitting in front of me with the city of San Antonio, you trust the Spurs, or you don't. I trust the Spurs. I knew I've asked the questions. For the last 4 years, I knew my council colleagues before asked the questions. We never not live with the risk that somebody will come and try and take our San Antonio Spurs. We know that. This is the beginning of the process. It's $489 million. We've looked at the breakdown of how it looks. We need to move it forward as is today, and we need to start negotiating and looking at a real contract. But what I did hear is we have questions about what it's going to look like downtown. So at this time, I'd like to bring someone from the Spurs. Bobby, if you want to come up. Do you commit to going into to citywide neighborhood associations and meeting with them and explaining to them what this is going to look like?
Yes, Councilwoman, for the record, Bobby Pettis, San Antonio Spurs. Immediately after passage, we'll be reaching out to your offices and coordinating stakeholder meetings, community meetings, neighborhood meetings to continue to share and campaign, quite frankly. That a campaign will start.
Thank you, Bobby. And that they are going out and if another group does another analysis and pays for it themselves and there's a debate, I'm sure this team will debate it. But at this point, we need to let the voters decide. And we need to let the voters decide understanding that the city is at the table, that the city has made this commitment of $489 million to move forward and to keep the San Antonio Spurs. The Spurs are the anchor. As San Antonio's world champions team, their contributions to our culture and on our economy, the history, the memories we want to make about going downtown, celebrating, having memories. I have parents from the Hemisphere arena that remember that, grandparents that want to share that with the next generation. We need the full cooperation from both the San Antonio Spurs Holdings, the county, and the city of San Antonio. Right now, today, with this vote, what I want to say is you have the cooperation of the city of San Antonio moving forward. If we get into this process and at any time the voters say no, and there'll be 2 votes, we've already said it, one in November, one regarding the bonds, then that's where it stops. But right now, we have to say we're there. We have to say we're in. I heard so many people say, we all love the Spurs, we all love the Spurs. But do you really? The thing is, Sean, I'm going to call them Sean like I know him personally. Sean, Manu, David, Tony, Tim. You have a company that Sean, I know we traded you for just a tiny bit, but we had people that worked for this company and decided and said, this is home. And they came back home. Other than the city of San Antonio, who has 35 years, 40 plus years of city employees, I don't know what other company can say that. We will lose significantly if we lose the Spurs. One of the speakers said 20 years Seattle has been waiting for an NBA team after the Supersonics left. I went up and I saw that stadium, and they are waiting. And because they knew I was from San Antonio, they thought it was cute, and they said, look at this locker room we have for an NBA basketball team. And that was hard, and my heart sunk a little. And then people talk about Vegas, and then my heart sinks a lot. But we have a commitment, we have a term sheet on the table. I think it's time we move forward. I think it's time we have conversations. I'm taking the meetings with the unions to see what y'all need. And as we go into conversations about that, you can bet I'm going to be looking for your interest. You can bet I'm going to be looking for local interest. But right now, what we need to do is vote yes and move this forward.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Spears.
Well, I want to thank everyone for their presentation. Sorry, guys. Thank you very much for the presentation. So last night, I did speak to my constituents and told them that I'm listening to them. They've been reaching out, and I've been hearing from both sides. And they have some questions, and it was clear to me there's a real misunderstanding about this whole deal. And so I'm interested in asking their questions on their behalf. So I'm going to get started. I guess, Eric, can you explain, I know a lot of this has been mentioned today, but I just want to do it on my own for my constituents for clarity. But Eric, what is the practical urgency today on why we must make this decision on the term sheet?
Thank you, Councilwoman. So the item is on the agenda today, but beyond that, I think it's important to give some context, and it goes back to the MOU that the city, the county, and the Spurs signed earlier in the spring. Back when the council approved our portion of that in February, that agreement was executed in April, and there were 2 major takeaways as an organization that we needed to tackle. One was engagement, which led to the contracting with Able City and the sessions at the end of June and July. And the second was begin putting together a funding framework on our end while the county was going through their own analysis for venue tax. That timeline that we committed to was July. So that we have been working along that path since then. And then it was reaffirmed by the council on August 6th. And so, obviously I think that today's agenda item originally wasn't posted on Friday. The term sheet was substantially completed based on the email I sent to y'all on Friday. And then over the weekend, Sunday evening specifically, as I said in my email to you on Friday, both sides were going to relook at the term sheet and make sure that there were no other issues, which was completed on Sunday, and then we added it to the agenda based on several calls I received. So our original timeline that we shared with the council at the end of July during the special session, as well as the August 6th presentation, was to bring you all that term sheet by the end of August. And so in keeping with the original timeline that we worked on, because again, the county was going to be doing their own analysis in parallel. So that's where we're at today.
So to be clear, the voters are going to go on November 4th and vote on the county's portion of the venue tax that would go towards the arena, regardless of what we do.
Yes, the county's called that election.
So if we don't have a term sheet done, our residents will not have adequate information on what our portion looks like at the city before they go to the polls on November 4th, if we don't do a term sheet.
So, I mean, I've received questions about what is the rest of the deal, right? And that's really the question before you all today. What is the rest of the deal? We delivered a term sheet that met the original objectives, and that's really the matter before you all today.
Okay, and so regarding the $489 million, the portion that we're receiving from the state, what are the restrictions on those funds, and where are they coming from at the state?
So the project finance zone dollars are coming from the incremental state hotel tax within the 3-mile radius of the zone that was created by council earlier in the year. It is primarily hotel tax and the increment that would normally go to the state for their own budget, and does include some sales and liquor related tax within those hotels within that zone.
Okay, so I want to be abundantly clear that these dollars cannot be used on city projects in our neighborhoods like drainage and streets and potholes, and that none of our core services none of these funds can be used towards any of our core services around the city.
No, ma'am, you're correct. The project finance zone that was created by the council and authorized by the state and then created by the council, authorizes 3 projects, the convention center, the Alamo Dome, and an arena.
Okay. So I want to ask about the arena. So we're going to be the ones owning the arena, but the Spurs are going to maintain the operations of the arena and the upkeep, replacements of equipment, all of that?
Yes, ma'am. In the term sheet, the Spurs are responsible over the term of the lease for operations and maintenance of that facility.
Okay.
And it will be city-owned or a city entity.
Okay, and then the city infrastructure bond, that's a completely separate project from what we're talking about today?
Yes, ma'am. And I expect that we would begin talking about that when we, at our budget work session next week on debt management and capital. I think as I shared with the budget presentation last week, that is a much longer process and isn't contemplated to be part of your budget conversations, but we'll initiate that. I think there's been a lot of talk over the summer about infrastructure needs in general, and we'll initiate that conversation from you all on whether or not you want to pursue a municipal bond program next week, which will thereafter need to happen pretty quickly in September.
Okay. So I know this has been mentioned several times, but this term sheet is not binding. So if something substantially different or new comes to light that will affect this project or influence our position, we can address these concerns and work with the Spurs on any of those issues that are unknown at this time that could come up.
Sure. I mean, I'm gonna give, Andy can correct me from a legal standpoint or add from a legal standpoint, but the term sheet is the framework of all the other deals and agreements that need to come to council if the voters approve the county item. And we shared with you several presentations back. There are about 7 or 8 different agreements that relate back to the development, back to the financing, that all have to come to council before anything happens. Those would all occur. We're not going to, the city staff is not going to spend a lot of time on those until we know the results of November. But the purpose of the term sheet was, as originally contemplated earlier in the year, was that both parties knew what the obligations were. Both parties knew whether objectives were achieved. Do I think that if something changes to the detriment, or an aspect of the deal or the framework changes, I think it gives us the ability to certainly go back and come back and report to you all that there's been an adjustment and give you recommendations on how to proceed. But it is non-binding, but I think it was important from a strategic standpoint and a negotiation standpoint, aside from the public knowing, us really knowing and being able to assure the council that these were the commitments that the other parties were willing to make.
Okay.
This is going to be unusual, Councilwoman, but the lawyer is going to give you a shorter answer. The answer to your question is yes. If new conditions or information arise, we can certainly put that as part of the negotiations.
Okay. I think my biggest concern about this is the fact that if we pause or delay this term sheet today, the voters are going to go to the polls November 4th without real information about what the city is looking at doing on this project and the entire project. Right now we can, and they're going to go and they're going to be voting on the venue tax for the county's portion of this project without knowing anything else. And so I know after asking that question, we can still continue to collect information and get economic analysis even after today if we proceed with the term sheet. I do like the idea of proceeding with hosting the 2 town halls in each district to help inform voters, get information on what they think, how the CBA should be spent in the city, and explain these complicated funding mechanisms that are attached. It's clear to me that our citizens think that this money can be spent in their neighborhoods, and it simply can't. And so I guess that's all I have to say right now.
Councilman White.
Thank you, Mayor. Eric, Ben, Lori, thank you to all of you for your hard work on this. Not today, not over the past few weeks, not over the past few months. And it's important to note, to the folks that argue that this has been rushed, this has been worked on since 2023. We had our first public hearing on this over a year ago. So there's been a lot of work done on this, and as we always say, right, city councils, yes, we're in a new term now, but we build off the work of each other. And I think actually almost everyone up here, either at the city council level, the staff level, the county level, we've all been involved in working on this for well over a year. So I do want to thank all of my colleagues for that and city staff as well. What we have here today, there's really one decision that we have to make today, and it's, do we want to send the voters to the polls in November with or without all of the terms of this deal? And it's very, very clear to me that it would be unfair for the voters to go to the polls without the details. And let's talk about exactly what those details are. And I'm not going to spend a bunch of time on it because they've been said here on multiple occasions. It's the visitors that are going to pay for this new arena. It's the Spurs that are going to pay for this new arena. And it's those project finance zone dollars, right? It's that state sales tax, which the Texas legislature has said that only select cities in Texas can use for entertainment venues like this. As my colleague said the other week or the other night, and I'm going to steal her line, it's either we use it, right, or we lose it. It goes back to the state. And so we're going to have a city-owned arena that's going to be financed in that manner. Now, there's been a lot of confusion, right? Is this an either-or, right? Is it streets, sidewalks, and drainage in all the other districts in our city, or the stadium, right? And it's not. This is not an either-or. The money that's going to be used to finance this arena is going to be used there, or it's not going to be used at all. When we talk about all the other needs in our city, and they are many, we need to do a better job than we have been within our budget to focus on the infrastructure needs and all the other things that we need to do as a city to take care of our residents. So this is not an either-or scenario. This is not money coming out of our general fund that could be used other places in the city. Frankly, the what-if game has to stop. Everybody will recall 3 weeks ago there was a discussion up on the dais, right? Well, what if the stadium is more than $1.3 billion? What if it's 1.5? Then the city would be in for over $600 million. It's discussions like that that are exactly the reason why we need to finalize the term sheet, so that the public does not have to guess at what the terms of the deal is, so that the public does not have to guess what portion of this project the city is going to be responsible for. The what-if games have to stop. We need to finalize the deal so that when the public goes to the polls in November, they've got all of the information they need to make their decision. And I am very, very thankful that it is going to be the public that will get to make that decision in November, because that is how it should be. But we got to get them all of the information. Now, I'm going to tell you this. The last couple of weeks, I don't believe have been good for the city. I agree. I've had so many people reach out and say that man, you know, what's going on over there? But I'm here to tell you that I'm not worried about it, because everybody, the mayor, my colleagues that disagree with me, everybody is entitled to their own opinions on this. And the points that the mayor has raised, I'm appreciative of those. They are well taken, and everybody deserves to have a voice here. But we have an opportunity through this project to do something so good for all of San Antonio, for every citizen in all four corners of this city. I say it all the time. Municipal government, we've got to focus, we got to stay in our lane. It's about public safety, it's about infrastructure, and it's about economic development. The project we're talking about today is economic development, and there is no doubt in my mind that having an arena downtown with the over $1 billion of guarantees that the Spurs have made in terms of developing around that arena, there is no doubt in my mind we will have an economic development success right here in San Antonio's downtown. And aside from that, when we all talk about these economic analyses that we're looking for, I honestly do not believe that there is an economic analysis out there that can truly value the San Antonio Spurs' worth to San Antonio. There's only 30 of these franchises in the United States of America. We happen to be lucky enough to have the best one. This is a team, this is an organization that wins on the court, they win off the court, and they help San Antonio win in so many areas off the court. And in this particular negotiation, what I've seen over the past couple of years is they have acted in good faith and as a partner in this process. And there's no better evidence of that than when we look at, who's paying for what percentage of this project, that the Spurs are in it for over 50% of this deal. "75 days from today, if my math is right, the voters are going to the polls. No matter what, they're going to the polls in 75 days. And we have heard multiple times from staff and from the Spurs themselves that vote is going to determine whether or not this project moves forward. It's democracy in its purest form. And it's our job to make sure that the citizens have all the information before they go and take that vote. There was a question from one of the citizens to be heard about council, my colleagues' willingness to hold meetings. I'm going to tell you something. We don't always agree on everything, but these folks have big hearts. They care about all San Antonians. They care about the people in their district. And I know that after today, they are going to work in tandem with staff and with the Spurs. We've heard already a commitment from the Spurs that they're going to come out into our communities on multiple occasions, and they're going to talk to our residents about the terms of the deal again, so that our residents feel comfortable and have all the information to make their decision in November. After today, we've got to come back together, folks. I think this has been a hard couple of weeks for San Antonio as they've watched this discussion. And again, everyone's entitled to their opinions and to voice their thoughts on this. But we've got to come back together after this. We are better when we do things together. As council colleagues, we are better when we're together, when we're working hand in hand with staff, when we're working with our community partners like the Spurs and the other folks in the business community and in our neighborhoods. Together we can make a better San Antonio. Let's vote yes on item 5.
Councilwoman Galvan. Oh, Councilman Galvan, sorry.
Thank you, Mayor. Just want to say thank you to everybody who came out today and who's been voicing their opinions, whether it's for or against, delay or not delay, all the folks online, every other medium, all the folks who have emailed and contacted my office. I spend most of my time, the past couple of weeks, making sure I'm reaching out to my residents and saying, hey, if you can't catch me at an event, if you can't make it to this next one, you can always call our office, you can always reach out to us. And I'm glad to see that many of our residents have been doing that. I know I spoke to a resident who's watching now at 9 p.m. last night about this because I wanted to make sure that I was committed to reaching out to every single resident who had a question about this, right? It's a big conversation we've been having. It's a big question a lot of folks have, and people are very passionate on both sides, but also interested to see where this conversation lands, right? They want to hear some of these pieces about what could the independent economic analysis really provide. They want to see this go forward. Some people don't want to see this go forward at all. And so I just want to say I appreciate every single resident in District 6 and throughout the city who has been expressing their opinions on this. It's always important that we have more civic engagement on these pieces, and I hope that we continue to provide that kind of space for every kind of decision we make here, whether it's for our budget, or it's for larger economic development projects like this, or other pieces too. I want to share the same sentiment. I believe I heard from my council colleague from District 9 about going forward with the independent economic study, even if this item is approved. for the term sheet to go forward, as well as, of course, the continued work with town halls in our district. I think it's always important, too, to make sure we're towing the line as much as we, or not towing the line too much with campaigning for, while also just making sure we're getting information out there. And so I still want to make sure that we have those conversations. I know my residents have been asking for that as well, for us to come back around. And so I'm eager to work with all the folks here, with our partners, of course, of the city, partners with the Spurs, as well as folks here at the city, to make sure we have those conversations that are frank, to answer questions that are out there still. I did want to ask a couple quick things. I'm not too sure who to ask this to. I guess it'd be from the Spurs. But how many part-time employees do the Spurs employ currently at the Frost Bank Center?
Councilman, thank you for your time, Bobby Pettis. Part-time employees, we flex probably from about 700 to 1,000, depending upon when the season is.
Okay, and that's at the stadium, right? Just making sure.
Pardon?
That's at the stadium currently, at the current arena?
All across our organization.
Okay.
Yeah, we have several locations all across the organization, yes.
Okay. Do you know how many are at the Frost Bank Center?
It's
okay if not.
probably depends on the event.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like we had a soccer match last night. We have events going on this weekend, and all the way through. So it just kind of depends what the event season's like.
Okay.
So that's kind of approximately the number.
Got it. Thank you. I think it's helpful, as we go forward with these conversations, that we make sure that we're looking at ways that we can also increase part-time wages the best we can. I really do appreciate within the current term sheet looking at the full-time wages and making sure that they're equivalent to the city's minimum wage, but I also want to make sure that we're doing everything we can to raise every single person's income as we're working through this, especially with public dollars, right? Whether it's from the county or the city, I think it's important that we have those pieces there for our employees that are employed here, right? Eric, I want to clarify just a little bit about, I think what I heard from Councilwoman Spears, the question about kind of the non-binding agreement piece. Of course, today's the vote on the non-binding agreement. If there is a yes vote in November and our community supports the venue tax, will this come back around to council to discuss what the final approval will look like, or is this going to continue forward as is unless the council requests the change?
So I think the answer is both, Councilman. That there are definitive agreements that need to be negotiated that will need to be worked on depending on the outcome of that vote.
Got it.
Those all have to come to council for approval. So I would anticipate that as we develop those and negotiate those, conversation with the council.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Good to know. And I was going to ask, on the city entity piece of owning the arena, do we have in mind what that would look like? Is it going to be similar to the conversation around the Mission Stadium, or?
Yes, similar. It would be a local government corporation, similar to that. May look a little bit different.
Got it.
And that's one of the actions that the council would need to take next year.
That's great. That's what I want to make sure
we
that
have time.
Yeah, that we were able to discuss that and who was going to be on that, all those pieces like that. Great. I think I asked this before, and I want to just make sure I get the same answer, or if there's any new information about it. But under this current financial structure, will the bonds that are used for this arena, of course, understand that they're backed by TERS dollars and other pieces, will they impact our bond capacity for our general bonds that we typically use for infrastructure and other pieces?
No, sir.
Great. And has the city done any kind of financial projections over the anticipated revenue from the general, or for our general fund related to the adjacent development and the stadium, or the stadium?
As it relates to debt capacity? What was the question
sorry,
again?
separate from the bond, just in terms of general fund revenue, have we done any financial projections on what we expect the sports entertainment district or the arena or the downtown development specifically, how would that impact our general fund?
No, beyond the impact in the CSL report on there's a column that talks about sales tax that's made up of both hot tax and sales tax. Beyond that, no.
Okay, got it. Well, I guess the question on that is, does our city confer that with those projections that is what we expect to receive to our general fund?
Well, that's their projection, but there's more work that we'll need to do. Several of you talked about on Tuesday during the fire budget work session the needs assessment. I think somebody pointed out that it should incorporate what are those potential impacts as the city continues to grow outwards, but both inward, as well as development internal to the core. So all of those aspects will need to be looked at as we get closer.
Okay, and will we see those as we go through?
Yeah, and I think that's part of there's a mention in the term sheet about impact on safety.
Please
and
stop the time while Eric is speaking. Thanks.
Transportation and infrastructure. Those are all things that we need to continue to work out with the Spurs.
Okay, great. Thank you. And you answered that question about, I was going to ask about indirect costs as well, so that's really helpful. I think those are all my questions at the moment. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilwoman Mesa Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you to everyone that is here today. I've been here what now? Oh. Thank you, everybody that's here today. We've been here for quite a while, and thank you to everyone that's watching that called our office. I had my last conversation about this item at 10 p.m. last night. So everybody's voices have been heard, and I want you to know that. For me, I've heard everyone here through emails, through phone calls. This has been a great investment of time, energy, and resources to get us where we are today. Thank you to the city staff, the Spurs organization, the general public, and my colleagues for taking part in this critical discussion on what will no doubt have a lasting impact on our community. I'm born and raised in San Antonio. I grew up down the street on Lavaca, 302 Lay Street, and it's obvious that we all love our city and our Spurs. We all want to create a city where families and businesses can grow and thrive today and for generations to come. I'm supporting item 5 because this is the first step to realizing the potential of a deal and finalizing an agreement. Approving this resolution ensures that San Antonio remains competitive with other major cities investing in downtown arenas and entertainment districts. The tourism and hospitality industries continue to be a critical part of our local economy, and such a deal will keep visitors coming from all parts of the world. The Spurs are not just a basketball team, they are a global brand and a cornerstone of San Antonio's identity. This term sheet provides the full picture of how this project will be funded by the Spurs, the city, and the county. And Bexar County voters should be able to cast their ballots in November, knowing that what portion of the venue tax will cover this project. Early voting starts October 20th, so it's important that we finalize a term sheet to give voters the information that they need in a timely manner to make a sound decision. My decision today is guided by data and facts. Is this deal complex? Absolutely. Absolutely, and unfortunately, a lot of misinformation has been circulating in our community. And I'm glad we had council members with questions that cleared some of this up. But what is clear is that our city team has done an outstanding job, structuring this economic development agreement so that it does not touch the city's general fund. My priority is protecting taxpayers. No general fund dollars, no property tax increases, and no diversion of resources away from essential city services like public safety. This deal keeps risk to the city low while keeping opportunity high. And the best part of this term sheet is that the majority of the risk actually lies in the Spurs. I think we must also be mindful, not fear, but mindful of what we stand to lose. And that loss would be far beyond basketball. It would put at risk jobs and tourism dollars, and that is a risk that I am not willing to take. I also want to recognize the importance of our workforce community. CWA Local 6143 was here earlier today and said it best. Workers are who build this. I know IBEW Local 60 has done work with the Spurs and most recently at The Rock in District 8. And I'm really encouraged. I heard the Spurs met with CWA Local 6143 yesterday, and I'm encouraged to see what that conversation looks like and learning best practices from our unions. And also want to recognize Northside AFT that was here also giving comments. In addition to the Spurs' $500 million investment, they added a community benefits agreement worth $75 million. And I'm proud to say that many of my colleagues here and I have worked very hard in these last 2 months, the new ones, to increase that amount from $30 million to $75 million during this negotiation process. But most importantly, this fund will be allocated to community projects with input from the public through a transparent process. I'm voting in favor of item 5 because it is a strong step forward in creating opportunities for economic growth, investment in our downtown, and to create short and long-term jobs. We are uniquely positioned to ensure that this growth is spread across all parts of our city, to lift up everyone in our community. And my guiding principle throughout this process has been, and will continue to be, that families and my District 8 residents must be able to have the best quality of life possible. As I sit here today to cast my vote, I'm proud to stand on the shoulders of many great leaders in this city who have taught me that public service is rooted in collaboration and transparency. And I believe that the current term sheet is a bold and transformational deal for San Antonio. Thank you.
Councilmember Aldrete Gavito.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, thank you to everyone who came out today. Actually, so many of my talking points have already been taken, so I'm not going to reiterate it. Councilman White pointed out how this isn't an either or. It never was an either or. This isn't taking money from our general fund. The city can still work on sidewalks, addressing homelessness, affordable housing, whether or not this term sheet gets approved or not. So this is not an either or. We also talked about, Councilwoman Spears talked about why we need to pass this term sheet today. We need to inform our residents. They need to be informed when they go to the ballot box in November. We talked about how community meetings are still going to happen. That hasn't stopped. It's been happening for years, and it's going to continue to happen. We also talked about how the project finance zone money is a use it or lose it. So we might as well use it and invest in ourselves and invest in our city. And then we just talked about how the community benefits agreement, that is $75 million that didn't exist, that is going into our neighborhoods. That is something to be applauded. So I'm just going to wrap up to say that this is our moment to show the city what is possible when we work together. I know that we will rise to the challenge. I know the Spurs will rise to the challenge, and I know the city of San Antonio will also rise to the challenge because I believe in San Antonio. So let's work together as a team, and let's get this deal done. Thank you.
Councilman Castillo-Anguiano.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to say thank you to everybody that spoke today. I'm a community organizer myself, and I know the true value of what it means to, get your voice heard. So thank you all for taking the time to speak today. I just want to give a few reasons about why District 2 will not be voting for this. Our District 2 residents don't want this. I am only in this seat for 2 months, and since day one on August 1st, I have met with many residents with many concerns who have voiced to me that they don't see this project benefiting our district. We have also received numerous calls to our office and received feedback at our town hall last month. Residents also are understandably concerned that we are taking on new promises from the Spurs when the last 2 deals ended with broken promises for our East Side residents. We are still sitting empty-handed, underfunded, and yet how is it okay for the city to just move on without addressing this? The short answer is it's not okay. Also, the public engagement and rollout of this entire project has been fumbled. There are still aspects of this deal that are very unclear to the public. We just received this finalized term sheet just a few days ago, and I actually stayed up until 3 a.m. just reading it and reading it and reading it. And today is the first time it was presented to the public. This term sheet lacks any effort to invest in the community the Spurs are leaving behind. And I'm not saying that I am against the Spurs. I'm a huge Spurs fan. I was 10 months old when the Spurs won their first championship, and my parents always tell me the story that they went honking downtown and were holding me up like Simba just to celebrate. Another issue, the Spurs can do more. Or maybe some folks might argue that they've done enough, but how can you know? We've never seen a profit and loss sheet, and let's be real. Local ownership aside, there's more than enough millionaires and billionaires on their side of the term sheet. Whether or not those billionaires want to invest in San Antonio is part of the problem, and we haven't fully unpacked that. And I want to point something out. Listening to all the comments today, I noticed something. The folks who are asking us to vote yes on this term sheet, majority were all wearing fancy business suits, are CEOs, presidents, or have big paying jobs. On the other hand, the folks who are asking us to vote no on this term sheet are majority working class folks who are probably missing work just to be here. And I think that speaks volumes. I actually did a tally sheet, and the majority of folks who spoke today want the council to vote no on this item. Also, what are the workers at the sports arena and the associated developments getting in return for our public dollars? Are we making sure to protect the working families that will build and run these facilities? No. We have no guarantees. And I understand that that's the point of a term sheet, but again, it's no guarantees. And this is probably the biggest concern. This council is rushing this term sheet while we are actively defunding our public libraries and other city services. While it's true that the city budget is a different pot of money, the result is the same. And at the end of the day, the Spurs will get theirs, and our residents will have less libraries, less home repair dollars, and will have to make do with less. And I believe that if there's a will, there's a way. And we haven't put anywhere near the same amount of effort into solving homelessness or generational poverty as we have this project. And at the end of the day, you do not jump into a huge financial decision without knowing whether you could afford it and whether the other side could afford to hold up their end of the deal. Or maybe some folks would, but that is no way to run a city responsibly and with our taxpayer dollars. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilwoman Castillo.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you to city staff for working on this initiative, as well as to all the members of the public who expressed their position with this proposed term sheet. I was joking, or Councilman Munguia was joking after hearing Sean Elliott speak about how I may be swayed in my position on this item, because while hearing public comment and while hearing Sean Elliott, I was reflecting on my childhood and all my cousins being in their NBA and their Spurs camp jerseys. And I have majority boys in my family, so I always wanted one of those jerseys. And I was reflecting on the joy that brought not just my nieces, my cousins, but just District 5 residents as a whole. I was thinking about how the kids at the San Juan Community Center go nuts when they see the Coyote come into the community center, and reflecting on the work that Spurs cares in their investment down at Jimmy Flores Park, area of District 5 that has felt long neglected. Extremely grateful for those investments that you all have made, not just in District 5, but all throughout the city of San Antonio. But in that deeper reflection, I was just thinking about the ways in which oftentimes communities and districts like mine oftentimes have to rely on philanthropy for basic services and investments in our community when we have the city's general fund. And with this conversation about moving forward, I'm hearing the response in terms of we haven't had an analysis in terms of how this will impact the city's general fund. And as folks have highlighted, what the proposed 2026 budget, we are seeing reduced hours with services at our parks, at our libraries. We're seeing city staff absorb additional roles, all because we know we're facing a deficit. In a couple of months, we're going to have the San Antonio Police Officers Association come to negotiate a contract. And we know we're going to be facing this deficit in the next few years. And not to have the numbers in terms of how this is going to impact city services is a disservice and fiscally irresponsible, because we owe it to our city employees, our first responders, to ensure that we're in the best position to make sure that they get the contracts that they deserve. And I believe that with the current term sheet, right, there's a couple of pieces that have not met my expectations, but these are analysis that I believe that we could continue to conduct. For example, I know it can't be included in the term sheet, but what I expect from city staff is for us to conduct a displacement analysis. If we're going to use TERS dollars to facilitate any piece within this term sheet, there are displacement requirements within the TERS. So that's something that I would like to see, how this is going to impact surrounding neighborhoods. While there is not any direct displacement, there will be indirect displacement. And again, This is something that we've seen evident in over 130 academic studies that have analyzed sports stadiums all throughout the United States. And that was one of the concerns. While I was supportive of the additional independent analysis, I agreed with Peter Holt in that nothing would change because what we know, it's evident in the literature that oftentimes with these investments, right, we don't see a return on investment. But I do recognize that the public would like to see that additional study. While it wasn't successful, I'm hopeful as these term sheet moves along that there is opportunity, as the councilwoman and I know Council Member Munguia has been advocating for, to continue to have community engagement. And I know the Spurs has committed to that as well. But just to ensure that we're giving updates on where things are with the term sheet and a community benefits agreement. What I need to see and what makes me feel uncomfortable about moving this forward isn't necessarily, again, the term sheet. It has to do with the City Council not having information on how this is going to impact the city's general fund. As the mayor has mentioned, and as I've mentioned and hit on before, us having this term sheet, is how it's going to impact our utilities. There's a fully functional SAWS cooling plant down the street, and it would cost roughly $80 to $90 million to relocate. And we haven't received the numbers to understand, is this something that the general public's going to have to subsidize through increased rates? Without those answers, I don't feel comfortable moving forward with what's in front of us today. All that to say, I do want to highlight the great work of the San Antonio Spurs team for being accessible to our office, ensuring that we're brought up to speed, and of course, putting forth the community benefits agreement. What you all have done is led, I believe, in terms of what a CBA can look like. By one, meeting with labor unions. I'm extremely grateful for the work in your team for reaching out and having those conversations on how we can work collaboratively with labor. Also ensuring that y'all increase the community benefits agreement to $75 million. Thank y'all so much for that. But again, my area of concern is not understanding how this is going to impact the city's general fund. We cannot cut services to core city services and then also expect to ensure that our first responders can have a fair shake at a negotiation, ensure that we're taking care of city employees with that 3% cost of living adjustment if we don't know how this is going to impact the general fund. And what I'll highlight is there's omitted costs that we're not accounting for, whether it's the utilities that may need to be relocated or the overtime for employees to ensure that around the sports district is kept safe. It's likely going to require additional police officers and overtime to support those events at the proposed sports district. Further, who will be required to maintain the sports district? Will those be parks employees? Are we going to have to hire more? Are we going to have to pay overtime to ensure that these areas are being maintained? And without answers to these questions, I don't feel comfortable moving forward because I can't tell my constituents that their library is going to close a little bit earlier, that their fitness class is no longer going to be at their community center, all while we're moving forward with an item that is going to impact the city's general fund. While we don't understand the amount, it is going to impact the overall budget of next budget. So again, extremely grateful again to the Spurs for their leadership, for all community members, but there's missing information that I believe without it, I would be fiscally irresponsible in meeting the needs of my constituents. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilwoman, to clarify, an independent economic impact assessment would include an analysis of impact to general fund. Were you still supportive of that independent assessment? You did. Okay. Thank you. Yep. Thank you. Councilman Munguia.
Thank you, Mayor. I've been following the story with all the news articles and social media, and there was an allegation and a charge made against me, and I just want to take the time to address that. And that is that I am not Spurs Jesus. There were comments and there were tags saying that I was Spurs Jesus. I did not question the mayor outside. We're not switching places today. So I just want to make sure people understand that. So like so many of my colleagues, we were up late last night. I left City Hall at 10:30 p.m., returning every phone call and every email. Mostly District 4 residents, not all of them. I was even brave enough to call Graciela at 7:30 p.m. last night. We had a very good conversation. So my willingness to be out with the community has been shown. I've never run away from a resident on anything I've done before, even as a staffer. and that will continue to be the case. And so a lot of folks that reached out, mostly in opposition, respect their opinion, learn something new most of the time, right? When I explained everything, when I read the term sheet draft was posted on my social media, so residents in my district had access to read that and question certain parameters of that. And for my district, we will continue to have public meetings specifically on Project Marvel. So no matter what happens today, that's important. I think what's also important, and all my colleagues know that I've been asking them to support this as well, is that there's still value in an independent economic study no matter what happens today. There are other decision points that will be made along this process. There's that vote in November. There is a future bond program that residents will vote on, and that's important to have. So I would ask Eric to work on that if we have the support. And again, it's, there's a certain cost, of course, with doing a whole new analysis, but that cost buys us more than just a new report. It buys us a little bit more with the community. And I see that, and that has been the number one ask for residents, and I would like to support that even with the passage of this term sheet today. So, Andy, I have a question for you. We talked earlier, paragraph 16 of the draft term sheet is non-binding. Can you just go into a legal definition of what that exactly means?
Yes, Councilman. What it means is the term sheet, as Eric described, sets the framework for future discussions on project definitive agreements that ultimately the council will have to pass. Non-binding means that there'll be no legal liability if the actual framework is not implemented. It would be dependent on, the legal obligations would be dependent on us actually entering into definitive agreements.
Mm-hmm. So next month, if a majority of council wanted to get out of that term sheet, we could?
Yes, Councilman.
Okay. And if the vote in November with the county, which this is tied to, passes, the majority of council could still pull out?
Correct.
Okay. And even if the bond election were to pass or fail, we could pull out of this agreement?
Assuming no project agreements have been
right.
executed and approved by council,
Okay,
yes.
gotcha. And I think that's why there's still value in the independent study, is the council still has flexibility to get out of this. Technically there is flexibility to change the parameters if the other party agrees. And if the other party gets, a different deal or situation, or their economic situation changes, they also, correct, Andy, have the ability to pull out of an agreement, and that being the Spurs.
Correct, they can, yes.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that that's clear. And again, I would talk to residents last night, and I emphasize the fact that this is tied to a public vote. That's important. The transparency is important for folks to know what is at stake, what the parameters of the deal are. And it's been talked about. I was in middle school when we had Duncan and Ginobili and Tony Parker. And to all the middle school kids back then, that was San Antonio. That was the dream that we had, right? And so as much as there's a lot of fanfare up here, that does not cloud our ultimate judgment in the financial deal. And so that's why I will be supporting this. I think we're in a good spot with this. We have the Spurs in a good spot as a negotiating partner. It's contingent on a vote, and we still have the ability to get out of this agreement at any point before other project deals are signed if things change. So thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Councilman Galvan.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to wrap up my last comments. I was inspired by my fellow Gen Z councilman up here. While I wasn't born yet for the 1999 championship, I think about, I've been a big critic on this particular project, and I will continue to be. There's just some things that are unchangeable for me in terms of looking at past research on these projects. But I want to be clear to not only my residents, but to folks who may perceive the conversations up here about critiquing these particular projects. No one up here hates the Spurs, and I think about in middle school, waiting for, I was on the phone with my mom while the 2014 championship game was being played, and she's waiting in line at the academy and asking, is it done yet? Is it done yet? Have they won yet? Are they ready yet? So I can get the championship shirts. And for the Western Conference Finals. And after that, me and all my friends wore our Best of the West shirts to Jordan Middle School, and we're excited to go into summer and see, are they going to win this next championship ring? That heart is still there. That heart is there for all of us. And, I think it reminds me of just when you have family in your life who you love and you respect, maybe you have some question about their decisions in life, you still love and respect them. And I feel the same way in this conversation. And so, even with my concerns, I want to be clear that I am still committed to making sure that this project, if it goes forward today and in the future with more final decisions, that we make a dent in our generational poverty rate with this, that we make quality, affordable housing downtown, that we support our small businesses with this, and that our city investment brings a strong return investment to our larger community. And I am hopeful that that can happen. I am hopeful that this new arena, the new development around it, and the new district overall will bring the economic development that's promised. I hope this one is different. I hope it defies all expectations. Thank you.
Councilman Castillo-Anguiano.
Yeah, it won't take too long. I just wanted to echo some support for whether or not this does get approved. I do think that there still is value in an independent economic study, so if we can, make that happen, that'd be great.
Councilmember Castillo.
Thank you, Mayor. I had a couple of clarifying questions. I know one of my colleagues asked something along the lines, but can you help me understand, in terms of the bonds that the city will be taking out for the arena, which type of bonds will be taken out?
Councilman, those will be a revenue bond type issue with the pledge of revenues that I listed on that slide.
And typically those revenue bonds are backed by residents' property taxes.
No, in this case, there is no backing of the full faith and credit of the city. These will be backed only by and a pledge of only the revenues that I have listed on that slide. It was actually slide.
So no GO bonds or certificates of obligations will be taken out within this term sheet?
No, the arena itself is being funded. If we're going to go back to slide 5. So what we're pledging to the repayment of this debt is the arena lease, the property taxes that are generated inside of the Hemisphere Tours, primarily from the new guaranteed development that will be built inside of the Hemisphere Tours, the ground leases from private developers inside of that Tours, and then our PFZ revenues, our state revenues that we're getting, the hotel associated revenues. Those will be the revenues that will be pledged to bondholders, and they will be used to repay this debt.
And then with the guarantee of the $900 million in required development paid completely by the private funding sources, will that also include the TERS increment, or is that separate?
That's all right. I followed your question.
For the
Sorry.
$900 million
Yes,
in
ma'am.
required development paid for by the private funding source, does that include the TERS funding as well? Is it separate or in addition to?
So that second phase of $900 million of guaranteed mixed-use development will generate taxable or property tax revenue inside of the TERS that we'll use to repay this debt.
And then in terms of with this term sheet moving forward and conversations around negotiating what affordability within this mixed-use development can look like, is that something that council will then debrief on what those different pieces around the arena will look like?
So we have assumed with this development plan and the market rate leases that there wouldn't be affordable housing in any units built within this $1.4 billion. We've talked about other options in terms of affordable housing plan around the area that we can certainly brief you on and have more conversation on.
So if I'm hearing correctly, the current term sheet includes housing at the market rate percentage to help facilitate the overall funding structure of this.
That's the assumption that is in the term sheet, yes, ma'am.
So no affordable housing within the structure, it's market rate.
We've assumed it's market rate ground leases with market rate housing.
So my understanding with the federal building, the practice typically is to offset any federal entity is that nonprofits have a right of first refusal. However, my understanding is there was not an appetite to acquire that property. And under the McKinney-Vento Act, right, it's a requirement that homeless providers have an opportunity to, of course, purchase the property. We can't determine or encourage folks to purchase that property. But, right, I think we need to keep in mind the budget briefing we had yesterday in terms of the housing crisis that we're experiencing. And I think it's concerning, and I think we'll have partners, hopefully, to buy down affordability within this proposed funding structure, because what it looks like is now we're subsidizing more market rate downtown, and we're also erasing our only naturally occurring affordable housing downtown as well. So we're saying two things at once as a city, right? We're saying we're going to tackle the affordability housing crisis, but we're raising Soapworks, and then now we're funding a market rate structure, which is just in conflict of what we were discussing yesterday. So I just encourage my colleagues as we move forward, we need to prioritize public housing, social housing, and 30% and below if we really want to address the homeless issue that we're seeing here in the city of San Antonio, because we know that 88% of homelessness is in correlation with increased rents and property values. So we know that this proposed district will be a neighborhood destabilizer, and it's just a trend that we've seen all throughout the United States, right? Folks want to live close to downtown, and we start to see more predatory real estate practices. So just something for my colleagues to sit with as we move forward with a bond sooner than later, Eric, hopefully, particularly for housing, but for infrastructure pieces as well. Thank you, Ben. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I did want to clarify one point. There was a statement earlier that the first public discussion on this was over a year ago. In fact, the first public city council meeting on this was in November of 2024. Eric, just to clarify, because it's been brought up a couple of times, the first bond for the infrastructure related to the downtown development, that 220 to 250, that would be part of our infrastructure bond, correct?
Well, I think that's the conversation that you all need to have, and we'll initiate that next week. There are other infrastructure needs that council members have brought up.
Right.
I think part of that also, Mayor, goes to the beginning part of, I'm foreshadowing our budget conversation next week, but a change in our tempo of evaluating infrastructure and taking proposals to the public in line with the new council terms. But yes, that is potentially part of the next infrastructure bond program.
Okay, because it was asked earlier, and I wanted to clarify that piece. It can impact our ability to fund other infrastructure-related projects in our community. Okay. I want to clarify. I've appreciated the ways in which my colleagues have raised, in general, the idea of Project Marvel, and again, have appreciated the city staff's facilitation of some conversations. But to be very clear, all of those have been absent the numbers that we've been presented with, the term sheet we just got on Monday, the numbers that we just saw over the last 30 days. Again, that's all relatively new information. So I want to stress, I think there's a difference between having a discussion and then having an informed discussion before acting on your constituents' behalf. Eric, under the finance structure, or maybe it's Ben, under the finance structure, we'd issue a revenue bond to pay for the arena, correct?
Yes, Mayor, that's correct.
Okay. And would that amount be determined by the definitive agreements?
So the term sheet has us making a contribution of $489 million to the arena. So that bond issue will be sized to generate $489 million towards the construction fund.
Okay. And Andy, by way of ordinance, the city council can put revenue bonds to a public vote, correct?
Mayor, state law doesn't require a public vote, but certainly the city council by ordinance can put a revenue bond up for public vote, yes.
Okay. In simple terms, is that a way in which somebody could essentially express their support for the city's contribution to this financing deal?
Correct, Mayor,
Okay,
yes.
got it. Okay. And I understand we may not know what that amount may be just yet, but I do want to manage the expectations of my colleagues that I will be seeking their support for such an ordinance. This gives the public an opportunity not only to vote on the county's contribution of $311, but on the city's contribution as well. Okay. Okay, any other comments? I think we're there. All right. Did you have one more thing? Sure.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to comment also about the housing issue that was brought up and wanted to reiterate the importance of voting on affordable housing and at all different levels. So 5 council members this morning in consent just got reapproved to the San Antonio Housing Trust, which is one of the best ways that we've been able to really push the needle on affordable housing. It's actually why right across the district, there are 2 projects right now that are affordable because of the Housing Trust. So we need to continue to make sure that we do that, not only right across the district, but also in ways that folks can access the new advanced rapid transit that we're building on the Green Line, using our transit-oriented development framework, get on the Green Line, be staying in affordable housing, get on the Green Line, and come access the amenities that are going to be free and accessible to the public at the park as well. And I also encourage my council colleagues that we just had a discussion 2 weeks ago about affordable housing that we essentially could not get through and had to continue. So every single time, if we talk about affordable housing, we have to put our focus on making sure we get every chance we can at pushing forward 30% AMI units. Thanks so much, Mayor.
Okay, all public comment and council discussion has occurred on this item. There is a motion and a second for approval of item number 5. Please vote. The motion carries. The next item is the city manager's report. Eric, do you have a report today?
No, ma'am, not today.
Okay, thank you, Eric. That is the conclusion of our business. The time is now 3:22 p.m. and this meeting is adjourned. Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, yep. We will reconvene in 20 minutes for the zoning meeting. Thank you.